What is up, misfits? One and all, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Where tonight we are watching a video called Life from Non-Life. Does this sound familiar? The Impossibility of Abiogenesis. Dun, dun, dun. From the channel Cross Crown
Isn't that
Apologetics
cute?
Radio.
Amy, I'm have now they're saying it too. I think they're having a little bit of hard time hearing you.
Oh. Give me a second.
You're roboting a little bit. I thought it might just be me.
I'm roboting. Damn.
You sound a lot better now. You sound a lot better right now than you did before. Huh.
Okay, I feel
Just go.
bad. I could
good
try
now. It's
also
good now.
turning the gain up later. If I'm too low, tell me. But if you didn't hear me, then we are in this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Well, we're
Oh boy.
what? Is it going?
Now it got bad again.
And now?
It got bad.
Really?
Again. Yeah.
Huh. Well, I'm going to do the classic unplug and plug.
While she's doing that, guys, just so you know, tomorrow night, this time my debate will be done with Ken Hovind, but 8 o'clock, Standing for Truth versus Ken Hovind, Human Evolution, after show right after the debate on here. Check it out. It'll be a lot of fun. Hey, none of your biz. Sikara, Sex Music, Satan's Little Helper, Scott Duke, good to see you, KCA Randy, I have Toth.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Testing. And does it sound good?
It sounds fine now.
Testing. Cool.
Yeah,
maybe just the old plug in and plug out works, which sometimes you got to do. But sending lots of love, as well as our producer, to Gizmo out there, who looks so happy that he is on. But yes.
Hey, Ian. Good to see you, Ian. Ian will be there. Thanks, Ian, for the support. I've got my
so much love, Ian.
Ace in the Hole, Stupid Whore Energy, will be there. She's always been there to just fire some question like right at Ken Hovind's heart that just like pierces through all his bullshit talking points and just
and
really
oh boy does he have many
bullshit talking points. Oh yeah.
That was me entering back into the Matrix. But I'll say it again.
Matrix in a Matrix.
Hopefully this time in better. That's right. In this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, why do creationists
just go with
focus
it
on abiogenesis? Oh, just lean into it. A topic that I brought up because, well, this is a tactic, a way of slipping itself into an element of mystery away from evolution. And so here we are tonight. In fact, we're watching a video called Life from Non-Life, The Impossibility of Abiogenesis, from the channel Cross Crown Apologetics Radio. And talking about why creationists focus so much on the topic. It seems to be like their thing. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun worth coming alive for?
You're at Balls and
is
Shaft Counter
right.
Apologetics Ministries.
You gotta be balls deep to do apologetics, I hear.
Counter Apologetics.
Well, counter apologetics is our job. I guess you also have to go
Or bread and
balls
butter.
deep. But
It helps.
sending love to X Music, KCA Randy, None of Your Business, Skywatcher, Satan's Little Helper, Ian Davenport, Icarus, Scott Duke, Eye of Thoth. Let's see, who did we find out there? Skywatcher, Dave Gar, and Jesus is coming. Oh my, does he have permission?
I think you gave him.
And exactly, as well as James Wolfe, we had him linked up there along with a good emoji going on in there. And we are actually about to get a whole bunch of more emojis in the works, which we are excited about. Yes. In fact, we have 3. I feel like if I'm debating whether I should go over them, because then I'm going to eventually show them to our channel members early. But we got ones going after things like the flat earth. We got one going after all sorts of fun subjects, vaccines, and more to look forward to.
Jesse Lee Peterson being gay.
Damn, and they keep on saying my sound is going.
It's better now.
Again.
I think it's fine now.
It
got bad for a second, but it's okay now.
And
guys,
I wonder
if
internet.
That's right, KCA Randy. Tomorrow night, round 3, me and Kent. After show right after on here. Human Evolution.
That's right, baby. And it is Human Evolution. And I like to think of this as adjacent because abiogenesis is not evolution. Evolution is a currently proven theory. A theory is a framework of facts. And so we're working to understand abiogenesis better and how it naturally arose, because so far creationists have goose egg.
Yeah.
Sponsored
crickets. When you ask specifics from them, all you hear is crickets.
Well, and I'm going to keep on bringing this up.
God did
every
it.
time we bring
that's all you get.
A creationist on. Poof. Is that they cannot explain anything. Now, they get really, really skeptical anytime you ask them to explain any logistics of their belief ever. And yet their bar right up here for things that have been proven for decades, if not centuries.
He might try Icarus, but all his accounts are banned, so he won't be able to say anything.
He is doing a role play.
Titan got all 115 of his sock accounts banned.
Unfortunately, he became Orange Jello. It was sad. It was his primordial form. I recently talked to... I know. I'll be honest with you. That's my fault. That's funny if that's the real account. And if Titan,
I find that very.
Again, if Titan bans him again, I would be offended. Because I want the back and forth, and we're actually looking for. Well, see, here's the funny thing: we're looking for theists.
Oh no.
Yes, but I guess if you look for those kind of things, because I would like people who, I don't know, if you believe in creationism, please tell us why. Though the thing with Angelo, and I love you, Orange Jello out there, but like the people you link do not generally agree with your point of view. And if they are not from peer review resources. And there we have John in chat. We're getting more.
He certainly does, James. Sock City discount. That's right. Orange Jello has the king of the socks.
And yeah, I feel bad. If it's roboting, that means the internet. Let me try test internet. It's not the yeah, but it says my internet speed is off the charts. That's fun. Well, I'm going to do another thing that's the old college try.
Gizmo's working on it right now.
I'm just going to reset the browser. Exactly. Gizmo 3, 2, 1.
She'll be back once her browser resets. Gizmo's on the case. She's fixing it, Bird. So yeah, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Standing for Truth, round 3. Me and Kent, Human Evolution. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm going to have a lot of fun. And after show after that, right here.
Woo-hoo, how about now? Any better? Ooh, as I knock the microphone, that might not sound better. But any different? Any better?
It's fine right now.
Fine right now. Alrighty then.
Let's just keep it moving and hope it stays that way.
Keep on moving, grooving.
You said you got to pull up the video, though.
Well, that's okay. Well, I will get to that, though I will say I do want to thank everyone for joining us out there on the Intertubes.
Thanks, guys.
Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Then hit that bell icon so you can get reminders to join our live streams. We are a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see hosting. However, after the housekeeping and our opening statements and the opposition viewpoint, well, we will be opening up the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so anyone can say what's on their mind about the topic. Oh, I think it's already gone. It means Titan is in here and lasting, but I tried to. I love you. Love both of you out there.
Good night, Orange Jello.
Well, I think, is it because Orange Jello, I don't think has he properly apologized to Arden of Eden? I think that's really what it is.
Ever has. Not that I know of, anyway.
I mean, the jeans thing is just silly because jeans are just, they're self-replicating molecules. You would have to actually show some link to a god.
He's saying he did apologize.
I hope so, because it's a shitty thing. I'm
kind of a low
fine with people and the word to use transphobic. I completely support it. However, the religious conservatives get triggered when they hear the word transphobic. So I just point out it's a shitty thing to do. It's an asshole thing to do. I hope you did apologize. And, it's just... It's taking, basically, if anyone took a picture of you at your shittiest moment when you knew it was your shittiest moment, and then they're like, ha, ha, ha. See, I don't care about the word transphobic. See, because what happens is that people fight. What the religious people tend to do is they fight about the word transphobic. Ask yourself, was that an asshole thing to do? That's all you need to say. If that was an asshole thing to do, and I hope you apologized, then there we go. Because I don't want... People argue over words, and we just need to be better. But now we're talking... Yep, we're going to continue to move on, and I instead am just going to support do a advertisement for both Matt
Okay,
Dillahunty,
we appreciate that, Angela.
Ardent of Eden, and the entire ACA, because we here love the ACA. But yes, we're moving forward. Boo. We do welcome everyone, atheist or conservative. Come as you are, just not on our sheets.
Too late.
This housekeeping is sponsored by our channel members, who you can find in the description below, boop-a-doop-a-doo, along with the revolving badges, which is kind of like a little dig, the fact that even the badges evolve. So if you don't think that evolution exists, you can find it in our channel members. They evolve.
Talk to the cat.
Talk to the cat. What's up, Rachel? Sending
Hey, Rachel,
so
good to see
you. And speaking of Rachel, speaking of everyone lovely, sending love to our Patreons. In fact, an extra special, which we'll come to later, but I have to, because I missed the back half of our Patreon. Rachel, Senator Cato, James Wolfe, and Matt Deegs. Woohoo! An extra special back-end Patreons, because we missed last night. And you can find our Patreons at patreon.com/AV Newman, including awesome Patreons like Oz from the ABS Network Group. And James Wolfe. James Wolfe in the chat. Sending love, so much love. And Oz, because hashtag Tangang, yo. And because the funny thing about... I'm trying to think. Oh, it was a amazing guy who we're going to do a video on in a day or so, because I can't help myself and because the hypocrisy is just...
Oh, boy.
But he talked about how...
We'll let that be a surprise, the identity.
But he talked about how the LGBTQ plus is not a community. And I swear he'd probably say about non-believers. And the irony is... I have found no better community than the LGBTQ plus and the non-believer, the atheist community. I have found no more open-minded, sweet, kind, caring, enthusiastic, and, dare I say, curious. It's just fantastic to be a skeptic. Oh my. But sending so much love out there to Oz at youtube.com/The Network Group.
Thanks,
you should
Oz.
check them out with the queen of production, Jena, as they make some awesome content that we also host a triggering LGBTQ plus and secular ally call-in show once a month over there. So come on down. And woohoo! Also sending love to Ian Davenport. We saw him in chat. He was sending some love, Ian. In fact, I'll send some early love for showing up. Dave Gar, Ian, and James Wolfe were all... They grabbed... And Scott, they all grabbed early popcorn. Sending so much love. Sending love. I see you, Dale. What is up?
Hey, Dale.
And Ian Davenport reminding us, why are we here, ladies and gentlemen? Why do they talk about abiogenesis? Well, because this is what they're trying to shovel. Not biology, but a good old watch. They're trying to say that a heart and a watch are like the same thing.
Cars, we heard a lot about that last time.
Oh my God, James! Did you know that if a tornado came through a junk pile, it would never just create an automobile?
Bubble specifically saying, "Oh, since you guys believe in abiogenesis, therefore I can compare cars to biological organisms, and it's a valid analogy."
Yeah, no
things that don't reproduce themselves versus things that do reproduce themselves.
It turns out that animals and plants reproduce. They always make fun about bananas and strawberries, even though Literally, they're talking about the reproductive organs of multicellular organisms. And they're like, do you see anything in common? Yeah. A little bit, actually. Don't you? I know that you just hold a banana in your hand and you're like, goes in mouth. Which, yes, it does go in mouth in more ways than one. But, it's actually the reproductive organ of a fruiting body of a plant.
Much to Jesse Lee Peterson's chagrin.
Oh, I know. Indeed.
Go figure.
And you know what, James? Let's just be daring. It goes in any orifice that it wants, that Jesse Lee Peterson wants to go in.
People actually do that? That is disgusting. I cannot believe.
Anyway, sending so much love. Oh, we say Knut Hoven, sending love to you, saying love to Brian Stevens out there. Woohoo! Sending love to Vegetarian Bird.
I cannot believe people do that.
Became a vegetarian because of the rain event that made Noah's Ark happen. You see,
is that why you became vegan?
Exactly. No, James, once the water hits a certain height, you're like, oh shit, I might as well just start eating animals. Let me bring it. We banned it from your PC. It happens. Got a little slavery stuck in my throat, which the Bible has. I read science
That's what
papers.
I used to rebrand it as Knut Hoven.
Well, I mean, I would say I look up scientific papers to back up my views, and they generally come from the consensus. I would love to see arguments not on why you think that genes are a factory. I want you to show me a peer-reviewed paper on why you think genes come from God.
But when they go through scientific papers, they're not going through to try to understand it. They're going through just to look for holes they can poke and little things they can quote mine and take out of context.
Poke.
They're not trying to understand it. They're not trying to. It's in bad faith.
Since cells are chemical factories. Cool. Once again, I feel like it's just always going to go to some sort of an analogy, and even the analogy breaks down because these factories, once again, are not supernatural. Where does an entity outside time and space? Don't say that this needs to come from design, because these natural factories came first because they had permission. There was nothing
That's right, Dr.
intelligently designed until thousands of years ago. It's always just an irreducible complexity argument. Indeed.
Go down to that.
And life is not irreducibly complex, no matter how much no matter how many sperm they bring up. That flagellum tail.
Flagellar.
Oh my. But really, I mean, I do support anyone having a reason to talk about sperm. But when we hear these arguments, it makes us and a grumpy old Cuss go bleep, 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 bleep. Bleep, bleep. And I want to ace Tangelo, our Patreons, our supporters, our skeptic brothers and sisters. Just want to know, are these the reasons that you believe in the Christian God? Because I do not find them convincing of intelligent design. And I really want to know why anyone would believe that a rabbi could come back from the dead 3 days after decomposition. Like, can we talk about that kind of biology? Do you have a paper that could go over, like, well, this dude, and I don't want near-death experiences. Like, I have...
No reincarnation.
Like that movie, 72 Hours, that is basically my bar. That's how much decomposition I need before they came back to life. Like, I need their heart to be dead 72 hours. I need their brain to be dead 72. Do you see where this is going? Okay, sending it to you,
Speaking
James.
of Mr. Reincarnation, Praise was reviewing one of Gavin's newest debates last night. They're still broken up, though. The home fires are still not kindled with Praise and Gavin. So,
oh my!
And people kept mentioning about Gavin's use of reincarnation to support Christianity, which sounds really weird, but he actually does it.
Well, a lot of the things that creationists do, and once again, it's just weird defending creationists, specifically young Earth creationists, and anyone that's defending any 6,000-year-old Earth is defending a silly position. That's the kindest way I could say it.
Absolutely.
But sending love, grumpy old Cuss. Sending love, Diana Smith, reminding us the Bible doesn't treat 51% of the population. Too fantastic.
Thanks, Diana.
And I gave Antangelo a chance, mostly because I want to debate him. But like I said, I know that he's on I know the mods are standing by. I know if Titan may actually go, Amy, why are you doing this to me? And I would probably side in Titan's fashion, because Titan is our mod and our admin are our guiding light.
Chief admin.
But the problem is that all of these like really fiery theists, I don't want to say you have controversial or not, or sometimes it's like you have to walk a tightrope with a lot of these individuals, because we love all of our theist individuals.
They all have views that would be considered
is. Yeah. But I get it's hard because this is what we're trying to fight against. You kind of have to show it to fight it, and yet if they do show over things. Because don't know. We're trying to do fight for the skeptic community. I will keep on saying this, though. When I say this, sometimes I feel like it's too much of a compliment, because we are not engineers, and the Mythbusters are engineers. But I'm a computer engineer. But whatever. We view ourselves as the R-rated Mythbusters. And so we're just trying to debunk superstition and be a little bit spicy. Speaking of fantastic people who debunk, not only debunk creationists, but like when you're trying to get a counter to disinformation, it's always good to have a information campaign from people like student Dr. Ben, who these are the people we should actually be listening to instead of Bill Burr. Always, I was trying to tell this to John last night. As much as Bill Burr considers himself a politically incorrect comedian when it comes to things like vaccines, Bang, and evolution. Did you listen to a bunch of people at the end of the bar, or did you listen to the eggheads that probably pulled things from libraries? Hopefully, you talk to the people who, I don't know, actually learned some shit instead of the guy at the bar. But yeah, sending love out there into the interwebs to student Dr. Ben, who does fantastic content with Uncle Beck, the two handsome gentlemen do fantastic content, but then student Dr. Ben is also a member of the ACA. He does Tangang. You should just be checking out all of these YouTubers. And why can I keep on shilling, ladies and gentlemen? Why? Well, endlessly. We do not have holy wars or schism. Oh, I remember my community. Amazing. Was talking about how the LGBTQ plus, and in my opinion, communities like atheism and all these other alternative communities are not real communities. And yet we don't have to fight amongst each other. It's easy to say Christianity.
We do it just for fun, but we don't.
Gives you community. But then I would ask, well, which Christianity? Is it the Catholics fighting against the Protestants? Is it the the Armenians fighting against the trying to remember the two sides, the Calvinists? Is it the Jews, Muslims, and Christians fighting amongst each other, or all three of them fighting against the Mormons? It's great to say religion gives you community, except the First Baptist Church and the Second Baptist Church don't agree with each other. And many of these communities, if you don't agree with them on really anything, will throw you out. So, yeah. I'll take ours. But sending love to Diana Smith, sending love to someone who just packed his bags after recently coming home from Stonehenge, sending love to Pat Lowinger.
Hey, Pat.
I think it's fantastic now. We have basically an archaeology crew, which is fantastic because I think James Wolfe is an archaeologist. Pat is an archaeologist. I just want to send all the love to our academic channel members and Patreons who it is just so funny how, I don't know, there is something about skepticism. There is something about questioning one's beliefs and yet actually conceding and going towards where the bulk of the evidence lies that just seems to bring fantastic people like Pat Lowinger, who just actually did research. The thing that creationists don't seem to be able to do. Going out in the field, bring back data. That thing. Funny. Sending love to Pat. Sending love to Dale Pascal. We saw him in chat. Whoa.
Hey, Dale.
Because all of the evidence right now points to a naturalistic forming of life. And there's no evidence pointing to an intelligently designed version of life. I'm sorry, Wilson. If Amy Newman doesn't agree that pineapple belongs on pizza, we might fight. Well, good sir. No, okay, that's fine. You can have your pineapple on pizza. I prefer pepperoni and bacon, but you do you.
I love mushroom pizza. Mushrooms on pizza.
That would so trigger Rachel. But she has this thing about mushrooms. I'm more of a meat person anyway, but that's just because of what I like in my mouth. But
you and Jesse Lee Peterson have something in common.
Apparently we do. Oh my, no. And he had summer camp. Can I tell you, it's like, what the is with these guys setting up summer camps for gentlemen trying to help men become straight. Why is it always?
Oh, you mean
they all come with like margaritas? It's funny. Yeah,
Jesse Peterson being in a camp with a bunch of gay men. What?
Wow, what could go wrong? Apparently,
Yeah.
they had
Giving
really
each one of them one-on-one counseling,
exactly.
intensive counseling.
Well, James, I hear they had really intense Bible studies that included, shoulder rubs. So you really learn. You read that King Solomon, get down and dirty.
Jesus washed his apostles' feet, so Jesse can.
I know. Like I said, I know. Look,
give massages and
can I just
back
say,
rubs.
who doesn't like a little yowie? Little yowie. I feel like you should have a little yowie before breakfast. What were we talking about? We were talking about Dale Pastel sending so much love for empirical evidence, as well as Dave Gar sending
Thanks, Dave
love
Gar.
out there. We saw early on in chat sending love and reminding us that the Earth is kind of thick. And even if the religious texts say otherwise, sending so much love, and also
Thanks,
sending love to Dave Gar, to Scott Duke, because it triggers them that we are animals. Not that humans over here and animals over here. But humans are animals. One group. Animals. Once again, I hate to say the word snowflake. It triggers them, makes them so sad.
It's so sad, yeah.
It does, but they can't seem to get it into science textbooks. Because it's the poof model. Anytime we ask creationists, how they can get a 6,000-year-old planet, universe, diversity of life, we get crickets. But sending love to Dave Gar, Scott Duke,
Thanks,
and Regis, reminding us we have a skeptic Bible study.
Thanks, Regis.
Mm-hmm. Which we almost did tonight, but we really wanted to hammer down on abiogenesis before a good old talking of evolution, because this is what creationists talk about. It's one of my pet peeves that I think the subject of how non-life became life is fascinating. And yet, for whatever reason, the argument seems to be we're learning about abiogenesis, therefore evolution is not true. That seems
is how
to be.
it typically goes, yeah.
So
we don't know exactly how it happened, right? So therefore my
God.
model, my poof model, is just as valid as science, right?
Exactly.
The poof model, hey, we don't know. Maybe it was the poof model. Maybe it was long natural processes. We just don't know.
Maybe, but they can't seem to explain how to make a goat. That is my problem.
Well, they can just poof. There you go.
There you go. God made it.
Goat, poof, goat.
Or better yet, what they really say is, we don't have to explain it, but you do. And when you do tell me, I'm going to complain about it.
You need to give me step by step exactly how it happened. No gaps. Fill in every gap. Every thigh gap filled. And
but what pisses me off is we actually do have a lot of information, and when they are given this, they seem to cry. BBC says abiogenesis, and also sending love out there. In fact, if you want to see your specific comment at least read out loud and shown on screen, it does help us. to tag us. BeamD says abiogenesis does not equal evolution, like I attempted to explain to Bubbles last stream. And that was, yes. I mean,
it's like talking to a wall, though.
I would almost say, it's conversations like that and others that I have had that have led to this stream, because it is just a frustration. That is what we're talking about. Why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Why is it that they tend to bring it up? I think they think that it is a hammer, a tool in their epistemological toolbox that they can use to attack evolutionists, or as we really like to call them, biologists and people who support biology.
Oh, rational-minded people?
Like, what is up, Brian Stevens?
Hey, Brian.
Sending so much love. In fact, sending so much love to
turning 22. What?
Dallas. You're turning 22 next week. That's what's up. Congratulations,
I have a birthday
Brian
next week,
Stevens. Do you? Congratulations. Sending love to my co-host James W. and Brian Stevens. 23?
Mm-hmm.
And sending so much love to Farron, to Kira, our head mod, our admin is in the house. Titan Uranus, what is up? The man with a plan, sending so much love. And whoa, sending so much love to Ian Davenport.
Ian, thank you for the support, man.
Sending a super sticker, which is basically the what's it called thing that makes sound going.
So if you want to see Amy act out your super sticker emoji, just send a super sticker.
That's right, babe. Well, we appreciate all of the support, all of the channel members, Patreon super stickers. It really does. We do put it back into the show and keep on using it to grow, and it helps us, just like he said. So sending so much love to Ian Davenport and James Wolfe. Evolution doesn't explain excuse me. Evolution doesn't explain gravity. Oh, does it? Okay, cool.
And that's the thing, like listening to Mr. Batman, one of his intros, like your worldview has to explain everything. No, it doesn't. We have, and
that's not even the theory of everything.
For individual things, and one is not dependent on the other. You can know that 1 + 1 = 2 without knowing how gravity works. They are not related. And the funny thing is we know how gravity works. We can mathematically model it, but we don't know why. We don't know where it comes from or why it is what it is, why the strength is.
But science doesn't answer why questions. Well, we want to better understand,
right?
How gravity works, because we understand its interaction.
What causes
but like
it?
James was saying, why? And science almost can never answer those sort of questions. We sometimes try and go back, but who was saying, sending love. Monkey for Banana was saying, theists focus on abiogenesis and the Big Bang because those are the only gaps left big enough for God to hide it. Exactly. This is where science is working on. And once again, we do have some knowledge in both of these fields. We know the Big Bang happened. We know that life arose naturally, and we have experimentation to back that up. But we also have a long way to go. There is much to learn in these fields, and thus this is why because evolution is 200 years old plus, and even though we are learning about evolution, evolution is used by your local nurse in a hospital every day as they fight against diseases. He's fighting the good fight out there. Oh, sending so much love. Trying to remember. I'm looking out there. Jason Jacoby out there, sending out there. Shane Bilowitz, what is up? Sending so much love. Also sending love to Regos and the lovely, fabulous. As I fall out of my chair for her and in love with Rachel Holland.
Thanks, Regos. Thanks.
That is right. Rachel is reminding us that the Bible would never support unconsensual slavery from the nations around you. James, don't you think that'd be objectively evil?
Gizmo, you're on stream, man. Don't be doing that.
Hi, Gizmo. What's up, pseudonym? How are you? And what is up? Sending love to Rachel and also sending love to Senator Cato. Boom, 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 boom. Reminding us of the separation of church and state. Important now more than ever. And you should continue to fight vigilant for it because, well, a secular government is, well, the only government that seems to work. And if you're asking, Amy, are you saying that religious governments shouldn't exist? James, should religious governments exist?
No, they should not.
No, they should not. Sorry.
The Vatican
I don't care.
Except the Vatican. The Vatican can be the Vatican, but outside of that, no religious governments need to exist.
Someone has to have a SeaWorld-like organization for... What were we talking about? Anyway... Sending love to Shane Bilowitz.
Build bigger walls around it.
Who is reminding us that... James, did you know that we have to just relax and look at the trees? Just look at the trees, James.
I have heard that, yeah.
And we had that argument used the other day. I think it had used on Mark. Sending love to Mark Reid and Atheist Jr.
I think Gavin used it in his debate. The one Praise was reviewing yesterday. Look at the trees. Look at the trees, man. Look at the trees.
Just look at them. They are so lovely. In fact, and I'll tell you, I love plants. I mean, well, first of all, if it wasn't for trees, we would not exist because of numerous things like oxygen, and it feeds. Even if you're a complete carnivore, it still feeds what you eat, and you should be. And if you're a vegan, it feeds you. I forget where I was going. Other than that, other than to say, plants. Look at the trees is a crappy argument. Sending love. Sending love right back to you, Amy and James. Woohoo! Oh, I remember also one thing to say is sending love, Skywatcher. Sending love to Mark Reid and Atheist Jr. I was supposed to write this to Atheist Jr. On his post. And I know they were streaming. So he may not see this. I may have to say this again or type it to him. But I just want to reiterate, like, Atheist Jr., if you're watching this, you are one of the best Ken Hovind debunkers. I don't know what the exact word is. And he was feeling a little bit down in the dumps because he had a debate and all of the commenters basically shit on him afterwards. And I know that feedback. Feeling. I know that fucking feeling. I would fucking upload that on his channel and get some skeptics to comment on there. I thought you did fucking amazing. It was a
He did
great
really
debate.
good. It was a good debate.
Atheist
He has nothing to
Junior,
be ashamed of.
you are a fantastic content creator. You are a fantastic
Absolutely.
debater. And just to go back to my first point,
Great person.
you are
Great guy.
well, yes, you're a great
Great
human being, but you are a great Ken Hovind debunker. There is a reason that people love your content, and if he dislikes, him and his fans dislike what you're doing, that is a fantastic barometer. You are fucking amazing. So sending love out there to Atheist Junior, Mike Reid, Brett Keed is in chat.
We're sure you did, Brett. We're sure you did.
Who are we sending love also to Rachel, Senator Cato.
He does a good Ken Hovind impression.
And that's right. And James Wolfe reminding us that we do many midnight rantings. This is our Skeptic and Ranting. We tend to be late night hosts. We are going to actually do some day and evening podcasts.
Technically a day podcast.
Yeah, this is our version of a day. Yes, I haven't gone to my coffin yet. But sending love to James Wolfe out there. And yeah. Mwah, 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 mwah. And also, last but not least, Matt D reminding us that creationists have no idea how to make a galaxy, a universe, anything. Once again, the diversity of life. I don't know how they explain anything other than God spoke it into being.
That's all they need to know. That's all they need.
Good enough for him, right?
Yeah.
And it was day.
God said it. I believe it. That settles it. There you go.
There you go. It said, James, I don't know if you know this, but it actually says so in a book.
Oh. Is the book really old, like from the Bronze Age, Iron Age?
It's like super old. In fact, the older that it is, somehow the better it is.
Well, the older a text is, we know that the more accurate and unchanged it will be to the future. So there you go.
Exactly. Here we go. Why do Christians focus on abiogenesis? Look, ladies and gentlemen, we send lures out there, and I'm just happy when no. For many
Amy
reasons,
is a fisher of men.
Yeah,
a literal
fisher
of men.
I like to think of myself as
she hooks a wild one every now and then.
Well, and James,
a live one.
Here's the problem: is I am a trap, and when you are a trap, you tend to, not always, but sometimes, be a fisher of men.
Hey, Jason, good to see you.
What is up, Jason?
We'll be here if Rage finishes up.
Speaking of which, Jason reminds me that that we actually recently, I have their name in at least one of the slots, though I'm sure I could fill their name in for a bunch. But, not close. What I would like.
Tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
What you really, really want is to sign people up for Debate Me Bra. And so, ladies and gentlemen,
that went
I am sending.
I thought you were going to sign guys up for Jesse Lee Peterson's camp.
I will have to say that probably has a lot more uppers and a lot more. What were we talking about? And a lot more bent over twins.
Make sure we get John Vance that information on that one.
I feel like he'd do well over there.
He would have a good time there.
He'd have a good time. Himself. But once again, we're not hating. We don't kink shame anyone.
Not at all.
As Norm Macdonald would once say, it's just the hypocrisy.
Think about the children, Amy. The kids. Think about the kids.
Think about the kids. Unless you're the Vatican, then please stop thinking about the kids. But right down there is our spreadsheet for where you can sign up for Debate Me Bra. First of all, sending love to all of the other debate shows because we support all of them on there. I want to send love into the internetosphere. I plan on moderating and being on many. Oh, what is up, Pasta? Where's that Crash Buddy? Or Nate.
Nate.
That's the second time I've done that. What is up, Nate? Normalizing atheism.
That's Pasta Mike.
Pasta. Nate has crashed the party. I get my tank. Something was so much tanking.
But they're both great badass guys, so it's no offense given.
But what's up, everybody? I got pinged every time a potential Plenty of Fish reference is made. Oh my. I keep on forgetting though. You're gonna draw me away from this. Da 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 da. You sending love to Modern Day Debate, who I just moderated 2 fantastic debates for. I would like to continue going on debates for.
That second debate.
James, it was. Go check out James's debate on Standing for Truth tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
For tomorrow night. I am going to be debating Mutt Movin eventually next month on Standing for Truth.
Just have to get a date set.
But you could sign up here as well. We are going to have some fun in the sun on Debate Me Bra. Come on down here and sign up. And tell me, anyone, if you can't edit your name. Anyone with the link should be able to edit it. I should probably do a shorter link. You can find that link in Discord. A tiny URL. Yeah. A tiny URL, as well as it should be in chat. I'll pin that for a little while. That's true. I'm also a fisher of women. But that is the great thing of being bisexual, pansexual. I also just want to use any reason to say, continue to say Titan Uranus and stupid whore energy. Because those are the 2 best names out there. But third is Crash Thy Party.
There you
go. Sending love Vesta. Sending love everyone out there. And that is all of our fantastic Patreon channel members and all.
In the house. Hey, Mark.
Well, sending love to Mark Reid. So much love.
So you guys having a lot of fun on AJ's stream.
Yes, I'll continue because their stream ended. I'm sending love to Mark and AJ because they were just streaming. I want Mark to keep on sending this. If AJ sees this, and welcome. Keep on doing anti-Ken Hovind content. You are fantastic.
Keep your boot on his throat. Don't let up.
Exactly.
Don't let the pressure up because he's got him pinned on the ground. He really does.
Boop, boop, boop.
Not like Matt Powell has him pinned on the ground. That's completely different.
Exactly. Well, that's a little bit different. Not sure. Maybe more like Mr. Amazing, but who knows? But Um,
Don't you have a debate also coming up on Brett Keene's channel, or did that fall through?
well, I do have a debate, I believe, coming up with Adam Lohr. We still have to pick out the date that Brett may actually put that ball back in my camp. I just may have to pick a date. But we're going to be talking, which I should just pick up because the upcoming week or two, I should be free. I am going to be talking about the universe and evolution. I believe is the topic because Adam
Some light
is a
topics.
atheist, and exactly light topics, and yet he seems to be skeptical. I have trouble calling that. I have no problem saying that Adam Lohr is a skeptic. I have no problem with him being an atheist and team skeptic. I just don't think that those are the skeptic positions. But I would be happy to debate him on him or have a discussion, which is what Brett said more because he wants more a formal discussion. Look, just happy to be at any threesome, okay? And yeah, we're also going to be running a special. So before we break into the opposition viewpoint, we're going to be
Double barrel shotgun.
double barrel shotgunning. That's right.
DP. Double.
DP. Mm-mm. Yes, that's right. We are double shotgunning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing? I hope, because last night it went to basically almost 6 hours, and we didn't.
It was a lot of fun, though.
It was. I will be honest with you. You should all check out our last stream because it is true. I will always give you a happy ending. So I think we achieved that. I mean, I feel like and I'm not putting any individual names out there, but I feel like we got through breakthroughs.
We did have some breakthroughs, yeah.
James and I do not have a psychology degree, and yet I guess Freud would have been proud. Anyway, sending love and okay, I have to like move. There we go. Ha ha. That's right. Well, I understand. Look, sometimes, and the funny part is we only go until the cows go over the moon and until we see the daylight. And once again, anything over 6 hours, please consult your doctor. And yeah. I did have the funny thing James always says is his joke is that DMT made me find capitalism, but it made me find an appreciation for all of the objects that we have around us.
All the objects.
Because I sat crying after I drank ayahuasca for a good 6 hours. Well, actually,
I've just never heard anybody else say they came to that and they became a capitalist after drinking ayahuasca.
Well,
except for you.
Because I really, I don't view it as me coming towards capitalism, but I understand why that's an interpretation of that. It's just that it gives me an appreciation for just, if it wasn't for, it's just the ant sect like social structure of it all. If it wasn't for all of the peons that we call each other, we couldn't exist. If it wasn't for some schmuck making my shirt, it was probably a child in a factory. But
Cambodia.
let's pretend that it was a hardworking so-and-so in... Well, I guess they are hardworking, but it took someone to make our everything. And so it just gave me a deep appreciation. But that being said, let's get into the double-fisted, in that I just really wanted to talk about In fact, was it a midnight ranting? I thought it was a skeptic and ranting. It was a call me skeptical. There you go. I keep everything organized, ladies and gentlemen. Gizmo forced me to. So we are going to go into Are We Apes? Which is what we aren't here to talk about. That's what was last night, but I can't help but sneaking it into. So we'll go into this and then the opposition viewpoint. But it's similar because they force us to tie abiogenesis and evolution together. So, are we apes? Yes. Yes, we are. And that may be hard to understand if you're someone who groups animals in one bucket and humans in another. Especially if you come from a fundamentalist, religious background. But let's put aside our God glasses for a moment. We'll come back to them later and talk about why being an ape is not an insult. Let's start with that it's a fact. I'm not calling your mama a monkey. I'm saying we, as humans, along with chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, all form a single group we call ape. And although Homo sapiens are about 100,000 to 200,000 years old, we primates all together first came, with permission, on the scene about 55 million years ago. About 10 million years after dinosaurs bit the dust. Though, how do we know all this? Through the thousands, if not more, of fossils that we have found. Thanks, Satan.
You found a bunch of bones in the dirt. Now you don't want to believe in God.
Yeah, silly heathens. Going from dirt to lab and eventually into our museums, which have been cross-referenced with numerous dating methods and not plenty of fish over the different geological periods. However, we also know this through pursuits like the Human Genome Project, mapping out our own genetic sequence, and also by looking into how our genetic code fused with chromosome 2, which shows us the similarities and breaking point of one of our closest other apes.
Well, at least you're admitting it's code now. Onto the codons and the nucleotides.
Naturally arising, with no evidence pointing towards a god. But I'll take whatever language game they want. What they normally do is they try and take a genetics professor excited to try and teach a lesson plan, and then they use that trying to create an analogy as evidence for something, therefore God. But yes, our closest other apes, and I say other because we're apart. And though, I mean, come on. Let's get to the real problem that many dogmatic religious institutions take offense that we share a common ancestor with our other ape brothers and sisters. This goes in contrary to us being a special creation sent down to the spoken heavens. Unless you count stardust falling to form our body, then you'd be correct. But we did not come from Adam and Eve, which I think is a great sex shop. But not a historical or scientific document. Women, in fact, came first. Kinky. And then from them, men evolved from sexy fun times for a host of good, naturally selectable reasons, like the baby not having parasites that the parents have, which is why it became the model for animals and plants. So, are we apes? Yes, 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 yes. And it feels good to know that we fit into the kingdom of life, that we evolved from less complex organisms into more complex organisms, into the squishy, feeling, thinking based mammals we are today. Thank you. And all right. A 2-for-1 double header, ladies and gentlemen. Can't help myself. Doom, 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 doom. Sending love out there to
I tried to talk her out of
Speed,
it.
Answers of Atheism.
Hey, we got Speed in the house. Good to see you, Speed.
What is up, Speed?
I can't wait to see his debate with Sauercourt Dova that I heard him talked about, assuming that's still going forward. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Assuming that's still on the schedule. I haven't been keeping up. But
look, Sal's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He believes in very silly things, which I believe of all creationists, especially the young Earth type. It's not like a him thing. It's just, Anyone who believes in a 6,000-year-old Earth is...
Just imagine a very scientific explanation of
Flat
how Santa Claus could have done it. Santa uses time dilation and everything, and it works. It works. He really does. He just
really
travels
does.
near the speed of light. But yeah, he does it.
He says it's still disturbing that our public hair lice is more in common with gorilla lice than chimpanzee lice.
Amy can explain that to you later.
Sending so much love. What is up, computer? It's always nice to have our computer on the stream because it works so hard to keep our stream going. Sending love. I think I say hi to Jason Jacoby, everyone out there, Jacques Palmer, Reservoir Guar. I just want to send a double fisting love to Mark Reid out there, because that's right. Sometimes you gotta go in twice. Speaking of which, oh my, why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Because evolution is a fact. Thus, there has to be some other subject to talk about, as if a sleight of hand, magic trick. That topic, more often than not, lands on abiogenesis, or the process by which life comes from non-life. 4.5 billion years ago. Not long after our planet first came to be. This is because the environment for life to arise was ripe. To do so, we are floating around our star's circumstellar habitable zone. Although once hostile to, or what would be hostile to most organisms nowadays, there is and was lots of liquid water filled with rocky carbon, along with hydrothermic vents with energy being pumped in. And everything life needs to arise, especially early in the morning, or self-replicating. Then we have the sun beating down, giving rise to photosynthetic creatures like cyanobacteria. And billions, with a B, years later, in the eukaryotic form we know of as plants, have since become the basis for allowing us to live on this planet that has an atmosphere made mostly from nitrogen and oxygen. We've also seen with those like the Miller-Urey experiment that with simulated conditions of the early Earth, we can begin to form a natural chemical origin for the production of things like amino acids. So, why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Well, because populations of genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects for them. That is to say, we evolve. And we share a common ancestor with all life on Earth. This is the enemy to any religion that preaches otherwise, especially if you are coming to the table with rib women, talking snakes, and giants. Magic is not an explanation for anything. And because evolution is taught in schools, the limping creationists attack the science we're currently at the frontier on. But still know a boatload about. Like abiogenesis. Thank you. And all right, with
All right,
that,
they got a double helping tonight.
woo-hoo, that's right. But James W, what's up? Saying hello to our producer.
Hey guys.
And we're looking for some fun and to come alive for. I want to know, why do creationists focus so damn much on abiogenesis?
Well, like you laid out, they focus on biogenesis, they focus on Big Bang, because it's the things that we know the least about. So they are always trying to push things as far back as they can to get to the things that are furthest back that we know the least about, because it leaves them, or at least what they think is, plenty of room for them to speculate and plenty of room for them to hide their God in, as Marshall so eloquently pointed out before. And that's something that I say from time to time, is that those are really the only two places where there's room enough to hide their God. So in the past, they could give their God credit for all sorts of things. Now, over the years, science has come along and one by one taken those away from them. You can't give God credit for that, because we know it's a natural process. There's no room, no need for magic in any of it. It's just a natural process. So, okay. How did that natural process start, though? There you go. So that's where they're at. How did that natural process start? So you have biogenesis, which we believe to be a natural process whereby inorganic chemicals became organic chemicals and eventually gave rise to life. The exact mechanics of that still need to be worked out, but there are scientists working on it at this very moment. I think that we will one day have a pretty damn good idea of how it happened. And, of course, when that does happen, they will simply invent their talking points, and they'll say, well, just because it could have happened that way, that still doesn't mean God didn't do it, just because it could have happened that way. So, these guys are not good faith actors. They're not honest. They're not really looking for the truth of anything. They're really just looking for any argument that sounds halfway coherent, halfway convincing, for them to hang their faith on. And more often than not, hang the faith of others on, because these content creators, what they're doing is they're selling a license to believe, a license to follow these Bronze Age fables, and the ability to delude themselves into thinking that they're at least plausible. We haven't disproven them. You see this a lot just going through their videos, their materials, and just looking at their side chats. You'll hear, Lucy has been thoroughly debunked, or evolution is totally being destroyed. It'll be out of the schools within a few years. Of course, none of that's true. The fossil record hasn't been debunked. Lucy hasn't been debunked. Evolution is still taught in every academic institution worth anything, and will be taught forever in every academic institution worth anything. That's not going to change, but that is a set of inconvenient facts for these people. It is an inconvenient truth, you would say. So it really all is about being in that delusion and faking it till you make it, until Jesus just comes back and proves us all wrong. And it's funny, I was listening to Ken Hovind. He did a Q&A the other day, and he was talking about, he has a book about the end times called he calls it Whoa, What on Earth is About to Happen? It's his rehashing of his end times theology, his Christian eschatology, as they say, and which he changed while he was in prison. He used to be a pre-tribulation Christian who thought that the rapture would happen before the tribulation. Now he's a post-trib, which is actually more marketable and harder to debunk. And he's talking about when the temple gets rebuilt and when the Antichrist breaks a treaty with Israel. Now, I don't know if you guys stay up on geopolitics, but there is no way, no possibility that temple will be rebuilt in the next 100 years. Nobody wants to do it except a few fundamentalist Christians. The Jews don't want to do it. The Muslims don't. Nobody wants to build this temple, but unfortunately they need it for their theology. And it's just not going to happen, folks. There's going to be no treaty with Israel that somebody's going to make. None of this is going to happen. And so when Ken Hovind is dead, they'll just keep kicking the can down the road. Oh, well, he was wrong about, but that temple's going to be rebuilt, because they need it for their theology, because there's things in it that it talks about. But it's just not going to happen. And that's why I say they're living in a delusion that the things that they're talking about are just not compatible with reality. And it's almost like they don't care if it's compatible. They don't care. They don't want they don't want to know. They just want to think that evolution has been debunked and that there's a good reason to believe in their God, which there's not. And evolution is still true. And all the evidence we have points to a naturalistic origin of life. Inorganic chemicals becoming organic, and then very slowly, well, slowly to us, but in terms of the Earth and that timeline, actually pretty quickly, coming alive and creating a set of life forms from which one survived out, the Luca, last universal common ancestor, the one we all derived from. It was the best out of the original, and hence we all derive from it. And that's pretty amazing that we know that an event that happened billions of years ago, and us today, looking at the fossil record, looking at genetics, looking at the world around us, we can make those inferences, and they are very well supported. It's kind of like how people in the ancient world made inferences and used the information around them to tell that they were on a round earth. It might look flat to you or me, but it's not. And they made good use of the information around them, and they came to the right conclusion, and they were most definitely doing science, even though no human had ever been high enough off the ground to observe the curve. They still knew it. They still were able to deduce that with the information around them. And that's what we're able to do today. We can't go back in time. We can't see abiogenesis. We can't see Luca. But we have a very good representation. We have a good fossil record that gives us a nearly unlimited number of snapshots at where evolution was at various points in the history of Earth. And then we have genetics that give us very good evidence that all life is related. Amy mentioned it. The fusion of human chromosome 2, which is a fusion of 2 chromosomes found in the chimpanzee. The existence of numerous endogenous retroviruses prove beyond a reasonable doubt that we have an ancestor with chimpanzees, a common ancestor. We are apes, and it just is what it is. So let's get along with this video. Check out my debate tomorrow on human evolution, standing for truth, 8 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, James. And sending love to the sinister porpoise out there who is asking, do we have any yummy theists to bring up? And yes, we do, in a way, because with that, we are going to move into our opposition viewpoint. Doo-doo-doo. Jazzy McJazz hands.
Coalson Shaft Ministries. No, that's just Eddie Peterson's ministry.
Close.
Oh, Cross and Crown Radio.
Oh my. But yes, welcome everyone. We are actually going to break into the opposition viewpoint of why do creationists focus on abiogenesis with a view
for funsies
and video called Life from Non-Life, the
Part
Impossibility of Abiogenesis. And yeah, we're talking about that.
There is no part
stage.
1.
There is no part 1. We did the search for you, ladies and gentlemen. There is no part 1, but we are watching part 2. From the channel Cross Crown Apologetics Radio. And yeah, with that, keep on tagging. If you see any specific wisdom you see on screen, tag James W. or myself. If you and James are taking who is me to rating. Oh, good business. I mean, we can always just have a single moderator. So if we have 1v1s, like you could always just tag me up for someone or James up for someone, or 2v2s. But we want to do 2v2s as we get more. But feel free. But we don't mind.
We can always have a guest moderator on.
Yes, or a guest moderator. We don't mind moderating because we're kind of just using ourselves as proxies to help people sign up as well, because we just want a roster of more people that we can start setting up. Exactly.
We'll be cannon fodder. We'll take the hits.
What I would say is that, we want a whole different variety of shows on here. One of them is a debate show, and it's Debate Me Bra. So we're sending love out to it. As well as our open mics. This is one of our open mics, which will happen after we get into the fun Life from Non-Life,
so,
the Impossibility of Abiogenesis.
Point out, I believe this is a Pastafarian channel, because that has to be a colander on top of the head of the cross.
Exactly.
So I think we are going to be watching maybe Pastafarian content.
We are going to be watching True Pastafarian, and with that, we're letting the fun begin. Life from Non-Life, the Impossibility of Abiogenesis. And I do think there's a little.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for tuning in.
So,
Hey.
I just want to preface everyone because the first time I saw this, it's like the equivalent of a what the hell? This is really high quality, and so I want you to enjoy the really high resolution quality for the next like 30 seconds, if that, because the 40 minutes that proceeds it is not. So
enjoy the high resolution.
Along with the arguments, let's just say the quality drops.
But yeah.
Cross and Crown channel is about presenting powerful proof for the Christian faith.
How powerful.
If you want to support Mike as he makes videos and writes books, just go to Mike's Patreon page at patreon.com/mrob and kick in $1 or so. If you join us
like he did to pay this girl, woman. Look, I shouldn't, criticize her. Let's hope this woman got paid for her, whatever she's doing.
She's his wife or whatever, but.
Well, yeah. Well, probably, but exactly, and we're just giving a warning to everyone.
This work will help bring countless people to Christ. If you like this video, there's a donation button on our main
right there,
YouTube
ladies
page.
and gentlemen.
Thanks for hanging.
We're allowing him to shill. What more can you do?
Hang out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
He does have, by the way,
the OK Cupid profile we were looking for.
He does have one Patreon, though. I just looked.
Did you look? Patreon. Does he have a single Patreon?
He has a Patreon for $9 a month. So.
Yes. Now look, I'm not
good
criticizing
to see the community supporting him.
Anybody who gives any month, because truly, the channel members, the Patreon, the subscribers, and viewers are why we just. Speaking of which. Randomly sending love out there to the Twitchosphere. I saw Kill Doggy and Pandasu sending so much love. We're going to keep on growing and sending also love. If you're on YouTube and want to join, we'll send that out there. But we're going to jump into the fun because I think that was just shilling. Which, hey, look. We don't mind the shilling. It's just the selling of the invisible product. I also told James that this gets a little... It's weird when you say this gets weird towards the end because that's what you would think about any theist. But it gets really
good question,
just
Mark.
like...
Good question.
Well, why does he have... That is a good question. Well, Mark, do you remember how we were talking about double fisting? Well, let me tell you what he does off stream.
He's used to that.
So there is a Twitch channel. That's right. Sinister Porpoise has invaded. Sending so much love, just like Pandensu. Oh my, that's right. What happens to photosynthetic cells is they're just whipped into submission by the sunlight. That's what I'm into too. But sending love.
Make me submit.
Oh my. Well, we're about to with some A+ logic. Life from non-life. No, really. Well, it's and like I was saying with Bubble, the reason this phrase pisses me off so much is that both sides, we all know that at one point life came from non-life. It's just the creationists use that phrase to attack science.
So let's see, what does he have in the background there? He has a Torah scroll. He either has a Talmud or a Chumash, a book of commentaries on the thing. I think he has, is that a bust of Robert E. Lee or Smokey Saint? I can't tell.
Oh my.
A gavel. Yeah. Interesting.
Indeed. But yeah, let's see here the actual wisdom. Oh, and like I said, real warning in that he's going to talk about religion, and then very slowly he's going to transition into why you should talk about a specific, like a time-lapse diet. which is random. If you're asking,
Right.
like, why is he going to go from religion to a keto diet? I don't know. We'll find out, I guess, on this episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
Good evening. This is Cross Crown Radio and the Gospel Truth Podcast. And I'm Mike
Sure
Robinson, your
something.
host. We got a great show tonight on Cross Crown Radio. We're going to be talking about can life come from non-life? In other words,
Yes.
Is there such a thing as...
Oh, he's also going to, spoiler alert, he's going to highly, highly abuse the word... now I'm trying to remember when it comes out of spontaneous generation. There we go.
So he's got 2 fistfuls of straw in his hand, and he is ready to stuff that straw man. That's what he's doing right now.
Yes. But I'm waiting to bring it up. I'll bring it up maybe the first time he actually brings it up. But he is just going to be. I feel like we're going to have to go to court. Metaphorically speaking later, because of all the abuse that he is going to use towards the word spontaneous generation, a disproven, outdated theory that is not taught in biology, is not evolution, is not abiogenesis.
Has nothing to do with the biogenesis. They are completely different. Abiogenesis is a long process where inorganic chemicals become organic and become life. Spontaneous generation is about fully formed modern organisms poofing themselves out of the ether, like frogs, fully formed modern frogs come generating spontaneously as if poofed by God out of the bottom of creeks.
And look, it's really trendy to call everyone who disagrees with you suffering from Dunning-Kruger. You hear it at the bottom of every comment section. And yet, I'm fairly sure that this gentleman is about to make an entire video on a concept that he does not understand. And so I don't know what else to call it. And we'll go over it, like I said the first time that he brings it up. But sending love out there to the interwebs. And that's right, Jupiter. This guy really wants to whisper because to escape being recorded with those 2. Like I said, this is a double-fisted podcast tonight, and he is just being on topic.
Abiogenesis, which evolution needs. Unguided.
He did it. He did. Ladies and gentlemen, he did it for me. Like, and that's why I brought this topic up to James, because they tie it to evolution, and I just couldn't help it. It angers me, and like James was saying, many skeptics are saying they tie it to evolution.
And let's be clear, God could have poofed animals into existence, but if he allows them to reproduce biologically, they will still evolve over time. That's still going to happen.
Oh, and that is a good thing to bring up, is that evolution is not only a fact, it's a force of nature, just like gravity. In a different way, grinding down on sponsored by Sugar Water, grinding down on animals and all life forms with natural selection. Oh, that is true. But it'll exist. Evolution will happen for as long as life exists, and evolution has happened for as long as life exists. That's just your position. No. That's the great thing. It is the great thing about science, is that it's not our position. It's not our opinion. It's not a democracy. Not that I don't love democracy, but the great thing about science,
a different thing with position.
Not voted.
And you.
Oh my. rearing animals in the wild. That's a little bit more. We're a little bit more on topic. Oh, you and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. And we're going back in.
Darwinian evolution needs that to start, but can you even get out of the starting blocks?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
As I hit my elbow, but I'm so excited. I can't help myself. But
Hit your elbow on one of your multiple microphones.
one of my, that's right. Well, this should inspire me. I need like 2 or 3. But it really is ridiculous the longer I think about it. Like I'm trying to understand it.
Like Baghdad Bob with like 26 microphones.
It makes sense to have different microphones on different sides of a room. If a room's large enough, maybe a lavalier, maybe something there. But they're in such close proximity that I'm trying to think what the other soundbite he's trying to collect.
Now, what utility could that have?
Okay, maybe we're overthinking it.
I bet one of them is not even functional. I bet it's only recording one.
Needs to have
just
2.
for the look. Yeah, it's just for the look.
Maybe that's right. Maybe there's a third one off stage we can't even see.
Gavin's holding it.
We're going to go over that tonight. We're also going to be talking about a nutritional program called Time Restricted Eating.
Why? But why? It's not even up here. Like, I don't understand. Why are you going to talk about time restricted eating? This is just like this is like the Falcon, who's now Captain America, and who you don't need to know any of that. It's like a guy in a movie who turns to his partner and is like, "Hey, everyone's got a shtick." Why does everyone have to have a shtick?
Intermittent fasting or some variation?
Yes,
of that?
it is. Yeah. It's 100% going to be that, and I just don't get it. Why?
If you just don't eat every other day, then there you go. You'll lose weight. Hey,
and just like on topic, he basically goes into religion for a good amount, and then after fasting for a while on religion, then he talks about intermittent fasting. But yeah, let's jump into it for some reason
which is a type of fasting, and it seems to have a lot of scientific backing that it might be really healthy, especially those who have diabetes or those who are trying to gain muscle, as well as other things, heart disease, cancer. Then we're going to talk about the need for Christ-centered preaching. And if you look at the description,
what a combo!
So he goes from abiogenesis to intermittent fasting, and then back to the Jesus. Back to Jeebus.
Lovely sandwich.
The triple decker.
You can see our Patreon page. All those who like the show, if you could help us out by going over the Patreon page.
Look, we at one time only had one Patreon. Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't make fun of them for that. Hey.
What I will make fun of them for is just they sell the invisible product. If they were going out there trying to teach science, like, can I tell you the best? Ow! I did it twice. I get so excited, ladies and gentlemen. My lovely pink desk. A good example of this, who does atheist content, and yet you should be checking him out because he just does a fantastic other content, is Professor Dave. Okay? Professor Dave has helped many people pass their undergraduate papers, probably high school, K through 12 physics papers. Exactly. Okay? So a shout out to Professor Dave, who you should go check out.
Same with
doesn't sell the invisible product.
Simon Dan does. He has a lot of good physics videos out there to help people who don't have a physics degree understand it a little bit better.
Also, the key to having sex with Jesus is becoming one of his yoga students. Yeah. And you know what? Can I tell you something, Kill Doggy? Towards that part, because I try to listen to everything that we listened to beforehand just to get a feel. I want to dip my feet in the water before I know what I'm throwing the pool that I'm throwing our audience into. And towards some of the stuff, I like the dieting and food selection. He says things that I'm trying to remember what the phrase is. You aren't even wrong. Like some of the stuff in between, because once again, it goes like, I mean, if your speech is basically like abiogenesis sucks, we should eat healthier so you don't get diabetes, and Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I mean, well, I guess you should technically eat healthier so you don't get diabetes, like, right, technically. But it's just weird. Like, why are you shoving that in between abiogenesis
Right.
and Jesus? It's a weird curriculum, but sure, why not?
I think the T on his hat is for T-girl.
Oh my, that's right. And remember, ladies and
Probably.
gentlemen, you can become channel members at the girl deck level.
$5, even more if you want. That really helps us
More
a
if you
lot.
want.
So
Hey,
go there to our Patreon page, and also we have this show that we put it on YouTube, on Cross and Crown Radio on YouTube. You can subscribe there. There's also a place for a donation. But
What's
it
up,
seems clear that
Dessel?
life can only
Sending
come
so
from
much love. I should have already put Dessel is like, I've sent you so many emails. I am so sorry, Dessel. The past month or so before was craziness. I was assimilated into the Borg for a little while, but I can. You should sign up for Debate Me Bra. I'm already seeing people sign up, sending love. Look at that, his Islam.
oh,
Duvet, you're an anti-vaxxer. It breaks my heart, but we already have an anti-duo, so we already have a Duvet.
oh, is that on the list? Oh, that's on the thing.
Yes, or as someone, it's for teabagging. That's right.
Probably.
Boom. But sending love out there, sending love to Megan. Don't forget, live by the second, die by the sword. Blah, blah, blah. Sending love, everyone out there. Keep on also sending us comments, tagging James W. and myself at Amy Newman. Helps us find it because we're listening to a bunch of,
life, and yet evolutionists, especially those who believe in unguided evolution,
That's us too.
I love it. He's like double pot shot. He wants to make sure.
Unguided. Yep. Unguided. We're down. Yeah. We got you.
Evolution. They think this must happen, and yet scientifically, it's been disproved that life can come from.
No, it hasn't.
For the Darwinian.
No, once again, we know that self-replicating molecules formed on this planet, and it seems to be naturally arising. And if you want to provide evidence for a intelligent design, we'd like to know them. Especially supernatural. They also always, like I said, they never fill in the blank. They're always like, it's a machine, orange jello. It's a machine. But yeah, okay. But it was naturally forming for billions of years.
Normal people.
Evolutionists. Or what I really like to say is biologists. That's who we're all quoting. Yes.
Rational people. Yeah.
Provide evidence for what? For evolution? Because, I mean, it is consistently verified that populations of genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects them. Tell me which part of that you disagree with.
Your inability to understand and comprehend such a well-supported scientific theory like evolution doesn't mean it's the theory that's dumb.
Oh, abiogenesis. Okay, once again, it's not how abiogenesis happened because life came from non-life. You think it happened as supernatural means. We don't. That's the difference. That's really the only difference. And I want to know how you think it came. That's what he said.
And you have to ask them, where did life come from if not from God? And then they would have to say spontaneous,
which is what they're doing.
Which, of course,
no, negative.
Which to say spontaneous generation.
I'll do the clickety clack. You can hear it.
Do it.
I love. I normally try and mute it, but for dramatic effect,
Do it anyway. Yeah, do it anyway.
Do it anyway. Exactly.
it.
Well, I do love my mechanical pink keyboard as well. But spontaneous generation is a superseded, as in a theory that was once the current theory that has been replaced with a new one.
Negative.
Scientific theory.
Not anymore.
That held that living creatures could arise from non-living matter and that such processes were commonplace and regular. It was hypothesized that certain forms such as fleas could arise from inanimate matter such as dust, or that maggots could arise from dead flesh. The doctrine of spontaneous generation was coherently synthesized by Aristotle, who complied and expanded the work of earlier natural philosophers and the various ancient explanations for various appearance of organisms. Spontaneous generation was taken as scientific fact for 2 millennia, though challenged in the 17th and 18th centuries by the experiments of Francisco Reid and Larzo Spazzanini. It was not discredited until the work of French chemist Louis Pasteur and Irish physicist John Tyndall in the mid-19th century. Rejection of spontaneous generation is no longer controversial among biologists. By the middle 19th century, experiments by Pasteur and others were considered to have disproven the traditional theory of spontaneous generation. Attention has turned instead to the origin of life, since all life seems to have evolved from a single form around 4 billion years ago. Why is this important? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is about to verbally abuse that word over and over. He's going to conflate the
two, of course.
Yes.
Building his straw man.
But there really is only one cure for creationism, unfortunately. Education.
Education. No. Yeah.
Okay,
you're
fine.
Right. You're right. Education.
That too, and the girl deck.
Which, of course, was disproved by Pasteur, which we're going to get into in a little bit. But this is required to have unguided evolution, to have Darwinian evolution. So they have a big problem from the get-go.
No, we don't.
And look, and X music is taking... Look, okay, first of all, I'm going to allow that because we always allow fashion advice on this podcast. And what I really do love is just the contrast. Look, I dress sometimes schlubby when I go live. I understand. Sometimes I'm looking my best. But, it's just funny, the contrast.
Oh.
Because he looks like the guy at the end of the bar right now. It's like, this is not the guy who you expect with a lab coat. Tirelessly trying to figure out the origins of life. Yeah, that's right. Ken Ho. Well, he taught science for like 15 years at Jesus University for children.
At a federal correctional complex.
Almost as crazy.
That's
crazy as atheist Lawrence Krauss's idea, which a lot of atheists have now backed, that nothing.
No.
First he's going to abuse. He's going to do a Keen, isn't he? He's going to do a Brett Keen. Yeah. Here we go.
Well, sending love, Brett. But anyone who takes pot shots at something from nothing. I mean, something from nothing. That book was coined because so many creationists said atheists think that we believe in something from nothing, and so he wanted to say,
"Fine."
I know he said, "F it." You know what? From a physics standpoint, how far down can we go? How low can we go? And so he said how far into a version of a physics version of, I think it is quantum fields that we can go into. And then, of course, someone's going to say, the guy wants to take you fishing and show you his tackle. Also knows the hints to the secrets of the universe. And I mean, once again, we're kind of stereotyping him. It could be that the guy, I'm sure a scientist can chill with his fish on Tuesday, but it is just funny And once again, this is the guy at the bar. And it's just these type of fellows and ladies trying to, I don't know, go up to Dr. Dan and tell him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Dr. Josh doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, yeah.
Nothing can create everything.
No.
So you can see how irrational.
We only hear that from theists. Atheists don't say that.
Atheism can be. It's not just that atheism cannot give you the foundation for the laws of logic and reason.
Atheist doesn't propose anything for the first of all, laws of logic or philosophy. They're a tautology, and they are basically the things that we say to ourselves when we're not in a straitjacket, which are just like, the ball is a ball. The mouse is a mouse. The pen is a pen. All right, we get it. Thank you. But the scientists are trying to actually do things. Yes, if you want to do things in the future, though, you need science.
In the extension application thereof, which is true, and that's devastating, but it also ends up being very irrational in what it proposes. Atheism is a bad idea. It's a real bad idea, and a really bad idea is also...
Once again, the topic is, why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? And if you listened, he is both tied evolution and atheism. And that is why. That is why we're talking about abiogenesis, because they focus on it and they tie all of them together.
Life coming from non-life. It's generally believed that life cannot come from non-life, except for in the ancient peoples, especially the Greeks and the Romans, they thought it could be. And until the Middle Ages, a lot of scholars thought it could happen. And then, of course, Pasteur disproved it. But the ancient Greeks believed that frogs and...
He disproved spontaneous generation.
Come from just
what he disproved.
And without understanding the complexity of DNA, without understanding the life
Don't
of
need to understand it. Don't need to understand it.
You kind of see where they might come from. They look at some raw meat and it goes rotten, and all of a sudden there's some...
Once again, he's talking about spontaneous generation. He's just prefacing it as if this is what evolution is,
or even abiogenesis,
or abiogenesis. Because once again, that is what they really It starts with abiogenesis so they can talk about evolution,
basically.
But yes,
eggs there, and then the eggs turn into flies, and so you can see, it just happened. They don't know what was happening before that because they did not have it contained. And so,
go figure. These people with Bibles in their hand, why would they come to such crazy conclusions?
It's not possible. It doesn't. If it was true, it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. You'd have to try.
Right.
No
exactly.
There
you go.
Exactly. We often point out that you can believe in evolution as a theist.
Even abiogenesis, you can believe in that.
Even abiogenesis.
You could say God did it, which is a baseless assertion, but if you want to believe it, I can't stop you.
Mm-hmm. Sending love out there on YouTube's also sending love out there. I see on the Twitchosphere. So if you're also on YouTube or Twitch, keep on tagging James W. or myself at Amy Newman.
To assert non-directed evolution to make that point, but you can't with just Darwinian evolution. But the point is, Darwinian evolution cannot be true. It's not possible.
It is.
Louis Pasteur proved that spontaneous generation of life did not happen.
And if you're saying to yourself, wait a minute, I thought evolution is a theory. Well, it is. Like gravity, like germs, like
laws of motion.
These theories are frameworks of facts.
Relativity.
That is what a theory is.
The agnostic Huxley said this: if it were given to me...
Yes, why is his gavel in the background? Specifically because they want to attack church and state. It's like an opposite one of our Senator Cato's.
To look beyond the abyss of geological recorded time to the still more remote period when the Earth was passing through physical and chemical conditions, which it can no more see again than a man can recall his infancy. I should expect to be a witness of evolution of living protoplasm from non-living matter. See,
isn't it amazing, though, that we can still deduce that we can even know anything about the primordial Earth billions of years in the future? How amazing is that? Billions of years before the first human ever walked. It is pretty
cool.
And we can use geology, and we can use the information available to us, and we can get pretty damn close to what conditions were like at the time. Can we get it exactly? No, but we can get damn close.
Well, the funny thing is they always ask things like, "Were you there?" Which is an impossible question. I mean, that's kind of the point. No, we're here, pretty sure, and yet. Who was it on one of the ACA shows recently? This perfectly succinct, which was when you go to a crime scene, were you there? No. But you have to figure it out. You have to use science. You have to use blood spatters. You have to collect evidence. Yeah. Figure out and build a picture.
Well, like what their thing is like, then you can say, "Oh, well, were you there when Jesus rose from the dead?" And they'll say, "No, but at least I admit that I believe that on faith. You don't admit that what you believe is on faith."
Oh, another spoiler alert. He tries to use the whole faith versus blind faith thing.
It is blind faith because it's not falsifiable.
Well, and once again, and it falls over my thing of political correctness. That's why, once again, just use faith. Say it to us straight, because there is only faith, and faith is believing things without evidence.
I call it blind faith because it's not falsifiable, because they're not even willing to be shown that anything is.
Well, what is faith?
It's accepting something without sufficient evidence.
Yeah. I mean, that's one and the same to me.
I call faith an arbitrary choice to believe something that you don't have evidence that would normally allow you to believe in it, but you just choose to believe it anyway. But yeah, it's basically different, basically the same.
It is. It's not just faith-based, but it's blind faith. They base it on blind faith. Genesis clearly says that God created all living things.
He's trying to separate his faith
God. And
versus blind faith.
That makes sense even before.
And Genesis was wrong when it said that.
And all the information content within DNA. That just makes it even more devastating. But
no, it doesn't.
Today, many scientists proclaim that life arose from non-life in the past from this primordial soup. Of course, with their intelligence, with trying to figure out all the chemicals that are needed, the minerals, the amino acids, and putting all those all together and then throwing some.
True, he had a fantastic bust in the background.
Lightning bolts or electricity in there, they still cannot create life, even as they are themselves trying to design it.
We can create the building blocks
of life. Even with intelligent design of human beings, at this point, they have not been able to create life. Now, if somehow they could at some point, using all the materials God has already supplied.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to do a heads I win, tails you lose.
Yeah.
Which is like,
the Ken Hovind line.
Then why are you even talking about it?
The Earth, and they use their intelligence to create life. That's just demonstrating that life demands intelligence to create it. And now
this guy's been listening to Ken Hovind videos, I can tell.
But they're so far away from that. It looks impossible that they can even do that in the lab with intelligence, with design cells. Currently, though, many scientists.
So then why are you talking about it? What is the point? They can't even do it, but if they do, it's God. Okay. Sure, buddy. What is up, Aaron? Everybody loves Bus. Hey.
Well, it looks like I can't tell. Is that Robert E. Lee? Is that Smokey Saint in the background? I can't tell.
I don't know. Oh, my. It could be Aristotle, but if it is a Robert E. Lee, then maybe. Screw that. I just have no love for. I mean, not exactly the bravest position of me to take, but I have no love for the
Right.
Confederacy. I have no love for Confederate defenders or reinterpreters. Maybe it's just my Union pride, but I'm
Maybe.
maybe.
Spontaneous generation, except in the case that started all life. It's amazing. So they accept
It's
Pastor's
amazing.
proof, except with the start of life, the most important thing they begin. So it's amazing. Pasteur, of course, proved it by sealing flasks and such, and demonstrating that it would take microorganisms to bring forth life and so forth, things that people couldn't see before that. And so he discovered that the fermentation process was not spontaneous generation. It wasn't life coming from non-life, but it was something that if you sealed off, the other
which is not abiogenesis.
Bacteria that would make the fermentation could not get
Not
in,
even close.
and so you would not have life. So Pasteur utilized the microscope to observe the microorganisms that produce the fermentation, and he demonstrated that they're airborne.
And we'll send love to everyone as they greet us, come in and out if they have permission. But we'll also keep on showing your comments on screen. Send it in at James W. or myself, Amy Newman.
Prove spontaneous generation was done.
Look at this.
Until, of course,
I'm telling you,
Charles
he's
Darwin
abusing that word.
Said, "Oh no,
back and
we
forth.
need spontaneous generation to start this whole process."
No, we don't.
So we got to take that by blind faith. And you know what? It's even worse than blind faith. It's faith that goes against all the evidence. It's, as Dawkins would say, in the teeth of evidence.
As Joe Biden would say, "Come on, man."
Now he's trying to use Dawkins against evolution. I love that.
And spontaneous generation never ever occurs except the one time. It cannot be observed. They cannot get spontaneous generation.
That's not what abiogenesis is.
Occur anywhere in the world over all these hundreds of years. But you know what? It did happen the first time. That takes blind faith. But we know the law of biogenesis,
because the conditions were a lot different back then.
Other living cells is an established law. We must,
and it's true, Aaron. He is double fisting microphones.
Life could just pop up here or pop up there
make
and
sure
ruin all of our
you're
scientific
ready.
experiments. But they already presuppose that. They already assume the law of biogenesis, that life begets life, as the Bible says. The building blocks of protein come from left-handed or right-handed forms. Living things can only use left-handed ones. If a protein is being assembled by a cell, we're to even use one right-handed building block to destroy the function of the end product. So
it sounds like one of Taylor's arguments from MDD.
The process of trying to get that first cell. It
goes
over and over.
Genetics and stuff. And I will say, this is a spoiler alert. Once he starts talking about diet and weight loss, we are going to like 1.25. I'll keep it so that we can enjoy as our counter apologist self. But I'm not here to sell Weight Watcher bars.
After that, then I was going to say, me and Big Screen Bird, we can do our weight loss program. We can talk about our nutrition program.
And then we'll open up for the open mic so everyone can talk about what they feel about the topic. He enjoys skiing, obviously. That's right. He takes his mics and he's just like
saying, okay, I have blind faith that somehow it's just going to come together by
audio.
chance. DNA.
I'm sorry. We have to play that back because if you were playing Creationist Bingo, blind faith, that is take another shot, but another word on if you're playing Creationist Bingo.
That somehow that's just going to come together by chance.
Yeah,
DNA and RNA also use pure right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
If men designed a way in which the right materials could create life, again, it would not.
What is up, Uncle Beck? Sending so much love. We now have the other duo of the two gentlemen, who I imagine now just in suits, but Student Dr. Ben from earlier and Uncle Beck, you should be checking them out. You should be checking out basically anything ACA, Tang Gang, or just non-believer oriented content out there. Mwah, 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 mwah. Woo-hoo. And we are, well, I could have, and James was like, sure, girl, you do you. I could have named it Life from Non-Life, the Impossibility of Abiogenesis, and blah, blah. We actually found the opposing view afterwards because I wanted to rant, and it was close enough to the subject matter that we could get ready for that fun Ken Hovind debate that you should be checking out at Standing for Truth's channel tomorrow as James W. steps into the ring versus Aunt Movin. But why do creationists focus on abiogenesis?
They can't help it.
And the reason is they want to talk about evolution and atheism for whatever reason. And they can't. So they talk about abiogenesis to it's like allowing them to slip in the bar, so to speak, so they could talk about the other subjects.
Spontaneous generation could occur because they're just using their intelligence to manipulate and
There you
design
go, ladies and
what
gentlemen.
God has already provided.
I would say take a shot for every time he says spontaneous generation, but
design.
I don't know. I don't know if anyone has healthcare good enough for that.
Definitely not in the United States.
To produce life, but even at this point,
And
they're
sending
still
love to our
far
chat.
Way off from doing that, if they can ever do it. So DNA cannot do its work, including forming more DNA,
Bye, Mark.
which you need
Sending
for the life to
love.
go
Have a
on.
good night, Mark.
Without the help of enzymes. Enzymes are a type of protein. Amino acids chained together for a particular function. In short,
And it kills me because every time he says something factual, I swear it's like this is what to a creationist goes, oh man, this guy at the end of the
He knows
bar,
what he's talking about.
he knows what he's talking about. But no, what he's doing
Posting memes to 4chan.
is he's explaining spontaneous generation, which is true, so that he can attack potshots
He's
and
conflating it
abiogenesis,
with the
which is
biogenesis.
also true. Yes.
Fill in that straw,
Or-
man.
or how should I
fistful
say
of
this?
Straw at a time.
He's explaining why spontaneous generation is no longer accepted, which is true. Let me put as many asterisks on there as I can.
proteins cannot come without DNA, but DNA cannot
Well,
come without
proteins
these
didn't-
proteins.
They don't have
You
permission.
need the proteins to get the
That's
DNA.
right.
You need DNA to get the
Spontaneous
proteins for the
combustion.
DNA. So it's that
All
chicken
over.
and egg problem again. And you see
From
this
his two
over and
mics.
over with this idea of abiogenesis. In other words, the rejection
Gay,
of
but okay.
biogenesis.
Oh
So
my.
it's another way of
That's
saying
me.
spontaneous generation.
Gay
So
biogenesis.
we're taught as in kids in public schools that evolution is true. Look at monkeys, look at apes. There are
Actually,
sisters,
surprisingly, like
relatives.
as Atheist Junior said, I said
Matt.
too, the evolution was not taught very much in my public school. They barely touched on
Can
it.
I tell
and
you?
that's-
It's only like a few chapters. Now they go into it, it's depending, but what I've heard from a lot of biology teachers is they always are kind of nervous
They get pushed
because they're
back.
worried of creationist students standing up and pulling like a movie type of moment that they think in their heads when the
I
teacher
can
is
imagine.
like,
Then they get the parents come in. Why are
dude,
you teaching my
I don't
kids?
get paid enough for this. Please get more
Why are you
public
teaching
school
my
funding."
kids they're monkeys? And because, well, they're not monkeys, sir. They're apes. But yes.
Yes, we are all apes. But sending so much love out there. And yeah,
That is other mammals, and beyond that are frogs
nothing
and
but-
fishes
so
and then,
let's
bacteria and so
do
forth.
it like
They
we
see
do
all
on the
this
Discovery
started.
Channel.
And there's questions that arise when you think about that. If you think, okay,
Clean it up with the mop and bucket,
beings,
like
they
the lost
say,
catacombs of
it's at the
Egypt.
apex. Human
Only
beings are at the apex
Cthulhu knows where we
of
suck it.
evolutionary process.
Only
But
Cthulhu.
why is that the case? I mean, why would something want to or have to or would evolve from a cockroach? Cockroaches.
Oh, gee, and I hate this example.
Want to, as if organisms want to evolve. It's not a want. It's how the DNA mutates and the environment selects. has nothing to do with wanting.
Exactly. As if it's like a goal. And like the cockroach.
And let me tell you something. If you want to give God credit for making cockroaches so damn indestructible, then you're an asshole because Amy, they are amazing, but God damn it, they are like...
Well, as if he's trying to make the cockroach wants to get us, which is up here. But yes, they are amazing.
We're on completely separate branches of the evolutionary tree. And as Mark
let's
pointed
talk
out in his
about
debate, things don't jump branches. They'll
Exactly.
never want to be us. They'll always be insects. 1 billion years from now, whatever their descendants are, probably still be indestructible, but they will still be insects.
Well, let's talk about, first of all, we are 4.5 billion years evolved, and a cockroach is 4.5 billion years evolved. We are the exact same age. If you and a cockroach were born at the same time, you are exactly the same amount evolved as the cockroach. Now, in weird ways, he almost tries to compliment them and insult them. I see Muslims do this when they try to insult Muhammad to get a miracle. He was so illiterate. How could he get a book written? Besides the scholars he paid behind him. But sure.
Are very, very resilient organisms. Very.
But cockroaches, if they also
they're not
live...
4.5 billion years old. I don't know how old they are, but whenever they came onto the scene.
No. Not that a cockroach is 4.5 billion years old, is that they are part of the chain of
their ancestry goes
of evolution that has been going 4.5 billion years.
Or 3 billion.
Not like,
3.2,
and sending love,
long.
Sinister. I'm sending love, but not because I know that we are 100,000 years old as humans. Primates are 55 million years, and then
as we will talk about
dinosaurs died out 65 million years after surviving for hundreds of millions of years. I just yes, and I mean multicellular organisms I think they're 2 billion. I think they're somewhere in the half range.
I mean, there's
which
only
is part
been
of the reason.
Land animals for 800 million years if you think about it.
Yeah, well, and flowering plants have not even been on the scene very long. And like I was trying to tell to our creationist friend yesterday, all plants come from algae. It is a form of algae. All terrestrial plants come from sea algae. Fun stuff.
Very stout. Why would they ever need to evolve into something else? I was trying to say that they can survive.
They don't. Sound like you were about to say something, James. Oh.
A nuclear war. So the cockroach is a tremendous proof against evolutionary process.
No.
In other words, as you go up the evolutionary chain, you see larger and larger mammals. And all those large mammals, almost all of them are on the endangered species list. So all these.
Oh, and I love this. He takes pot shots at the fact that so many animals that need land are dying. I wonder. Why are so many species being put on the endangered species list? What a goddamn conundrum.
Well, what you were saying before, and they do this though, something well, look at the alligator. That's been basically the same for millions of years. Why isn't it evolving into something else? What they don't understand is when your environment is static and you have an organism that's highly evolved, highly adapted to meet that environment, you're not going to see large change because most change would be deleterious. So your environment is going to keep that organism static.
And I'm sorry, but if you don't see why the crocodile and the shark model works, I don't know. Go up
predators
against either of them. Like,
Right.
it's not hard to figure out why either of those organisms have survived for millions of years.
And why large-scale changes would almost certainly make them less able to survive. They don't need to evolve. Now, if the environment radically changed, they might start to change because they would need to fit their environment, or they would go extinct if they couldn't. That's how it works. Evolution doesn't care. If you can't evolve in time, you will go extinct. And that is the history of life that we see on Earth. Billions of extinct species.
The environment will naturally select you.
Alligators work, bitches. There you go. So no, it's not evidence that they're the same for millions of years. It's exactly what you would expect from natural selection.
It makes no sense if there's a mechanism linked to something like survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
These animals that are mammals, these large.
Also, do you notice what we are talking about? What are we talking about right now?
Survival of the fittest, natural selection, evolution.
We're talking about evolution. What is the subject?
Yeah.
Life from non-life, the impossibility of abiogenesis. Why, ladies and gentlemen, do creationists talk about abiogenesis right here? It's like
And
the
why are
club
we
membership.
we're getting bad creationist talking points about evolution, straw man's, conflations, bad arguments. We haven't got one decent argument yet.
Yep, poor God. We've got an attack from evolution. That is the answer, ladies and gentlemen. They want to talk about evolution.
Large body mass mammals do not survive that well. They're
Large
almost
body
all
mass
off the
mammals.
planet.
No. There is no evidence for that. There is literally one major factor for why they are dying. And it's like, I don't want to go super hippie on you. I want you can go eat your steak. But don't kid yourself either. I mean, come on. Why are all these animals endangered? Because we've been shooting them in the head. And unless they're chicken, do you know which animals survive the best? The ones that we eat and mass produce. But if the only thing you do, if they're just an apex predator and we don't eat them, then all
Or
that
on a large
happens,
scale.
yeah, then we just shoot them in the head and there's no replacement factor. So why are there not going to be any lions one day? I don't know. Assholes. It has nothing to do with evolution not working. Jesus.
Well, I mean, like, and people say, like in North America, the rattlesnake is evolving to lose its rattle because assholes will be walking and they'll hear a rattlesnake rattling 6-8 feet away, and they'll go up and shoot it. It's not a threat to you. It's not going to come out and attack you. It's just letting you know, hey, I'm here. Please don't step on me or I will bite you. But so because of that, the rattle is actually becoming a negative factor in its survival. So they are finding more and more rattlesnakes that do not have a rattle.
But why? Once again, it always comes back. Why?
Yeah. Humans. Yeah. So one day when you step on a rattlesnake and it fucking tags you and you didn't hear a rattle or nothing, you look down, you see no rattle there. That's evolution. And we did that. We did that by people being overly aggressive and killing them just because
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't spontaneous generation.
Yeah.
If humans didn't protect them, they would be gone. Whales, right?
Yeah.
Tigers, lions, all these things are endangered.
And I love how he just lists apex predators.
Whales
He's like,
are
where are they going? I don't know. It's such a
I don't think the whales are endangered.
Now, I'm not sure.
There was when there was large scale whaling.
There are versions of sending love to our own sinister porpoise. I'm not sure how dolphins may, but I'd have to look.
Apes, most of the ape family, monkeys can be endangered because they're mammals. But cockroaches, even with Reid, are not an endangered species. even going beyond that, past that, and back to the original bacteria, bacteria is also very, very stout. You get antibiotics and you create them, and then all of a sudden the bacteria, because of within the information within the cell of the bacteria, they can survive, and they keep surviving and surviving and surviving. It's hard to kill and wipe out bacteria.
Some
Why would
forms are
bacteria? Why would
endangered.
these simple cells even
Just
evolve?
wanted to get my
Why
ass
would they
tripped.
evolve? It makes no sense for those simple cells to eventually become a tiger and a
So, it's a great point. And what I would point out is it doesn't seem like nature is too quick to go to multicellular life. The fact that it
Takes a while.
billions of years for billions for 2 to 2.5 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 years with no multicellular life. That's a lot. That's a lot of time of just a micro world. It was still teeming with life. Shit was going on, and natural selection was all over the place. It was just things weren't massive. You didn't have this, what I call the mitochondrial revolution, because this bonding between two sets of DNA, our own DNA and mitochondria, and in a third case for photosynthetic cells, because that's a third set of DNA, it allowed for big fruiting bodies. Woo-hoo.
tiger is very easy to wipe out, or to become a
Yeah, with
whale,
a
which is
gun.
easy.
Go against it without the gun. I'm not saying pro or anti-gun. I'm just saying don't be stupid. Are you like? Why do you think do you think the tiger's randomly
It's a very good
disappearing?
design, and you say design tongue in cheek, but evolution has crafted the tiger to be
model.
very, very fit and able to survive in its environment. Going up against it in its environment, nothing does. Nothing preys on the tiger. It is the king, the boss.
I mean, he's listing apex predators and being like, "Why are they go? Is it like Game of Thrones? They just they just poofed out of existence, and
humans.
No tiger, no." And
humans are the ultimate apex predator, but that's because of our abilities to work together and the tools that we're.
I was going to say, only in 2 cases. There's only 2 cases in which we are an apex predator, and that's together and with our tools. If we have tools or are in a pack, we can overcome an apex predator by themselves. Because, I don't know, if you're in a pack versus a pack of tigers, you may not even win. Once again, I would not overestimate. I mean, it depends on the weapon. You have a bunch of knives versus the tigers? Who knows?
To wipe out, or a great ape, which is easy to wipe out. It makes no sense whatsoever. But
what you're saying
is a theory
does not make
that
sense.
Living things can be produced only by other living things. So you cannot get life from non-life. You want to see more on that, you can get my book, Fake Atheism. It's on Amazon as well as.
Oh, I did not remember that part from before.
Fake atheism.
Fake atheism. We may have to look at that book. That has got to have lots of
that too
interesting stuff in that.
My book, God Does Exist, on Amazon by Mike Robinson. So the earth is filled right now with lots of non-matter.
Chocolate?
Or, I mean, lots of non-life, right? That's
Wow.
made of just matter, rocks and dirt and such. Nobody's ever observed any of that becoming living. You just don't observe it.
Yeah.
With control mechanisms in place, you don't see non-life producing life. You don't see it anywhere. Even though there's billions of humans walking around the earth, there's been millions and millions of humans walking the earth.
He's like, I don't understand on a microbial level why I do not see life
and this
spontaneously generating happening
this has been
all the time.
To them before. And of course, the answer is because long before the complex reactions would be needed to cause life, that substance would become food for one of the trillions and trillions of bacteria and microorganisms that we have on the earth. It would be a valuable food source long before it became life. So you've got to go back to a time where the earth was not covered in microorganisms for anything like this to happen, where you could have these complex chemical reactions go on without the thing being slurped up by a hungry bacteria or amoeba, as Ken Hovind would say.
An amoeba. Oh, and he triggers me every time with the amoeba thing.
You think you came from an amoeba?
So silly. The fact is, there are amoebas. Excuse me, sponsored by Sugarware. In all works of life, there are amoebas in plants, animals, fungus, and single-celled organism.
Do you think you came from an amoeba?
We are related to an amoeba. We are indeed.
To an amoeba? Wow. Let me write this down.
Wow.
You are related to an amoeba. But if I said to you, God said poof and poofed amoebas, you would say, well, that doesn't make sense. But you want to tell me the pine trees and the amoebas are related?
The poof model doesn't work. Are you kidding me?
And observing these things for centuries, and no one's ever seen life pop into existence from non-life. It doesn't happen, even though Earth is filled with non-living matter. So we also see Earth with
also
a lot
filled
of
with living matter.
And none of this living matter can ever be traced back to non-living matter. It's always traced back to living matter. Oh, hello, Christina. How's you guys doing? How's Jim?
I'm good.
Good to see you guys tonight. Hope the weather in California is doing well.
It's
We're
great.
out here in Granbury, Texas, and all things are going really well here.
We're sure
Good to
they are.
see you guys, Jill, everybody. But life coming from
Jill, Jesus is Lord, I wonder.
I mean, logically, it makes no sense. Just with
Jill is another closet case. Sending love out there, Jill. Come defend yourself. But
plausibly, probably.
But no, just like anyone who ever has like that much of an aversion, and I think he has been slowly talking to women. He's been dipping his feet in, maybe to a mistress.
Oh, he can talk to women.
But like, I swear, anyone that has that type of like, when you focus on genitals that much, it's just come out of the closet. We're okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. Beamsy says, I wonder how he would react to a Valinola. I'm saying that so terribly wrong. Ventitrichosa, as it is a unicellular organism.
He would probably put it between his two microphones.
And I was talking we were looking, James W. and myself, at a amoeba that they work in as a social organism. They both have traits of a single cell and a multi-cell organism, and they show signs of colonial intelligence. If it helps, it's called a bubble algae. See grape or sailor's eyeballs. Yar. That's true, Doorknob Head. Between two microphones. He's ready for it.
15 chests on a dead man's rum. Yo ho ho. And a bottle of the chest.
Common sense, it makes no sense. There's no evidence there. There's no proof there. All the evidence and proof goes against it. All common sense and all.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yet atheists want us to take it by blind faith that life arose from non-life.
Life
did arise that straw man
non-life.
I think I got this straw man packed tight enough, but maybe Titan can help him get that straw man just a little bit tighter packed.
Yo ho and a bottle of rum. This all sounds really dumb.
Robert Jastrow, atheist, said, either life was created on Earth by the
I always
will
love
of
when they try and quote atheist. I'm sorry, just I can't help myself.
Yeah.
Robert Jastrow, atheist, said, either life was created on Earth by the will of a being outside the grasp of scientific understanding, or it evolved on the planet spontaneously through chemical reactions occurring in non-living matter lying on the surface of the planets. I'd rather go with Genesis 2:7.
Once again, that is a misusing of the term spontaneous in the way that he's trying to say. That's not spontaneous generation. Once again, this is what I mean about two-word combinations.
It's matter obeying the laws of physics, chemical reactions, chemistry. It's not spontaneous. It's not random. It's what we see around us all the time.
And I love X music. I always ask, are they multicellular, or is God made of cells? Is he multicellular, single cellular? Because if she or they isn't, I don't understand why they exist. Our consciousness exists for really the purpose of gathering energy, food, some water, and optionally to mate. And so if it's not feeding cells, what the F is it doing? I don't know. I don't know why it exists besides a plot device.
That's the best explanation.
Titan says he thinks life came from non-life too. That's my entire point. That is what I was trying to get Bubble to admit last night, our creationist friend. We just say we don't know how it happened. He says it was definitely 100% money back guarantee, a supernatural being using magic, and
had to have
just take our word for it. Exactly. Beamsy says, can you please use the proper definition, as it is a being natural process by which life has religions from simple organic compounds. It's not just life from non-life. Yes, and it's self-replicating.
It's more complicated than that.
Molecules, and yes, it is how something more like an RNA type of ancestor started to form, and eventually we got into DNA.
Polymers.
And yet, it all seems to be natural. That would be just the thesis here, is there's no non-natural explanations being put forward.
No supernatural, no magical.
Poof.
It says, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground and breathed life into his nostrils. That's what
that sounds like a fairy tale.
The encyclopedia.
I'm sorry. That's what you are putting forward?
And breathed
That's his hypothesis.
Nostrils. That's what the Bible
Go back,
says.
Oh, there you go.
Encyclopedia Britannica says that this so-called spontaneous generation, or abiogenesis, is a process by which living organisms are thought to develop from non-living matter, and the basis of a theory on the origin of life on Earth. Of course, there's no proof, no evidence for it. They take it by blind faith. That one day lightning just hit the pool of proteins in just the right way, and it created.
That's one possible hypothesis.
Also reproduce. So it's not just that you have to create the life, which is impossible, which we've already showed, but that life that you create also has to reproduce itself. So what's ever created has to also have the ability to recreate itself, and to go on and on and on. So it has to. It just takes too much blind faith for me to handle this life coming from non-life.
You can't handle it, Dan.
It troubled me because I just.
Oh, and I love that too. Oh, I was so troubled by evolution before I became Christian.
Or they say, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Yeah.
How much faith do you need to be an atheist? None.
Everything living on.
And I always tell them, just keep on using faith as an insult. Sounds good to me.
Exactly.
Planet and everything that's ever been seen living came from other living entities. How could life come from non-life? It makes no sense. And of course, when I was in school, I learned that Pasteur proved that spontaneous generation did not occur.
Which is not abiogenesis.
This is
not
the same thing.
Right.
Who really, really believes in evolution. Unguided Darwinian.
Look at this. Like I'm telling you, is this not my thesis? Is this not? And I think James was saying the exact same thing. Like from one sense to the other. Abiogenesis to evolution.
And conflating it with spontaneous generation, which is neither of the two.
Oof.
Evolution. I would encourage you to really, really press them to give
No,
you an
he
answer.
wouldn't.
Well, enough, they'll
He
change
would
the
not
subject.
encourage.
Or maybe they'll give you
You
a
should
little
press
us.
me.
change the subject. They'll want to get off this really fast. Just keep pressing it.
In fact,
Pressing it.
whatever his name is,
Think about
Robinson,
this.
whatever,
How
Matt
will
Robinson, come on here,
let them
press us, Matt.
Exactly. Pin me down. Press me.
Give it to
try
her.
to give you an answer, and then pick it apart and press it again and press it again. This is one of the most powerful ways they can
Oh,
get
so
to the
powerful.
starting gate with this. So the research has proved that spontaneous generation does not occur.
I agree.
Abiogenesis is impossible.
No,
Here's what
it's not.
George Wald of Harvard said. He's not a Christian. He's not a theist. As for spontaneous generation, it continues.
So we
to
should
find
just believe
acceptance in
James. It doesn't even matter what he says. Look,
He's not. He's a non-believer.
this is John Bob, and he is not a Christian. And you should kill everybody. The earth is flat. Vaccines suck. And we're all going to die tomorrow. Well, it was an atheist, so I guess we should all believe that.
And and he has a new cryptocurrency he wants us all to invest in. Yeah.
He also, I believe, fights Superman with Krypton.
In his Mormon underwear?
Kryptonite. There you go. Yes.
In his magical Mormon
was finally disposed of by the work of Pasteur. Then he added, one has only to contemplate the magnitude of the task to concede that spontaneous generation of a living organism is impossible. Yet,
yeah,
we
know.
As a result, I believe, of spontaneous generation.
That's right.
Obviously a tongue-in-cheek statement, obviously.
Just keep pressing it. That's the spot.
So they'll take things atheists say
poofed
tongue-in-cheek
everywhere.
And they'll take that literally. And obviously he didn't mean we're literally here from spontaneous generation. Obviously it was tongue-in-cheek.
When are we doing debates? Well, we are collecting different opponents right now for both sides. So as we collect more, it will become easier for us to do debates because we'll do variants of those topics. The ones I have up right now are very popular. But if you have a topic that you would like to add, anyone out there, please feel free to add it at the end, and just whether you are on the positive or the negative. The Sinister Porpoise says, as a former Mormon, I feel the need to point out that the magical, protective powers of the magic underwear only apply to the underwear themselves. It does not transfer to the wearer. Okay. So what you're saying is that the underwear itself is enchanted with like a +4 of protection. Okay, I'm starting to get
makes sense.
So he says, spontaneous
To
generation
itself.
is impossible, but I choose to believe it anyways.
Obviously tongue-in-cheek.
I'm trying to say, well, you Christians are kind of silly with believing in the Bible. Well, the Bible has massive evidence and proof for it.
Massive evidence.
Revealing the God that we need for the foundation for reason and rationality to look at anything, to use our analytical skills.
Like what?
To examine anything. God must exist as the ground for that rationality, for that reason.
No necessary being needed.
So
no necessario.
It's false on so many levels. It's just silly. It's flat out silly. Another atheist said this, John Keeson, a biology professor at Rutgers. He said, even conceptually.
And I like this. He doesn't lead by saying another scientist, another biologist. He leads with another atheist, which I mean is cool, but that's not a credential. Even if the person he's about to read is heavily credentialed. An atheist is just someone who does not believe in a God. Brian Stevens, Sending Love, says, holy crap, he's Darth Dawkins. He just made his argument.
What if he starts with a voice changer?
No, this is. I mean, Brian is right. This is Darth's whole stick. You cannot have logic without Christianity specifically, which is like, what? What? And my joke is always, okay, get me into your car, to a McDonald's, a burger, and back using just Christianity. I can using secular. I say secular, just using logic. Using logic, I can get you there. I don't need Christianity. There's no guy dying on a cross needed for any of that. Like, if I want to know how much a burger costs, they don't go, let's look at the Bible.
It's difficult to see how a system satisfying the minimum criteria for a living thing can arise by chance.
Double bingo. We got chance. And once again, if you're playing, nothing is also on there. And I guess we need to add spontaneous generation, but I guess we'd all win bingo if that was on there.
So he makes that point. It's impossible to see it. Now, Hoyle said this: precious little in the way of biochemical evolution could have happened on Earth. It's easy to show that the 2,000 or so enzymes that span the whole of life could not have evolved on Earth. If one counts a number of trial assemblies of amino acids that are needed to give rise.
Reservoir Guar says 8 poof nuggets and fries and Coke, please. Sounds fantastic. It's on the menu.
To the enzymes, the probability of their discovery by random shufflings turns out to be less than 1 to 40,000 chance. That's
what?
Impossible. Yet the atheists want you and I to take it by blind faith as they try to attack our faith, as they try to attack God, as they try to attack the only foundation and font for reason, the only foundation and font to give an account for the tools we utilize in science. In other words, without God, you cannot have science. And yet they attack.
There you go. There's
Went
that.
full Dawkins, full Darth.
You know why they? One of the reasons why the Darth, the actual Darth Vader, why Darth Vader is so popular. One of the reasons is because his stiletto is so easy to draw. It makes for a great background, makes for a great tattoo. It makes for a great. It's just easy, easily identifiable. One of the most easily identifiable icons, in fact, on Earth. And I'm going to take a sugar
overall
slurp
just
there.
a badass character. Darth Vader.
Indeed.
Very scary. I found him very scary when I was young. When I first,
Really?
came across Star Wars. Yeah, scary dude.
See, I was raised in a weird time period where the originals were very popular and already been out and were cultural icons, but there was a time period where there was nothing, where that was just history and there were no prequel. And so I was just
Those were the golden age. Then they had the special edition came out.
And then I remember the prequels and getting raised. But there was this weird period where, like, there's people who are raised on the prequels. There were people who were raised on Star Wars. And I'm, like, in between, where the Star Wars was a cultural time. And yet I do remember the hate coming as the prequels came. Because I know a lot of the younger generation who actually saw the prequels loved it. And so I'm kind of in between.
I can imagine liking the prequels.
Hey,
if they came out first, I don't think Star Wars would be
I
much of anything.
completely just think that Jar Jar Binks just should have been a Sith Lord, and that would have healed it all. Would have healed everything. Darth Jar Jar, hashtag.
That, attack that, and believe these crazy fables and fairy tales. It's really, really sad. Hello,
Oh, I love that. They're
all
using
we
fables and fairy tales, mostly because this guy believes
The irony,
in a talking
right?
snake.
Hello, Jody. So good to see you, Melissa. So
I know.
Joe
He was
Corrigan
a little
of
emo.
Scientific America. He
Little
said
emo.
this: the facts turned the origin of life into the classic chicken.
And his falling for the dark side was a little silly, a little bit silly. But you know, you gotta move the story. Oh, I was talking about Anakin.
Oh, I thought you meant Jar Jar.
Puzzle.
Jar Jar. Well, that would be funny. I'm telling you, the Darth Jar Jar, all for it.
Which came first, proteins or the DNA? That's quite a problem. How likely is it that DNA and its necessary proteins happen to evolve at exactly the same time in the same place and then survived? The chance are that it's
100%. 100%.
Technical terms defines abiogenesis as the obsolete concept that plant and animal life arise from non-living organic matter. You can see that these folks, I really feel sorry for them.
Also, 1 out of 1.
Sucked in and pulled into these odd ideas, these ideas that make no sense. Like I said earlier, the idea that a lot of the newer atheists,
the projection on that is amazing.
Promulgate is that everything, the whole cosmos, came from nothing. That nothing created.
No one says nothing, and once again, if you're playing creationist bingo, there we go.
Everything, which of course is a logical impossibility. Their only chance is to hope that the universe has been here forever, or multiple universes have been here forever. And of course, all the science says, no, that didn't happen. There's a shred of evidence.
No, it doesn't.
Any of that.
No, it doesn't.
All the evidence points to a beginning of the solar system and the cosmos. So
the solar system,
get caught up into that.
You know that had a beginning.
Klaus Dowse pointed out more than 30 years of experimentation.
Dowse. That's their attempt, ladies and gentlemen, at attacking the PhD physicist, Theophilus. By the way, I signed up for the negative position for does the supernatural exist in the Brave Bra? What is up, Leophilius, a returning champion, and sending love, honored to have you on there. And that's right. Sign up, ladies and gents. Let's get people on there.
Did you ever get to look at T-Rock stuff, Leo, that I sent you? Did you want to see about him? You can. And
sure. Once again, we'll get whatever. I'm just trying to get an easier pipeline to just get okay, we want to do this debate. We can find this person. Let's contact them and make it happen. Once again, not trying to take over any debate channels because we love all of them and support them. However, we do want it to be part of the channel. We love Debate Me Brah, and we love all of our. We actually want to make even more shows. And so, thank you to all of our supporters on there. You guys are enabling us. Mwahaha.
And on the origin of life in the fields of chemical and molecular evolution have led to a better perception of the immensity of the problem or the origin of life on Earth rather than to its solution. So the more and more they get engaged in laboratory to try to produce life in a lab with all the knowledge they have, with all the proteins already assembled there for them to utilize, they still can't do it. He goes on to say, at the present, all discussions on principal theories and experiments in the field either end in stalemate. They end in stalemate. Evolutionist John Maddox said in Nature, it is disappointing that...
Did you hear that? Go back.
He goes on to say, at the present, all discussions on principal theories and experiments in the field either end in stalemate. They end in stalemate. Evolutionist John Maddox said in Nature, the origin of the
evolutionist John Maddox.
I know that sounds funny, but the quote mining is
Richard
real.
Payson. Now, all these guys are atheist evolutionists, and notice what they concede, right? The origin of life is subject of immense complexity, and I have to tell you right up front, we don't know how life began. They don't, because it could not have began from non-life. There has to be a creator, and they know this. The Bible says that they know that God exists, but they suppress.
Oh, well, there you go. The Bible said so. James.
How can I tell about the origin of life when we are so woefully?
I don't know if you know this, but a book Said a
If life
thing.
is just a result of
It's
the
true.
probable succession of chemical steps,
Thank you, Sinister.
any scientific attempt to understand life.
Thank you so very much, Sinister. That's right. $2 says John Maddox is a literal evolutionist. There you go. I know. I can't tell. It would be funny if he is quoting that John Maddox, because he doesn't really show his sources. Let's just say that. And it wouldn't surprise me if they quoted evolution or quoted other creationists, but yet they seem to quote mine biologists. That is what seems to be the number one thing that young Earth creationists like to do.
Origin is doomed to failure, he adds. I must tell you, that's a depressing thought to someone like me who has devoted a decade to understanding the origin of life. Wow. So this is what he's really focused on.
We need
He
Owen
cannot
Wilson
come up
on.
with anything, nothing, just blank. He can't. Why? Because he doesn't look to Genesis. He doesn't look to God. There's your answer.
Oh, if you just looked at that, then there you go. If you just look at Genesis, Amy, there you go. That's the answer.
And I can't help but bringing up the title, which is why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? And it's because of evolution and God. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the Zeno, even though he's really been set it up front for the most part. But that is why they talk about abiogenesis.
For life and knowledge and reason, and then extend that into your science instead of trying to ignore it or trying to reject it or trying to deny it. Paul Davies, another
and thank you again,
non-Christian,
Sinister,
says
for the support.
One of the great outstanding scientific mysteries is the origin of life. How did it happen? The truth is nobody has a clue. Wow.
We have a clue.
Wow.
Oh my. Dawkins said this on the origin of life. Here's one of the nasty.
Richard.
I can't help it. He's quite exactly, but he's quoting Richard Dawkins on why evolution is not real. Maybe he'll lead it into abiogenesis, but once again, this is like quoting Stephen Jay Gould on why evolution is not real. Sure, buddy.
New atheists there are. This guy is just mean-spirited and bigoted. He says, nobody knows how it got started. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life. It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule. Then the interviewer asked,
sounds reasonable.
What? And how did that happen? And Dawkins replied, I've told you, we don't know. And then the interviewer said, so you have no idea how it started?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen,
we don't know.
If you would like to learn what the skeptic's mantra is, I don't know. Really, and specifically, when you don't know a thing.
That's the truthful answer, when you don't know.
Indeed.
Started? Dawkins replied, no, nor has anybody. So even this
nobody knows.
Brutal atheist, this guy that's always on the attack, who hates God. Atheist. Why does he hate God? Because he knows God exists and God is holy and
He doesn't hate God. Though I do have to bring up a quote because you said that. I'll let you play while I bring that up.
And Dawkins isn't. He should go to Christ as Savior and Lord and then get all the shame and guilt he has that makes him so mean-spirited off of his back. But he doesn't do it. Another atheist admitted this. He said, as far as life coming from non-life, at this point, it's necessary to reveal a little inside information about how scientists work. Something the textbooks don't usually tell you. The fact is...
And I know that sometimes Dawkins can actually be a butthead. So, Brian Stevens says you need to become an apologist. Then you can get to have all the answers. Yes. Well,
Amy, the Christian apologist.
That's right. Well, we'll cut it even, and we'll do counter apologetics. Yeah.
We are balls.
But sending so much love, right? Exactly. It feels good because if you guys enable us to do counter apologetics, as we also have some giggles. You having a chuckle, mate? Why, yes, we are. Yes, we are indeed. Sending so much love. But yes, Richard just has a fantastic quote that I'm just going to bring because everyone's like, he's so mean, even though he's really just pointing out why other people or why God is such a butthole. But the God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all of fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infesticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pesticidal, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
That is a
Signed.
pretty damn accurate description of the God of the Bible. I have to say.
Indeed. Signed Richard Dawkins, The God's Illusion. And it is. It's long, but it's actually specific and accurate.
Each point, yeah.
And I feel like can be accurately defended with scripture.
That was infanticidal because he kills babies.
The whole, that whole drowning event.
The flooding, yeah.
What is Cthulhu?
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Exactly. Before everyone else gets drowned. Was that a description of Jesse?
Close. Very close.
Yes, exactly. Who we find, some of us like to get on our knees, and it turns and be.
He's already there.
What is it? Fishers of men, and it turns out he was already there too.
As scientists,
but if you just joined us, actually, we are talking about why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? The answer is evolution and religion. They want to bash atheism and preach their religious views while they talk about evolution.
Are not really as objective and dispassionate in their work as they would like you to think.
I'm not sure if it's I'm lagging or that's just his video quality lagging.
Most scientists first get their ideas about how the world works through logical processes, not hunches.
Yeah, kind of. And once again, we ain't hating. I'm not sure which way is gay at this point. I love pussy and penis. I love it all. If you look fine and you want to dine, let's do it. But don't hate yourself. Holy shit. Because I just find the people who just focus really hard on junk, the people who come in and say, why do you talk about identity politics? When we're like, we were talking about why the earth is 4.5 billion years old, and you're talking about my genitals. But
the gay voice. Why do all gay people have a gay voice?
Makes me want to make a song. But the gay voice. Starting to think this guy's right. He's quoting a lot of people. That's true. I mean, Brian, he is quoting so many people at this point that I feel like if he gets to a certain point, we may have to believe him. Not at all.
Put a miner's hat on.
It's his hypocrisy and deceit that is disgusting. Oh yeah, no. I mean, so the joke is that I will keep on telling people, when you hear absolute nonsense, you can laugh or cry. We hope that we get all of us here in this channel to the former, because these subjects, in fact, I find that good comedy is what, you're really angry. I was telling James, the whole vibe of this is just, I'm so pissed at creationists because they just have shticks. Thank you so much, James Wolfe, sending so much love. And I love being able to make people laugh. It is truly a joy.
She loves it. Can't get enough of it.
that and being on my knees. I feel like you gotta stick with what you're good at. And yes, Brian Stevens says, did you hear about Jesse Lee Peterson? Not only did I hear, and am I queer, but yeah, I know. Didn't see that comment. I know everyone makes jokes so that so-and-so is closeted. I mean, I don't want to out anyone for the second time in 2 days. And I'm not going to say who they are, apparently. But like, I was talking about this with James earlier. Like, the people who come in here, hot fire, with like gay this and tranny that, just
global homo, girl,
global homo, just so desperately seem to want to suck a dick. Like the joke I gave to James was like 9 out of 10 closeted pastors seem to want to suck a dick. I just don't get why, but I mean, hey. Well, and the real reason that it sucks, he was also known to be touchy-feely. And so if I could say anything, the problem isn't that they're gay. It's that they're hypocrites and predators. Like, to be frank as a hot dog. Like, we don't care that you love the girl dick or just the classic, just the regular old guy dick. Go suck an adult. If it's a consenting adult, I think I need to remind them, go to town. Like, as long as you didn't, as long as you're not like pudding pop and slip someone like a pill. Yeah. In their drink. I mean, I don't care if you're on Grindr every day finding a new dick to swallow. Like, fantastic. I hope it's the American, Australian, the Uganda dream, whatever country you're in. Suck that dick, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't like dicks, don't suck that dick.
Don't suck it. There you go.
Guesses. He says it's motivated by faith in their own ideas. So
no. I mean, I had to fight off. We almost cut. There's a 10-minute video of, I shit you not, and I guess I'm spoiler alerting. You could find it yourself. But there's a 10-minute video. I've spoken with Hake, and Hake is a pretty guy. I had a good conversation with him. He says a lot of stupid shit when we didn't have a conversation with me, like when he's just alone and on his podcast. And the reason I say that is I can generally have a barometer of like people. I have a pretty good gauge. What I'm trying to say is him with Jesse Lee Peterson and a Tom Cruise lookalike, like his stunt double, and someone else, basically spent 10 minutes describing how they could not bring women to an orgasm. Like, it was like they reached peak Ben Shapiro, I can't get my wife wet levels. And so we have to it's just like comedy gold. And like, he also, Jesse makes the most fantastic claim I have ever heard a closeted creationist or any creationist make, which was, he said that a female orgasm makes them like men.
He said that women shouldn't enjoy sex. It should just be about procreation. If they're trying to enjoy it, if they're deriving pleasure from it, that it's because they want to be men. It
makes you like a guy.
You want to be men.
I want to say that, like, all of the Christian women out there trying, pleading to get their husband to hit their G-spot are like, no, nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Holy shit. Yeah. They're
And
like
also
betas.
a video of Jesse Lee Peterson pretending he doesn't understand oral sex, like pretending he doesn't know this is a thing that's fairly common that people do. Like, really? They put that in the mouth? Ooh, that sounds disgusting. That's gross. Why would they ever do that?
Oh, yeah. He either feigned ignorance,
I'm sure he's feigning
or he very much, like the way he talks about women. And I said this about a very wispy person. I will say this about other people. The way he talks about women is like a guy who has nothing to lose with them. And the way he talked about a blowjob,
he just dismisses them.
He's like, women suck dick too? Really? Huh.
That's weird. Why would they do that?
That's weird. Yeah.
Well, why would they want to do that?
And it was like, yeah, Jesse, please pull your mouth away from whoever you have been trying to counsel at your men's camps.
Men's only retreat.
And you can realize that some women actually like doing that.
Was it the person who said that one of the people said that they saw James Hake, like Jesse Lee Peterson had him like wrapped up in a blanket like a burrito, was giving him
Did he
with
really?
with just his head sticking out of the blanket, and Jesse Lee Peterson was like kissing his forehead. Yeah, he had him wrapped up in a blanket like a burrito, and Jesse Lee Peterson is kissing his forehead.
Well, I know which one's daddy. And once again, I'm not kink shaving anybody.
What they do behind closed doors is
it's just, I would say the hypocrisy is amazing, is what I would say to that. But yes, we're going to be rolling into some weird territory in the next. What's going to happen if we're steering the ship of the show is that we're going to keep on listening to some more theology. We're eventually going to sell some keto bars or some bullshit
diet
and we're going to turn it on 1.25.
Me and Big Screen Birds,
let everyone get a
nutrition and diet program.
Exactly. But then he'll bring it back. I think he finishes up with theology, which is great.
Well, it's a nice, good
we can also exactly so that we can then
finish all over
bring it into the open mic, and he can bring us to Jesus apparently.
Jesus,
but yeah, I know. Well, exactly, and you wonder why. Well, that was like what almost all the comments were like, and you basically like no women have to worry about them not finding a climax with these gentlemen because basically they're not going to get the chance. Though, as we learned, they don't want the chance. That I guess that's
they're not. They don't care.
Team.
That's nothing to them.
Which once again, I don't care. I play for both teams. Like my laptop, I go both ways. It loads Mac and Windows. But James Wolfe says I can't help but like some of these crap. Oh my God, I can't even tell you. Like, I like Alex Stein because yeah, well that's Mimi Man. They're turning the front. What is turning the frogs gay man? Because Alex Jones. I like Alex Jones.
Alex Stein, he's the conspiracy.
Alex Stein 9 to 9. Oh, and so I have, in a weird way, I have met Alex Stein and I have met Hake. Alex Stein is weird because, well, no, I was bringing up Alex Jones because and he says Alex the spelling. You're completely fine. Because
we figured
you should see my papers. They're all red. But I like Alex Jones was very big when I used to hang out on 4chan, and I just love him in this weird meme way. Even though everything he says is ridiculous, I almost everything that he pushes, I try to counter. But they all have these charm in these weird ways. Just, Alex Stein, Hake. I've been on a panel with Hake. Once again, it's surreal that I'm starting to meet these people. They're both nice. They're both gentlemen when off the camera. I would say Alex Stein very specifically. Well, I hate to say they both have an off persona and an on persona that's just like they're very gentlemen. Even the trans and gay people are offline, but then they don't seem very potty trained when they're having discussions. Especially, I had a very civil discussion with Hake, but he gets very Alex Jonesy when he's by himself, and they get very fiery when they're not. And Alex Stein just so much sticks. He brought someone on board in that debate, which was trying to just do clickbaits, was just an actual live troll. But yeah.
Alex Stein in drag, going to troll the Pride events in Texas there.
Yes, making the point, and I'll make the point that he, I guess, tried to make, but can't, that anyone can dress up as a. They drag us into it, but into identity politics. Anyone can dress up as a woman.
You into it,
and they drag, exactly. Thank you. Anyone can dress up as a woman and spy on people in the women's bathroom. It will always be illegal. It doesn't matter what gender you are. If you are or what clothes you wear. If you are caught spying on someone in any bathroom, you will go to jail. You will pay fines, and society will not look well upon you. It doesn't matter what gender. And that's the way it's going to continue to be. Transgender, biological.
If you're creeping on people in the bathroom, yeah, that's not good.
Exactly.
Either way.
Which is why, all of the problems that they have, any transgender problem that they make up, they're almost always first world problems. They're almost like, if these are the things we're talking about, you're really good. Yeah. Really? We're going to, I hate to pull there are people starving right now, but we have infrastructure. We have children starving. We have voter rights, all this fucking things.
Politics.
Yeah. Theocracy slowly creeping. But no, let's talk about.
If you remember, Alex Stein was the one who, in the debate with Amy, was debating a trans girl, T-girl, Matt Dillahunty's girlfriend, and he asked her how she has sex.
Shout out.
He's like, wait, you don't have a vagina. How do you have sex? Do you take it up the... And he said that mid-debate, which was kind of like a draw. Like, really? You're asking her that in the middle of a debate?
They go for shock value. Especially Alex Stein.
Wait, how do you fuck? You don't have a vagina. Do you take it up the ass? I mean...
Trust me. We'll just look through his browser history. We'll find out.
He's probably on her OnlyFans. Just a guess.
And hey, we're sending love as well they should be.
That blind faith that they believe in, that has no proof, has no evidence, cannot provide the ground.
We should take a shot every time he says blind faith too. Add that to bingo.
Yeah.
Source for these universal mutables that are utilized in the scientific pursuit. And it's the scientific method. They cannot give you the tools, the foundation for those tools. They use the tools.
Amy can give you the tools.
Capital, if you will.
My.
They do that.
I would like to feel your epistemological toolbox, baby.
So they borrow all God's tools, all God's resources.
Another. I hate even bringing up his name.
That's like
another presuppositional talking point.
All the while trying to reject
Mrs. Batgirl.
Darwinian evolution. Anthony Flew, probably the most famous atheist in the 70s.
Yeah, they bring up another Anthony Flew. It's almost like he's moving into deism so he can get to his neutral thing about diets. We have Brett was why do
boy.
creationists focus on abiogenesis? Shouldn't everyone be interested in the origin of life? I agree, but the question is, why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? And
yeah,
I'll give you the answer. It's because of evolution and
There's so much
because
evidence
of
for
religion
evolution.
and the attack on atheism.
Hey.
What is up? Sending love, our
P-Bot.
bestest friend out there. Woohoo! What is up? Peace and P-Batholio saying, I have 3 links by academics reviewing this abiogenesis thing.
The abiogenesis thing.
Well, I was almost going to say I hate to do this, but I am going to do it because we know that you are Team Skeptic, and that's who we're looking for as mods. Doesn't matter if you're an atheist or a theist, but congratulations, good sir. Welcome to the team of moderators. Feel free to post links. Let's see. Brett says, I'm interested in it, but if you watch my channel, I rarely bring it up unless an atheist makes it the focus here. Well, no. And I'm not trying to focus on you, Brett. I mean, James teases me for having a soft spot in my heart for you. I can't help it.
I don't really tease you.
No, James, I'm just teasing. I like your teasing of my teasing.
There you go.
Well, because I'll tell you 2 facts, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, Brett. One is that I'm sympathetic to your version of Maltheism.
For her version, I don't think he holds.
Well, I wouldn't say her. Yeah, not your version.
He's flirted
I'm sympathetic. With it. Well, and it almost said I feel bad. It almost sounded like for like a split second, I should have posted on your post. It's the same thing with AJ. I meant to post on AJ. I'm such a fucking procrastinator. I'm gonna get better at it. I'm slowly getting better.
Procrastinates her procrastination.
Exactly. One, I'm sympathetic to Maltheism because if I became a theist, it would be my position. If I knew that God and Satan were alive, I'd be like, and the Abrahamic one,
if they were real,
I'd be like, oh, God's a dick. I get it. Okay, all right, Satan, let's join this rebellion. Where do we start? Let's get this party started. But then I have heard, and once again, we're a comedy channel. I like to keep the happiness flowing. We're politically incorrect, but I'm sending my love out to you, Brett. I've heard a lot of pain in your voice because I lurk on a lot of these theist channels. Just like a certain Dawa channel, even though I've given up a little bit on him because a Smoky channel and the Catholic Church seem to have a problem. So I'll let them figure that out So I'll let them figure that out. But I'm sending love to you, Brett, because it's clear that, at least from your experience, that you feel that, number one, I know you have a mostly atheist audience, a non-believer audience from your background, and that seems to have stuck. I think that happens to a lot of channels. I also know
now he's a dystheist.
Okay. Dystheist. Well, I gotta look that up.
That's a new one.
I'll come to you. But I know that if you have felt like you have gotten shit from the non-believers and the theists, the Christians, so you feel a little
and
stuck.
Not unjustifiably so, if I may say.
Well,
unfortunately,
and so
I do think a lot of it's justified. I have to be honest.
See, you have your detractors. But what I will say, and it may take a week, a month, a year, you may never come to it. But Brett Keane, I welcome you. If there's someone out there, an evangelicalist out there, I really do welcome you back to deism,
Sanity.
agnosticism,
Sanity.
atheism,
Sanity.
skepticism. Yeah,
Sanity.
because once again, sometimes you need to be invited. You need to feel like someone's going to be on your side
It's
if
like
you
somebody
jump ship.
inviting you to church.
Like you're gonna have a community, and
Yeah.
you can never come. That's what he or she said, Brett. You can never
That's what
become a
Jesse B. Peterson
non-believer
said.
or even a deist, a pantheist, just like Beamsy and all that, which are our allies and all that. And I'll still send hearts out to you. You can still be a Christian even or whatever. I'm never gonna do it. I just or hate people because I don't hate people for that kind of belief, but. Come back. I'm telling you, your audience would love it.
The water's fine.
The water's fine. You could make great content. Atheists voted they don't want me. Lots of Christians do not enjoy my views either.
I mean,
you know what? See,
based on your past, it would take a while for them to warm up to you. But if they,
yes, what I would say is
hard.
right now. And James has said the same thing. A lot of atheists do what are called hate subs, where they just they subscribe, and I lurk to basically a whole bunch of views. And
you never know when Amy's watching, but she probably
that's right. But I guarantee you, if you were to, I hate to say this because, it almost sounds like if you were to, because seek forgiveness in a secular way. If you whatever they have their type of things for, all I can say for is I'm seeking the truth. I think non-belief is the truth. You have a community out there, and if you decide to leave, and I think I think it makes the most sense. I'm trying to remember what John's back. I'm the only theist on the sheet. Well, we're inviting you too, John. Come be a non-believer.
You don't have to stay there, John. Come on.
Exactly. And
Allah won't be mad at you because he's not real.
And you can have any type of.
There you go.
LGBTQ straight.
We won't.
No matter who you are out there. Who knows who I'm talking about?
We don't judge you for anything silly like that.
Exactly. Okay, well, I'll look dice theism up. I can't get in fact, to bring us back on topic, he's talking about Anthony Flew, and because I know you're convinced that I basically have heard recently you're stuck, and you may be a Christian or maybe you're a dice theism now, but he basically felt stuck. He's like, I believe that Christian God is true, and he's an asshole. So what do you want me to do? I'm stuck because I don't believe the Christian God exists. I really don't. If you held a gun to my head and said, does the Christian God exist? I would say no. No.
In the 80s and early 90s, he was kind of a new atheist before there was new atheist.
Yeah.
After decades,
theism makes no sense to me either. I don't understand a mind outside of a brain. Maybe it's my shtick of consciousness, but
theism. He decided near the end of his life.
What's
that
up,
there has
Stilette?
to be a supreme.
Oh, and just sending one more love because we like to. It's on theme. Double microphones. We're double fisting. Sending one more love to Peabot Thulio, who has linked those links in chat. You can see them up on there. We got, and he's got many fantastic people. Like we were saying, Professor Dave, our man with a plan. And we're just sending love for the support. Really does help the channel. And there is support for Abiogenesis out there.
Lots of it.
Nice. I know that sounds so terrible. I shouldn't be gloating. And I know, so many atheists don't want to say it. They don't want to say that they want to win metaphorical hearts and minds out there. But I feel like James and I are very open about our position. I feel like it is I don't know. It's a war of ideas because I don't want to hold. I don't want to force anybody. I don't want to come to
Not at all.
a gun and church and try and take people down. But I do feel like Christians, especially young Earth creationist Christians, have just done so many terrible. He's saying I'm a shitty Christian. You know what, Brett? If you wake up every day and you say to yourself, I tried my best to be a decent human being. And I know, James, like, be a decent human being. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
I'm not Oh my God.
Really? And this is a guy who maybe months ago was saying he used to be an atheist.
But you know what?
But he came across Ken Hovind stuff, and then he became a Christian.
But see,
But that is
once
amazing
again,
progress.
I love it. I'm sending so much
That's
love.
amazing.
Really. Because it's only what we care about is team science. The Earth is, in fact,
that is coming a little bit closer to rationality, to reality, which is progress. Progress, people. But unfortunately, we have some lack of progress here
the
from
belief in
this.
junk science. But let me tell you, I want to do a shout out for anyone like the political, what is it called? Asterisk out there. You don't need to become a social justice warrior. You don't need to become leftist. You don't need to change your ideology on anything. Would be, and I'm not saying Brett or anyone is in there, but I would say if you are a conservative, Christian, young Earth, that you can actually step away from that. You can step away because evolution is a fact. You talk anyone out there that wants to talk about feelings, that wants to talk about biology, if you want to stick to those two words, evolution, it's a fact. It's the backbone of modern biology.
Now, if you want to think, well, okay, but God is behind the scenes making it happen, you can hold that belief, and that's okay. That's okay. We can't take that away from you. You know, I don't see any reason for it. I don't agree with it. But if you want to hold that belief, I can't take that away from you.
And all right, we're moving along on why do Creationist folk, sponsored by Sugarwater. Why do creationists talk about abiogenesis? Abiogenesis is an important subject.
Absolutely.
It's just that, as YouTube atheists, we're here as ambassadors, lay people, for the scientists who are working at the frontier.
We're ministers of doubt.
Exactly. We are, and I need to get that. Ooh, that's a good emoji. That I need to get turned into either. I want to sell merchants of doubt, but yes.
He said this. The only satisfactory.
He's quoting Anthony Flew. If you just joined us,
how many more atheists are you going to quote, mine?
I know. And Anthony Flew basically had either a deathbed or very late in life conversion to deism, and now every Abrahamic religion uses him.
It's like side art.
Reservoir Guar says, "I wish those two mics would start pumping back and forth like pistons." It would make his presentation more exciting. I know. Well, the great thing about having two mics and it being like pistons is once you get enough WD-40, it explodes everywhere and you get a reward.
Oh, it turned inside out and then it exploded? Huh.
Also, pseudo-Freudian concepts probably turn off a lot of theists to the channel too. Well, first of all,
John,
I don't believe in Freud, as in most of Freud's stuff isn't accepted even within sociology. There is some things that he looked at that are accepted, but the vast majority is not. And I wouldn't say that is our backbone. I would say I use Freud in the same way that people use Freudian slip, which is to say that James and myself are not a psychologist. In fact, that is the great thing about non-believers, skeptics, people who give a shit, is that when we're not talking about our expertise, we tell you. Like when I was talking about why the visual effects department can claim that the moon landing tapes were not rendered back then. I say so with expertise in my field as someone coming from the visual effects department.
Explanation of the origin of such undirected self-replicating life as we see.
Did he? And that may be true too. I'm not sure about that, but Anthony flew. But deism is deism, or if he did convert, it's always these Abrahamic religions that try and quote mine him. And yes, I will say I've heard a lot.
That's a step in the right direction.
And it's what I have found is what troubles atheists and what troubles theists are almost never the same thing. And I have just listened to Brett deal with hell, with the fact that, and if I'm saying anything too personal, Brett, you tell me. I'm trying to steal, I swear to you, of all the people, I'm trying to steel man you. But I have.
She's not trying to be mean to you, Brett.
Well, no. Sometimes I get spicy when I feel like people pull punches, and Brett knows I've been spicy to him back on certain subjects. But I almost never ad hominem people. It always feels like I'm being spicy at the subject. I believe in my and you'll see this in Muslim channels where I have debated for. If I don't get debated, if I don't get kicked or banned from a fundamentalist Muslim channel, you know that I'm not insulting. Channel? Exactly. I'm never, not even warned, because all they want to do is fight about deism. So I never get close to insulting them about ants or anything, because all they want to do is fucking talk about, a brain in a vat and shit. So it tends you never
get
to
a
be
hold
safe.
of the whole Muhammad.
We don't talk about them
6-year-old wife.
Yeah, we don't talk about the Saudis inspiring some an extra departure into
the World Trade Center,
2 towers, because we fight about deism so much. Because I'm okay with fighting about deism. I think deism's silly. But
I think 40 virgins is silly.
Well, 40 virgins is silly. Talking to ants is silly. Cutting the moon in half is silly. But the Dawa channels will never let me get there. Like, it's always, and I understand when they say come in with one subject, and so I try. But like, they never talk about miracles for a reason, because what they want to do is they want to focus about why Christians are so silly, and they are. And then they want to talk about, like, an atheist comes on, they want to talk about a brain in a vat. And so I never get to talk about
their superstitions are so much better than the Christians.
So much better.
Right? So much better.
But yes, I do want to just finish it off with Brett's family. There have been family members that are atheists. And so it would mean that Brett hypothetically is partying in heaven while his family is burning in hell. And once again, forever. The problem of evil, problems of annihilation, I think that atheists, we just accept them outright. We're like, oh yeah, an evil God makes total sense. But to a Christian, I think they damn well better struggle with it. I think it's some of the best stuff when you are.
Hell is just a theological mess. It just causes so many problems. It defies a good God. It defies free will. It defies so many things. It really causes a lot of theological problems for them. And yeah, Amy chopped them up, and they're now ground to dust.
An infinitely intelligent mind. Wow.
Whoa. Okay, we're going to do our rule of thirds here.
The end of his life, that there has to be a supreme being.
Anthony
He said
Flew.
this,
Thank you.
the only satisfactory explanation of the origin of such end-directed, self-replicating life as we see on Earth is an infinitely intelligent...
John, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Freudian theory works.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about. That has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah.
Intelligent mind. Wow. So spontaneous
Wow.
generation does not occur. It cannot occur. It
Right.
has
We're not talking about
God
spontaneous
is
generation.
necessary, and everybody.
No, he's not.
Everybody knows.
No,
that
they
God
don't.
exists.
No, they don't.
The eighth
Oh, I love this claim. Everyone knows that God exists. The classic, arrogant, condescending claim that they cannot back up.
atheists deny that. Why? Because they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. That's why they hate moral absolutes. If you want moral absolutes, you
No,
get
because
book.
they're
There are-
not justifiable.
I know that I was going to say James is a subjective moralist,
More
and I
relativist.
believe in situational ethics.
He has
and
their own.
I
version
would
of
be, yeah, well,
It's kind of a middle ground.
I believe exactly. Well, the quintessential moderate. Well,
There you go.
but it doesn't matter what our view is. I don't believe he can provide a moral absolute.
Exactly.
are moral absolutes on Amazon also. Now
They're on Amazon Prime.
going to change gears a little bit and get a little bit of nutrition.
It's just a deflection
Maybe doesn't
this
get free
channel
Prime anymore.
uses to not answering the question. But what is the question? I don't understand. You're going to make me Google for no reason.
And there's some really interesting fads, if you will. What's interesting about some of the modern fads, like the keto diet, and the one I'm going to be talking about
Okay,
today.
here we go.
Freudian theory postulates that adult
I think-
personality is made up of three aspects: the ID operating on the pleasure principle generated within conscience, 2, the ego operating on the reality principle within the conscious realm, and 3, the superego operating on morality principle at all levels. Yeah, I don't think that's the claim of the channel, but thanks. This is what we come across, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best. It gives purpose in life that make them
I think that's
productive beings.
absolute morality.
Life.
I think that's absolutely his take on absolute morality, and that's an appeal to consequence, as God this girl so vividly pointed out the other day. I mean, so what? Doesn't mean it's true just because you can point to something you think is better about a lie. Doesn't mean it's not a lie. It can still be a lie, and it's okay to admit that, even if you think that lie has utility. Lies can have utility. They can still be lies.
John, I don't know what happened to you, but it's okay. I'm just going to put that out there. And number 2, I
No,
can
it's
look
not,
you in the
John.
face and say, it's wrong. It is wrong. It's
And if
evil.
you,
And oh no, continue.
I was just going to say, if somebody doesn't agree with that, it doesn't matter. We will still send people with guns to stop them from doing that. We will, and if they persist on it, we will lock them in cages so that they cannot do that, regardless of whether they think it's right or wrong. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They can
Also,
sue in their jail cell about it if
I
they
mean,
don't think it's subjectively
man,
wrong.
I don't mean to hit below the belt or anything, John, but do you want to talk about prophets and who they find
Pedophilia?
attractive?
Yeah.
Because I normally leave that for the Christians. They normally take those shots. I normally consider it below the belt, even though they make a lot of good points. I've heard some debates, and the most convincing argument they try to come with is, Aisha could have been 9, she could have been 11, but who really knows if she could have been any age?
I think it's universally agreed that, or most
So I guess my question to you, John, is when we're talking about those
Certainly
type of
under the age of
subjects-
10 or not much.
Wait.
older than 10.
Why are you going on to murder, John? I would rather like to know about this subject. How old do you think? Like, do you think there should be a cap on marriage? Like, let's just start with like. Do you think that 18-year-olds should be able to marry any age that they? Do you think that 35, 60-year-olds?
About a 9-year-old and a 55-year-old.
Because this is what pisses me off about, I guess, this subject and others, is it always comes back to hypocrisy. Like, Mary supposedly was 12, which...
Give or take.
Right.
But she was certainly a young woman.
Which was, at least, she was, well, I say at least, but there was apparently some, like, magic voodoo on with Yahweh. So, it was still cheating with Joseph, but apparently it was non-physical. When it comes to Muhammad and Aisha, I'm pretty sure that was physical. Like, they were both natural beings, right? You can confidently jump back and forth from subjective and objective morality. Hey, guess what? We could stay on this topic. Hey, John. Hey, theist of the Muslim variety. How old was Aisha when she got married to Muhammad? How old was Muhammad?
And how old was when they consummated that marriage?
Yeah. Come on. What's wrong?
Was she 9, 10, 11?
What? Are you getting some flack from the woke hosts? Is that what wrong?
Uber woke.
You didn't expect to get these type of questions? This is what I mean.
I mean, John, you went
bullshit us.
in this direction. You went and said that our morality is sympathetic to the pedos, but your religion is sympathetic to that, or at least says it was okay back then.
You say we're the hypocrite. How old was Aisha, John? Just type a number into chat. Unlock your numbers key on your keypad. Type it in.
Me, as a moral relativist, I have no problem with saying, okay, that was at the time how they did things. We don't do that today. We don't approve of it. It's not good. But you have to say as an objectivist that, well, if it was objectively moral then, it's got to be objectively moral today, right?
And I can say, as someone who believes in situational ethics, that a child and a 9-year-old, if she was child, has always been wrong.
You should not be with, it's...
Love is love. I can't tell if
God.
have gone 150 or 180. If you are making a joke, like right now, if you're trying to demonstrate hypocrisy, or if you're, I hope you're trying to call us hypocrisies.
Okay.
Because if it took you that long, like to become a pedo defender, was all I had to do was ask you the age.
I think it's a dig at it, the LGBT thing. Oh,
I
love
guess
is
so.
love. Oh, well, if you think it's okay for two guys to be together, then it's got to be okay.
But that's
for
not the
them.
same thing, because
Not the same. Not
they're
even close.
adults. Even when you have surgery as a transgender, all adults, all 18. Nuts is nuts. Gotta feel those
Even
nuts,
Brett
baby.
Keane, have to agree with Brett there. Nuts
Man,
is nuts.
once again, you keep on saying we are hypocrites. John, type a number into chat. We're going to continue, but I want to know how old Aisha is. Just say 18. Tell me Aisha was 18. Just say right in there.
Not 8.
Hey, 16 in some states in America. You want to give me that? No?
I think it's going to be significantly less than that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Time restricted eating. There
Balls
seems
on
to be
chin.
some really powerful.
And okay, on that note, I am actually gonna, and we will pause this. I'm going to possibly take a pee break. We're going to take this up to 1.25, and we are also going to get ready for the open mic.
Brett.
We're going to hear the
That's
opposition
Brett.
viewpoint. Because he does end on theology, so we have to peanut butter jelly sandwich this shit. Relationship started at 6, according to Hazard.
That is
well,
right,
and
Brett.
yeah, and I've heard different.
She was 6, but it
different
wasn't
numbers.
consummated until she was 9. Is like the leading interpretation I've heard.
My problem is I have not heard like older than 11 for a consummation.
That's like the maximum you'll never hear older than that.
Like, I want a Muslim to tell me older than that.
And this is a man in his
Apologetic.
50s. This is not a 13-year-old. This is a man in his 50s.
It just seems a little fishy. What's up, Wesley? I saw you left last night. We do get backed up. It was actually very busy last night, which was fun. It was a great podcast. And look, if Muhammad liked men, I'm all for it. But if he liked, it's the age range that we get.
If he liked it, he certainly was closeted about it. Because
So despotic principles are the norm here. Once again, John, you brought it up. You picked that subject out of your tuchus, if I may say so. Sending so much love. Thank you so. I'm going to get angry at him actually in a second just to finish up. But I want to say, sending so much love. Dear Davenport, sending a super sticker, blowing some fantastic. There's a I forget what it's called, like in Australia or England. There's like a didgeridoo. I forget what it's called.
Vegemite.
It's like a, but he's sending a super sticker that says, "Oh my God, it's Ian. You would never disturb us. No, not at all. This is fantastic. Like I said, this is the stuff that keeps the channel alive. It gets all these fantastic props. That's right. A didgeridoo. Thank you.
But this is right here. Okay, it's not compulsory. So he didn't have to marry a 6-year-old girl. He did that of his own volition. He could have married an older one, which he did.
And look,
he saw this 6. I have to have that. I need to have that.
Once again, we're already going away. I think it's creepy as hell that you're trying to make the argument that he married someone under 18, but you're going away from sex. Why are you going away from sex?
It's not compulsory. He didn't have to marry her.
I can't say it enough times. John, help me help you, because you're trying to, you want to be against degeneracy and reprobate minds and all of this terrible stuff that makes society crumble. And thus I ask you once again, John, how old was Aisha? Maybe you could put it in chat. See if your fingers work. Type that number. Night Skywatcher, sending so much love and sending so much love to Ian Davenport. Thank you so very much. We're moving through. We're going to speed through as he tries to sell us a Weight Watchers program, and then we're going to be breaking into the modern day Mike.
He's a Muslim, but I'm pretty sure Titan knows that.
He's a Muslim. And like I said, it's hard to tell sometimes because once again, everyone wants to. If you're a theist, you want to argue deism. I get it. It's the intellect. It's like putting glasses on. It makes you look a little bit more intellectual. And having a British accent. Sending love if you are British and have a glasses and a British accent.
Ralph.
But it's nonsense. Nobody forced.
It's bullshit.
me to deep throat that wheel penis. It wasn't compulsory.
You did that on your own, Reservoir.
That's right. It was
your own.
15 feet all on our own, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, we're going to move through this. Keep sending
That's
in.
the thing. Okay, great.
The
So it's
wisdom-
not mandatory pedophilia. It's just voluntary. If you want to do it, it's okay. You don't have to. Great objective morality.
Once again,
great
religion.
Objective morality.
No, I mean,
Objective
honestly.
morality.
Oh
No, my God.
That's
John,
not
no,
even
not.
true.
No, they're not.
And
They're
not again. You're taking away from the subject. It wouldn't matter what the ratio is. Was your prophet the man with the plan, the guy who was the controller? Did he or did he not have sex with someone of an age that is disgusting? I don't know.
10.
I can't
Around
ask
the age
you.
of 10.
There's only so many ways that I can ask this question. We're moving forward. What age was Aisha? Maybe after you can answer that question, you can talk about the LGBTQ, John. Maybe.
Doubtful.
But yes, we are talking. Why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? And apparently we're going to take
diet.
We're taking a break to talk about Weight Watchers, ladies and gentlemen.
Full science behind it. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s,
Not sugar water.
most diets did not have that much science behind it. What would happen is someone would utilize some type of nutritional system or diet that might make some sense to them. They might have a hunch about it, and it would work for them, and they would promote it in a book. Maybe there'd be some obscure science would back it up. But nowadays, there is a lot of scientific information, especially for time-restricted eating. This is a really important type of diet or nutritional program is probably a better way of putting it, because it's not necessary for people who want to lose weight. It reduces the hours that you eat each day, and this has been shown to increase muscle mass and reduce fat stores. So it won't necessarily lose weight because muscle weighs more than fat. And so muscle's heavier, but you will lose fat. And one of the main reasons for that, it jumps up your HCG, your human growth hormone. As people get older, your human growth hormone levels go lower and lower and lower.
Yeah. Talk to Roger Clemens about that.
Age. And that's one reason, not the only reason, but one reason. As you get older, you might gain more fat than you did younger. Now, time-restricted eating helps increase human growth hormone release out of your pituitary gland in your own body. So it does this. Research by the Salk Institute demonstrated that the timing of meals is very, very important. And I'm going to go through this with you. Time-restricted eating aligns better with our body's natural rhythms than eating our usual 15, 16 hours a day. See, most people, even if you don't know it, most people are eating about 15 or 16 hours of the day. Not constantly, but within that window, 15 to 16 hours. So you might have 3 meals, 4 meals with a couple snacks, or maybe 1 or 2 meals in there, but 15 to 16 hours that you
eat 4 or 5 meals.
Now, the benefits of time-restricted eating, which is where you would say you stop eating at 10 o'clock at night. You don't eat again until, say, 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So you have a window of about 8 or 9 hours where you're eating, but you're not eating the rest of the time. Or you could get up at 6 or 7 in the morning and eat around noon, and then stop eating around 6 or 7 at night. Same type of thing, depends on your schedule. You can do that. If you do this, make sure you see a doctor or check with a certified nutritionist before you discuss this.
Yeah, nobody's going to do that.
Or some other problems with your physiology, make sure you don't jump into this. Or the keto diet also. Make sure you do this wisely. The Salk Institute showed that the briefer the daily eating window, the greater the amount of fat loss and the greater amount of muscle gain that would occur. And that would be without even necessarily doing any exercise, okay? Just because of the release of human growth hormone and some other factors that are going on in your body physiology. The researchers believe that a couple mechanisms were responsible for the fat loss, better insulin response, and people a lot of times would consume less calories. Why? Because you're eating in a smaller window, right? But the big benefit was because of the window that you did not eat was large, which allowed your body to rest. We're created to basically only eat for about 12 hours, okay? Again, not constantly eating every hour on the hour for 12 hours, but within a window, you eat your...
Yeah, so this is the guy trying to preach Jesus. And for whatever reason, once again, we are here selling Weight Watchers. But cool.
Your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner, and maybe a snack or two in that 12 hours. Okay, when you do less, you help yourself. It's kind of a fast. If you do more, like most Americans eating 15 to 16 hour window.
How
24.
and random is this? The most random thing. Like, dude, cool story.
Lower sugar sensitivity and
It's
lower.
like Ken Hovind trying to pump his apricot seeds.
Exactly.
Cure cancer.
James said it at the beginning. Falcon said it in Infinity War. Keep on saying it. Everyone's got a shtick. I know.
You go on my website. You can see my these apricot seeds. My son-in-law, he got cancer and he took these and he was okay, but then he died of cancer. Go figure.
I'm going to put it up to 1.5, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead. Yeah,
if you want to listen to what he's saying, we shill for our opposing view every time. You can find them, but we want to get to the open mic.
This is not theology.
It's not theology. Some of it is like cool, and like some of it is like you're right. You should be talking to a doctor.
We'll get through it
and
as
not
quick as we
you.
can, Brett.
Occurs when you do this time-restricted eating. Multiple studies have shown that it's also called intermittent fasting. This time-restricted eating seems to improve insulin sensitivity. In some cases, this
it's
is
just
really
so
important.
random.
A lot of research has borne this out. Some literature,
bring up
really powerful literature has shown that in some cases the diabetes reversed or eradicated the development of the diabetes.
And
that was predisposed
eating
to.
for 16 hours straight. I'm sorry, that's kind of a preacher kind of claim. That's also the danger of someone saying facts, like saying two facts, and I wouldn't say a lie, but something that's just completely pulled from their butt.
Oh, yeah, that's right, John. That's right. We're deflecting.
I'm not on the channel. I can't hack, show an extra rebuke. Yeah. John, we gave you like 40 minutes yesterday. How much time do you want? If not more, because I think we had 2 different time periods, and we keep on responding to you. Like, there's only so much you can QQ about.
Interesting. So if you have a family history of diabetes, or you might,
but we love you, love all theists, love all atheists. But like, please give us evidence for your God, and also if you're going to bring up a political issue, please make it one that you're not helplessly projecting on. Like, I love it. Come out. We love you. We're moving forward.
There you go.
And talk to your doctor and or a certified nutritionist about. Time-restricted eating also allows the body to reduce surplus.
Talk to Big Screen Bird about it.
In your muscle, you have glycogen, which is a sugar muscle, if you will. And that glycogen holds multiple parts of water to it. So it helps you retain more weight. But the muscle glycogen also relates to your insulin sensitivity. So this is really, really important. So reducing your window, your eating window, whether it's 9 hours, 8 hours.
Is it important for finding God?
I would not recommend. Okay, some people.
Or abiogenesis.
I don't think it's necessarily healthy.
Or life from non-life, the impossibility of abiogenesis. But I like right here, ladies and gentlemen, like he tacked it on, time-restricted eating, just at the very end.
Especially for most people. The body then it starts handling sugar better and better. I don't mean table sugar, because you want to stay away from that. You don't want to eat products that have sugar in them, if at all possible. You don't want to eat a lot of carbohydrates either. But there's sugars in natural sugars and a lot of different types of vegetables.
But wait a minute.
Fruits and in other products. So it helps your body handle sugar better.
Eat these times, but still don't eat bad things.
And you start eating again at about.
As the Coalson sound like inside Ben Shapiro's head at a restaurant.
And if you saw a medical doctor beforehand. And so this is something that a lot of people are doing with great success, especially those with diabetes. It tends to lower cholesterol. It tends to raise good cholesterol and lower bad cholesterol. It seems to possibly open up.
Feels like an ad within his own subject video, but okay.
And if you kind of mix that with a semi-keto diet, or at least a lower carb, moderate fat, moderate protein diet.
John, what are our principles? What is the principles that we are not sticking to? Because already, literally, the one issue that you came in fighting your hill to die on, it was like the exact thing that your religion, or at least one aspect of your prophet, because I can't say...
He's still upset about last stream, how it ended. Oh, we're so sorry, John.
Unfounded Freudian accusation.
We're so sorry, John.
It's not Freudian, John. Like, I don't know what else to say. You came out to us basically twice last night. Like, I don't know what else to
We're
say.
not trying to be hard on you, John. We're really not.
Exactly. I would say lean into it. Be who you are. In fact, if it's God who is not letting you suck a dick, I would say throw away the God and not the dick.
Grab the dick.
Yeah.
To work even better. So intermittent fasting is a broad term that focuses on a multiple specific eating patterns of closing the window of eating. Each type of this fasting, if you will, includes fasting periods that are longer than the normal. So the normal is about 8 to 11 hours. You want to extend that to 12 hours, to 14 hours, to 16 hours if you follow this. Time-restricted eating refers to when eating is limited to a certain number of hours each day. Not everybody can do this health-wise. Not everybody can do this mentally-wise. Hello, Nicholas. So good to have you. But it is good for some people if they
so good.
because you don't want to dive into these kind of things. But
I love this though. Like really, just in the middle of a fucking sermon, just selling keto, selling that Weight Watchers.
Time-restricted eating, especially those in the West, it can really possibly help save your life and extend your life.
I also don't get that. Definitely in the
Extend
West.
something else.
On life extension, that it brings in factors that they can measure.
I know. Look, okay, we hired Gilbert Godfrey and signed him for a billion-year contract, okay? But it is just funny, just the straight-up dichotomy of production values. And somehow the double-fisting microphones is not making up for it.
We're sorry, Brett. We're trying to get through this.
That you might live longer if these particular pointers are improving. And so that's interesting. So poor blood sugar control is a risk factor for diabetes, cancer, and a shorter lifetime. Blood sugar that swings
ads or sermons or the combo really right here is an ad in a sermon. I gotta say.
Before
ad sermon
eating indicates that the body is not handling insulin
lies correctly. Without proof. I feel like, John, we have to like sit there with your video and just like make you watch it, but I don't know what to say. It's like the Aisha thing. How about this? Type into chat that you have never sucked a dick. You can do it in any PG way, or that you've never had sexual attraction to a man.
There you go.
Say, like I said, find any PG way that you have, but any non-blasphemous way. Just say, type in chat, I am a wonderful heterosexual woman that loves women. Totally hetero. Because 100%. I think you'd be lying, but I'd like to see you type it in chat, just like Aisha. I'd like to see her age, but we're going to keep on moving because I literally only try to profess beliefs that are true, that are a subset, that are justified true beliefs, that are facts. That is what we're here to do, and to promote other skeptics who do the same.
Big Brett. I'm James, by the way.
But Brett, feel free to. Well, first of all, I'm going to keep on shilling for the Debate Me Bra if you would like to sign up. Though it sounds like you're coming more on our side, so well, you can sign up for that.
Come on, Brett. The water's fine.
But yes, we could all have a topic one time. Just got to figure out what it is. Sending love.
Oh.
And
you're okay, Brett.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Titan. Titan put a pause on him. So
that's sad. I feel bad. We haven't got a response from John.
I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to respond.
I feel chomping at the bit. And hold on. And once again, heterosexual. Well, that's a long word.
I mean, clearly he's super straight.
It's off, and so this time restricted.
And I feel bad even making fun of that, even after that, because really, anyone should be their own gender.
He does it to himself.
Indeed. I mean, you come in here with that, and we're sending love.
Hey, Jamie Russell.
Atheist, what is up, JB Russell? That's right. We tighten your anus We don't care if you're a theist or an atheist. We don't care if you are gay, straight, or bi. If you are a woman or a man, just be you.
Sets it back and starts correcting it gradually. Again, you don't want to correct
A
it
womb
one day.
man.
One day it's going to correct it gradually.
We heard that.
A new
Bad
man.
etymology.
Having this time-restricted eating in place.
New man, no man, not a man.
The thing about time-restricted eating, you can cheat 1 or 2 days. I'd recommend 1 day a week. Now, people that are like
1 day a week.
people that work really hard in the outdoors, this might not be something you can do at all. Okay, because then you might
Maybe
have hypoglycemia, which you can faint. You can have different seizures, different problems. That's one reason you need to talk to a professional about this. The trouble in our bodies is that extra insulin doesn't just impact blood
My
sugar,
Lordy.
it also promotes the growth of
I
cells.
thought I remembered him eventually getting back to theology. Get us back
Skip
to
ahead
there.
a minute.
Hold on.
cancer cells. Yes, and that's another reason the keto might also
Feel
be
bad
beneficial for-
skipping,
But this
'cause-
time-restricted eating,
but I
seems to
do
be
want to get through
easier than
this.
following the keto diet. It's different, and it seems to be easier for more people. And over time, the body can't keep up with the demand of more and more insulin. The pancreas is overworking.
Okay,
When
that is a
happens,
little
the blood sugar
funny.
levels-
I only want to bring that joke up because it's the running thing. I have a running bit about why gym teachers are always fat. I don't know why.
climb really, really high, leading to many, many health issues. One study
Especially
found that
like
helping
your
both
high
men
school
limit
gym
their eating
teacher.
to this
They're always
10-hour
fat.
window. It reduced the number of calories they ate by 20%, and it made their blood sugar.
Mine
and
was a
cholesterol
drunk.
Much better.
Oh,
It
He used
reduced
to
their-
come into class like 15 minutes late and collapse into
it
his
lowered their
chair.
overall cholesterol.
Damn.
Several other studies of both
Yeah.
normal weight and overweight people using time-restricted eating of a window of 7 to 12 hours reported fat loss.
But he didn't win the state baseball championship,
Other
so they
studies
kept him
But
on.
people have reported
I do have to keep on criticizing him. Like, this should not be in a religious or a science discussion.
no weight loss. So you don't necessarily want to do this for a weight loss diet, although some people really, really vouch for that. I would utilize it for a health opportunity to increase your lifespan, to increase the chance that you won't get cancer or heart disease or diabetes. So this style of eating helps you eat fewer calories, but the window where you're not eating really, really benefits your body in multiple ways. One study found that 4 weeks of time-restricted eating during this 8-hour window lowered bad cholesterol by over 10% in both men and women.
Exactly.
Several studies in normal weight people have reported reductions in blood sugar up to 30%.
It's
with a different study of 20%.
ridiculous.
So this is really powerful stuff. This is more powerful than a lot of medications. And all
And
it
not
is
as
is
good as the
time-restricted
TV
eating.
show.
One 8-week study examined the time-restricted eating in young men who followed up in weight training. And these men performed much better in their weight training utilizing time-restricted eating. They increased their strength. And one reason for that is certain hormones increase, including, like I said earlier, human growth hormone. Human growth
Reservoir
hormone
chloride.
is really, really good at reducing fat,
At least
stored
he
levels,
has one Patreon.
muscle mass in your body. So, of course,
There
that will
you
send
go.
up your strength. A similar study in adult men who trained with weights and were doing this time-restricted eating found that they were able to have all their calories in their 8-hour period. They reduced their body fat, get this, by 15%. 15% more than the control group that was
Sir, I just asked what time it is.
doing the same thing except for the time-restricted eating. So they received great improvements in their strength. So every time you ingest anything but pure water, your body releases enzymes that activate certain metabolic processes in your body, in your liver, and other organs. So if you have a little tea, if you have a little coffee, if you eat something, have a little bread, have some fruit, have
That's
some
to be a
vegetables, whatever it is,
bullshit
good or bad.
statement.
What
Okay.
about semen? Does that
When you fast and only ingest
cause that process too, Amy?
Yes, it
nothing
does.
in your water, can't be some
The
type of
more
special
the
water,
better.
it has to be pure water. When you fast and you only ingest water, these processes stop. So your body rests.
Oh, she doesn't only ingest water.
As
Trust
your
me.
body functions best and stays its healthiest when it has these rest periods of 12 to 18 hours. So if you eat for 16 hours a day, again, I'm not saying you're eating nonstop, but your window of eating is 16 hours.
Yeah, you are eating
Body
nonstop,
being
16
healthier
hours a
as it
day.
declines.
Come on, man.
Give your body a rest. Most people
Sitting at a
Life is
buffet for
awesome.
16 hours and
Really, really
eating constantly.
to your doctor or a certified nutritionist. Don't just jump in this. There's so much online.
Yeah,
Nobody
just
shows you
jump
show
the
you
fuck
how.
in.
There's really smart people, a lot of qualified people telling you how, but I'm telling you,
That's right, Brett. This is hell.
see somebody who knows what they're doing before you start. Because what
Oh my gosh.
pharmaceuticals are you taking for your health?
Hey, AJ, good to see you.
Woo,
You got
woo.
atheist
And
here.
good, we're about to get in close to video. And AJ, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that I am queer. I wanted to make a point to you because I was gonna write it in text, but now it's just better. I just want to say, and actually, I'm gonna take a drink. Sippy, sippy.
Sippy, sippy, or sippy cup.
Oh my. But you are amazing, fantastic, fabulous. You are one of the best. Oh, set it up. You are one of the best Kent Hovind debunkers out there. And not only should you keep on doing what you're doing, but you had a fantastic debate. I think that what you do is important, and I think you're good at what you do. Not only that, but it's like I've seen recent tactics, and anytime that they do anything where they attack, and we've seen it all night, we've seen it last night, we saw it in your debate when they attack our gender and sexuality and all this shit. It means they don't have good evidence. That's really what it means. So I just want to gonna keep on sending love out to Atheist Jr. You should check out his content. He had a fantastic stream today with Mark Reid. You should check it out. You should go watch Atheist Jr. have a takedown stream with prisoner number K768J2. But you should also just watch AJ's general takedowns of him many days of the week. And woo-hoo, that's right.
That's right, AJ.
Coming tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Me and Ken Hovind standing for truth, specifically human evolution, so we hopefully won't have to hear, one topic at a time. You're gish galloping at me. So it's one topic, human evolution. I don't want to hear about dogs producing dogs or dots of nothing. It's not relevant. We just want to talk about human evolution.
One thing.
One topic. No gish galloping. So, and that's his correct inmate number, Amy, 0645-2017.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're almost at the end, so
we're almost done, AJ. So if you want to come on
joining
shortly,
in a
we'll
short
be
open mic. 30. We'll have
love to have you on.
30 minutes of open discussion.
Yeah,
especially if someone who has an opposing view joins. If
someone can get out of the freaking closet.
And yeah, we should review that. It'd be a fun video to review because Kent is so ridiculous.
Redundant.
But yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for this guy to sum religion up. Let's see if he can get himself back onto topic. That is our bet, ladies and gentlemen. Can he get his own self back to religion? And technically abiogenesis and non-life, but they forget halfway through.
You have a history of hypoglycemia. What kind of supplements are you taking? How much coffee you drink? What's your metabolism like? What's your blood pressure like? All these factors come into play, and you can really, really harm yourself with the keto diet and or time-restricted eating if you don't know what you're doing and you're not under some type of care, at least a program of somebody who knows what they're doing. So be very, very careful.
Yeah, talk to a doctor, not this guy.
Lowers your IGF levels and other hormones and increase the chance of cancer, and that's another reason why it's so good. So that's it with the time-restricted eating. If you have any questions on that, you can message me. Most of the time, I try to get back on the Facebook message within 2 or 3 days. If you email me, usually 1 or 2 days. If you text me, usually the same day. But I do try to get back to everybody. And if you're asking for free materials and free books, our guys will get those to you within usually 2 or 3 weeks. Now, our next subject is way different than nutrition. And remember, I'm a certified nutritionist. That's why I said all that I did about time restriction.
Really?
And I keep up on all
I
the
would
literature.
love to see that.
Educated in all the literature coming forth in the keto diets, time-restricted eating, supplements, exercise physiology, and so forth. I keep up on that. It's kind of a hobby.
I'm a fitness guru too.
Okay, it's also very random. In a video about life from non-life, the impossibility of abiogenesis, and time-restricted
This is 1.2.
eating.
This is 1.5 speed. We sped it up even more.
I know, James. We just got through a timeshare, I think.
Yeah, no.
Oh no, no. He's we'll put it back. I think he's ending. Are you ending?
The climax.
Sure you see somebody in the know if you try the keto diet or you try time-restricted eating.
Hey guys, you can really help.
Gay guys.
And then you got back to this. Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Wrap that shit up.
I think that is the wrap. I think I went it's one of those things where we probably went a few minutes over, and yet I can't help myself because it's like a preacher kind of bet. Like, you got to see it all, or else we would have, James, we would have found Christ in the last minute. That's where Jesus.
Oh my God! Now you're roboting again, Amy. Crap.
Am I roboting again?
Yeah, just started.
Oh. Can you hear me better when I turn this off? I'll turn this off.
You sound fine now. I don't know if that's the difference.
Okay, well, but yes, if it was like a preacher thing, we would have found Jesus in the last minute, so, or at least that's the claim. So,
did we find Jesus? No.
We did.
No.
I was looking for him. I looked under my bed. No, unfair punishment, cherry pickers. If you can accentuate that then I get to say, I'm not. Well, once again, John, I asked you to say you're a heterosexual, and you just keep on being like, I'm not in the closet. Like, do you like girls? And I guess I don't normally have to phrase it this way. Do you like women? Do you like adult women?
Much.
Just tell me. Tell me you're a man. You put that puss on a platter. Tell me, John.
Do it up.
Do it up. But we are about to be into an open mic, so I guess John can tell us how heterosexual he is in a minute
straight.
As we go. I know he's
totally
super straight.
Totally.
But we just finished up. Well, kind of a rant, really, because talking about why do creationists focus on abiogenesis.
Fuck us.
And we focused on a video of life from non-life, the impossibility of abiogenesis before getting sold on Weight Watchers. But it was a lot of fun, and in a second, we're going to roll it open. In fact, I will even
roll it open.
Open the open link and pin it. So the current link that was pinned was the Debate Me Bra spreadsheet.
We already have Atheist Junior.
Woohoo! And I'll get him in a second. I'm just going to send it a Debate Me Bra send-ups again into chat. So feel free to add yourself or add a topic and then what side you are on the topic. But I am replacing it.
Back up. Stuck his head back up. Welcome back, Bubble.
We don't focus on it more like you want people to overlook it.
Not at all. Not at all.
And John, I love you. Every time I tell you to tell us you're straight, you like run away. I don't mean to keep on bringing attention to it because I love like boobies and a flat chest. Either one. Like a guy
that's
okay
with
working out and jacked, and I could just rub my finger up his chest. I'm all about it. And yet some nice big old titties.
She's okay with those too.
I'm all good with those too. In fact, technically speaking, I can have my hand with one and then I could rub my finger up the chest of another. And yet every time I tell you, like, or ask, like, you can't even do it. Like, you can't even lie. Like, you can't even be, which I guess I almost admire that you don't even, or I want to say, because I don't want you to lie. I'm not daring you to lie. I'm just saying maybe you're choking a little bit. Maybe it's a sin to lie. And so you're like, damn, I can't tell you how much I like thick thighs because it turns out I like my butts a little bit flatter, which I understand, John. Just tell us. Oh, my. If you can't see, it's just a Muslim creationist that we've been having fun with.
Come on,
full
John.
milk or skimmed. Funny enough, I like 2%. It goes back to that moderation, baby. But yeah, let's roll. Unless you got
Rip it out.
anything else to say, James, let's
No, I
roll
think we're ready to bring
into that open mic.
the heathen crew in.
The Heathen Crew, and we got Atheist Junior
With a very
and Trace
heathenist
backstage.
Atheist Junior.
Boom, boom, boom. So let's get it started. We are Skeptic and Ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. We're moving into the open mic.
And I have to say,
What
I think
is up,
Vesta called
Atheist
it out
Junior?
pretty good out there.
Hey, Amy
But,
and James.
Hey, AJ, good to see you, man. That was a really good
Good
stream
to
you had going on
see
with Mark
you.
Reid.
That's right. We're having some fun with Mark Reid. Loving it. Not only that, but all of your content that you've been doing lately and in general. And sending love to you. Tell us what you got going on. But why do creationists focus on abiogenesis?
Well, there's one very simple reason, but there's other reasons. By claiming that evolution and abiogenesis are one and the same thing, they can argue that evolution doesn't explain how life started. And creationists seem to be very afraid of the phrase, I don't know. So when they ask somebody, like in a debate, about the origin of life or how life originated, and we answer, I don't know, that's not an acceptable answer for them for some reason. But this mistaken notion is not just held by creationists sort of intentionally, but a lot of the general public also seems to think that abiogenesis is part of evolution, which is kind of understandable. You know, there's a lot of scientific ignorance in America, unfortunately. But specifically with creationists, in the Bible, the creation of life and the creation of extant species are the same act. So they really can't get their heads around the idea that in nature there are two separate processes. That's another issue with it. And like I sort of started with, by conflating the two things, either ignorantly or in Kent's case, very deliberately, they can claim that both of them are equally unproven, even though one is, and then they're both invalid. So that would be.
It helps to build that straw man. They've got to create that straw man of evolution.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, so I had my first stream back in a little while with Mark Reid, who was, very helpful in having him on, because we had watched the debate offline, and because I made my community post after a little while after the debate happened, because I wasn't feeling very good about I was just not feeling motivated to make videos for a little while.
Right.
The debate took a lot out of me. It was very emotionally draining, and
it can be.
And I have, and there's over 1,000 comments on the video on my channel. So I made the mistake of reading all of the feedback of the debate.
Oh.
And a lot of it was constructive. Some of it not so much. I sort of internalized some of the criticisms. But rewatching the debate with Mark offline, and then again here, he really helped me see that I think I had done better than I realized, because I think that I was mistaking the sort of negative emotions that I had from the way that Kent had acted and sort of treated me, and I mistook that for thinking that I was at fault and I had done something
that you
wrong.
did poorly. No.
Yeah.
And I could say that I think we were normally introspective. We normally we remember our mistakes more than we remember the good things that we did. And I know I feel like that after I have a debate. You always think about the things you could have said or should not have said. And those tend to stand out in your mind more than the good things that you did. But I've always heard that when you leave a debate and you feel like you did bad, you probably didn't do as bad as you thought. But if you ever leave a debate and you thinking you totally nailed it, you killed it, you probably didn't do as good as you think you did. So it's got to be in the middle there. But I think you did a good job with that debate. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You made a lot of really good points, and I know I watched it. I really enjoyed it, and I thought you did great.
Well, I'm glad. And one of the things was that I got some comments of people saying that, pointing out that obviously there was not an equal amount of time for each person to talk. Ken,
no, not even
obviously totally dominated the talk time. And people were saying that I had let Kent talk, that I let him preach his Bible nonsense and let him do all these things.
That's right, Papa.
When really, it's not my job to sort of fight for my own equal time. That should be at least somewhat done by the moderator. But
he said it was your job to point that out to him.
Yeah, that's what he told me afterwards, basically, that I didn't actually say anything. So I guess he was just oblivious to the fact that that Kent was interrupting me, even though it was fucking obvious. And SFT interrupted me too. So, but the thing that I missed at first was if you just pay attention to that, I think you might be missing the context of when those interruptions happened and why. And I mentioned this in my stream, but if you notice, every time that Kent interrupted me really blatantly, it was either right after I had made a good point or asked him a question that he didn't want to answer, or it was literally while I was trying to present evidence. He would butt in and interrupt me. He didn't want me to be able to talk.
And actually, Atheist Junior, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
I'm something.
Done.
Oh,
I'm done. Yeah.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much,
for coming on,
Atheist
AJ.
Junior. And I want to be completely irreverent, and I'm going to go back on topic. John, I am bisexual and pansexual, which means
everything sexual.
I'm attracted to heterosexual males. So when you ask about this, I want to just completely bring up, I am not asking my views about gay or straight. I will continue to ask. And James basically went, whoa, when I was a little too frank. But it is just the right level of frank enough.
Well, I personally find heterosexuality disgusting.
Disgusting. How dare you? It is an abomination against our ungod.
Except for you, James.
Well, I was just going to say, because John said, so you attack a straight white male heterosexual, but you could disagree. Well, I mean, she's never attacked me for my sexuality.
You got the race and gender in there, too.
You got to tuck it all in there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel victimized, but okay.
But the last thing
Am I a victim now, Amy? Am I a victim now? Oh.
You are.
Yeah, we'll set up a GoFundMe for you.
Please, the heterosexual discrimination. It's just too much. I can't deal with it.
But the last comment I want to say about, Kent is just an asshole. That's really what I want to say.
He's a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I want to comment anymore. I'll say actually one last thing on it. Two last things on it.
We didn't really bring that part of the debate up, so that we could talk about that.
Well, I'll say something. And Drace, I feel bad if you're dropping off because of waiting. You're on deck, you and Brett. I'm about to bring you in. I just couldn't help myself. Had to sneak myself in again to make a response. Exactly. But there's two things about Kent, or 2 points I want to make. And that is, Kent is a rhetoricist. And so, to Take care, everyone. Until again, bye.
Good night, Ian.
Woo-hoo! Is not take care, Ian. Sending so much love. It's not that he is backed up by scientific knowledge. It's that he has been saying the same thing, and it's what really him and Darth Dawkins share. He's been saying the same thing over, and over, and so he's able to say very dumb things confidently. And so it's this weird mix. He also plays what I call insult tag, which is the first person to use the insult and tag the person is allowed to use it and use it for the rest of the debate. But if the opponent were to spend time trying to counteract the insult, it would make them sound petty. And the example I use in this is the word mythology. So almost universally, a good majority of agnostic atheists view the Abrahamic religion as literal mythology. And we're not even using that as an insult. Some of us use it as an insult, but we really do see it as mythology in the same way as Thor and Odin. The problem is when Kent comes into a debate, he goes, oh, you know, this evolution mythology that they're trying to teach and they're trying to get these fables. And if anyone were to go and sit there and be like, hey, we think you believe in a mythology and a fable. You can't say that. It would make us look like, I know you are, but what am I? It would look very childish. And so what he does is he almost takes these jabs, and then now he can use the word myth the whole debate. He can go myth, 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 myth. And you almost can't.
SpongeBob imagination. Fairy tales.
Imagination. And he can say this, but if you were to counteract it and say it yourself, it would almost be like a negative score. And so it makes debating him very tricky. I feel bad. Drace keeps on disconnecting and connecting. I feel like it's a problem. But he was next in line, though. I feel bad going on. Drace, I love you. It's just bad timing. Keep on joining. Come on, and we'll get you in. But yes, Brett's here, and then John is here, apparently on to come to tell us how much he loves women. No, he's here to tell us that he has sex with women day in and day out. So I'm ready for it, but we're going to get Brett Keane in here. This is high quality programming. This is theology at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. I stand by it. We are talking
Atheist gone wild.
No, we worship the TOS gods. Why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Oh, Drace is here. I love you, Brett. You're next on doc, but we just go on first. I send love to everyone. We're going to get everybody in. Next on doc.
First come, first come.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Drace, we are talking about why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. Welcome to the discussion, and what are your thoughts? I cannot say something so daring.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm having some internet trouble, so if I drop out, I'm sorry about that. So I think that they focus on abiogenesis because it's like the next major battle after evolution, and I think that some of them realize that they're kind of losing the evolution war, so they're trying to go to the next step, and they're trying to basically head the debate off at the pass and to control the narrative as much as they possibly can, especially since in this field, people don't know a lot of the information. Like the general public still doesn't know a lot about evolution, but there's been a lot in terms of public debates to disseminate the information out there. But in terms of abio, most people know virtually zero about it. And so with that, it offers them the opportunity to, like I said, kind of grasp the narrative and control it as much as they can.
Strawman it right away.
And they have, like, that's like a major thing that they're doing. I just got done doing a show with Speed and others where we went through this recent stream that was on Bread of Life, Rebecca's channel, where she had this girl, Taylor, who's studying to be a cell biologist, came on there.
Oh, boy.
And she
debated her.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that.
On Modern Day Debate, she's
on Modern
pretty
Day
bad.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm saying I didn't know that.
No,
I actually
don't say sorry at all.
I actually watched that debate. But yeah, so like a lot of the arguments that she gives, you'll see in books like The Stairway to Life by Rob Stadler, and there are a lot of other books like that. And the way that they depict the actual status of the research is totally deceptive. And so I'm kind of here to chill for the theory that I like, which is alkaline hydrothermal vents. And I think that there's really good evidence behind that theory, and that they have a lot more figured out than people understand. And so I spend way too much of my time reading about it. And so I'm kind of here to shill for that.
Hey.
Well, shill away, good sir. Shill
Alkaline
away.
hydrothermal vents. Sounds good.
Sounds made up.
And all right, welcome to the conversation. We're going to get 2 more people in and then go to the open dialogue. Dual
microphones.
That's right, dual microphones. Brett Keane, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis. Hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
I'm doing well. I'm just a little tired. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Unfortunately.
Yes, we can.
All right. One of the reasons why I think it is that people focus on abiogenesis and why they even bring it into the evolution argument is, if I were to give like the medical definition, or even one of the more simplistic definitions of abiogenesis, it would be the origin of life from non-living matter, specifically a theory in the evolution of early life on Earth. Organic molecules and subsequent simple life forms first originated from inorganic substances. The obvious reason why people of faith would come after non-believers whenever it comes to this, as well as evolution, is because it challenges, obviously, theism. It's going to challenge the concept of God. But what a lot of atheists for some reason don't get, and Kent has mentioned this, I'm not here to defend him, by the way, but evolution doesn't just begin with abiogenesis for some theists out there. They believe that all the arrangements and changes from the beginning of the universe resulted in the conclusions on why these things happen. Of course, their prime mover is God, and then, of course, the atheists would have a more naturalistic term. That's why I think the focus is. I personally don't. You've seen some of the topics I like to talk about. It's usually non-believers that seem to want to go after creationism by using that whenever I'm having discussions, but it's not a big deal to me. That's pretty much all I got to say. I'd try not to ramble unless you guys want to hear an ad on pizza. I had some tonight.
I had pizza too.
What kind of pizza?
Some stuff my wife threw in the oven. I'm not sure what the brand was, but it was eatable, so I did it.
You're telling us it wasn't delivery?
Or DiGiorno?
Oh, I have no clue, but it was tasty. It was tasty.
Hey.
If I had to buy some and have some delivered to me, I'd definitely go with Domino's.
Well, that's the important part, that it was tasty. So.
Exactly. And all right, we are going to get John in here to, I guess, add spice, and then we are going into the open conversation.
That'll be good.
Welcome aboard, John.
Welcome, John. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis. What are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I actually do have something to say about the topic. My scientific inquiry, I guess, or a contribution, is that abiogenesis needs a a certain environment in order to prosper. So that'd be an environment of carbon dioxide and oxygen, as you need the two to have an atmosphere and to bring out plant life. Where if you were to go to Mars, you wouldn't see the same thing. And so basically, it goes down to
Also,
sure
John,
you could say that there's a. Oh, I just want to finish, and then
okay.
we could just I'll finish my thought, and then we can go into debate or whatever. But so this goes into the theory of like, so if you were to go to say another galaxy, and they say, well, no, life doesn't originate this way. It originates actually another way, right? And so it's like the same phenomenon you have with like the Christian church is like, oh, so if Jesus died for your sins and you believe it, it's like this is a universal thing, this universal code of how life is. And then you go to another galaxy and then you test that theory out, and then they say, no, this is how this is, right? So it's a fallible concept to begin with on that stage. On the other stage, I guess, is it just needs a certain life. So in order for that to prosper, it needs a certain environment, and a certain environment fosters certain activity from self-conscious beings. So that's my and I think we're alive to a lot about our history too. So like the idea of fossil fuels and all that. But I mean that's my rant. So there we go, and then we can go off of whatever you want. So I don't care.
All right. Thank you so very much, John. And with that, we are going to move into the open discussion. Jazz hands. Jazz hands. This is the deck that we're working with tonight. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis.
Am I the Joker?
Off the deck.
Yeah, the wild card.
The clubs. Yeah.
Would I be the Joker in this deck here?
If you want to be, yeah.
The wild card. I could be anything. I could be anything. The wild card.
But I want to talk about the forming of our planet, because nitrogen and oxygen make up our atmosphere, but oxygen and carbon dioxide, like it is now, comes from plants. And actually, for 2 billion years, that wasn't around because all of the organisms were single-celled creatures in the water.
Right. So you need
the water.
A synthesis of carbon, oxygen, and I guess hydrogen.
We need carbon
in order to foster life.
But you don't need oxygen for life.
Oh, are you breathing right now?
Yes. Do you know why?
Because you're breathing in oxygen, and if you don't breathe in oxygen, and if you go to Mars, so if you go to Mars, I guess
sir,
you wouldn't,
if I asked that question on a test,
you wouldn't whatchamacallit, wouldn't survive too long.
Okay, why do we breathe oxygen? Hey, you know what?
For our lungs, because we're made out of oxygen. We're carbon beings. We breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon.
Save you.
And then we also fart out carbon too, just like cows.
Okay.
It's methane.
So, we breathe
it's
oxygen
carbon, I guess.
Specifically because we are the remnants of a mass extinction. Oxygen, like the name, oxidizes. It rusts. And for the vast majority of time, oxygen was hostile to life. And so what happened was, as green algae left the water and became terrestrial plants, they began to dominate. And as they began to dominate, they created an oxidized atmosphere that rusted and killed all life that was
why is Earth the only planet with an atmosphere?
Well,
we're the only planet with an atmosphere.
Hold on one second.
That can
and just
house life. So you think
I
that?
just want to put a pin in. We are the remnants of a. After the mass extinction, there was a mutation where there were creatures that were able to not only survive oxygen, but we were actually able to use it. And so our bodies were able to actually incorporate it into how we are able to function, make energy. But and then what happened was a reassemblification of niches. All the niches once again. And so what happened is all of on land are now air-dominated creatures and plants and fungi and everything else.
Right, and that fosters from a certain ozone layer.
Well, we have a nitrogen ozone layer, but it has oxygen so much because plants have dominated the planet, but it wasn't originally like that way.
Not just plants, a large amount comes from plankton too.
But you need a certain environment in order to foster the plants. Like someone has to come in and manipulate it.
Well, one of the reasons that Earth, I think, became an ideal place for life is because of the habitable zone that it's in, and because we started off before there was life with so much liquid water.
Right. So I'm saying is why is Earth the only planet in the known solar system anyway that has the atmosphere? Obviously, there'd have to be some sort of manipulation involved in order to foster that life.
Well, I think one reason is that because we had this liquid water, and then the sunlight would have split some of the water vapor into hydrogen and oxygen, and the heavier gas is going to stay down, and then the lighter one is going to, rise up and become part of the atmosphere.
Right. And so for part of that, the ozone layer would have to keep in the heat. So therefore you have an optimal, so Earth doesn't get too cold or too warm. So you have to have an optimal layer. So you still have to have an optimal environment around even for the plants to grow.
There's no ozone layer.
It just doesn't like start from there was a plant and then from the plants they made the atmosphere. It's if you go to other planets, there's no plants. Well, there's maybe little plants. I don't know. But
it's greenhouse gases. It's greenhouse gases like methane that trap sunlight and keep the planet warm.
There was an ozone layer before the greenhouse gases, though.
There's no ozone layer in the Hadean. When we're talking abiogenesis and we're talking the Hadean aeon from about 4.5/6 to 4 billion years ago, there's no ozone layer.
May I ask you a question?
So what's your proof that these plants that they fostered their own without any outside? They just fostered their own from a non-living organism to whatever that may be. That process may be to a plant, to a fish, or whatever. How did that go from just a seed on the ground, a random seed on the ground that blossoms out through maybe a planet like Mars? So imagine Earth like Mars, so with no ozone layer, and so it planted from there, and then from there the plants, they took in the CO2 and breathed out oxygen, and then I don't know, the photosynthesis or whatever, and then from there they built the ozone layer. So how do you explain that?
So
I just want to quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to quickly give the trajectory. So you had bacteria, and then you had cyanobacteria, who had two different sets of DNA because they incorporated the ability to have photosynthetic cells. And so what happened is this went on for a while until mitochondria arrived. And so there was a version that had mitochondria, photosynthetic cells, and their own genes that eventually had 3 sets of genetics, and we call these plants.
Yeah,
Okay.
the evolution
Okay,
of
so-
plants is coming. The evolution of plants is coming way later. Like if we're talking about the origin of life during the Hadean, that's a long ways before you get plants, and you get
Yeah,
plants.
that's what the topic is, right? So
Well, hold on there.
I
Are
know.
you?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just kind of confused. I just want to clarify really
Me
quick,
too.
because I thought we were talking about origin of life, but when we're getting into,
we're talking about
okay.
origin of life and then how it formed and
Okay,
so
cool.
basically my thing is my hang up maybe is like, well, how did it foster its own environment? It just like, so I can imagine before there was like an ozone layer, because you have to have certain conditions in order
Yes,
to
you do.
have an ozone layer, right?
Nah,
And
you
I know like I was at a space museum and they were talking about like you know, there was actually like an exercise on like how you can get life in Mars. And so you had to get like some certain amount of moisture in, a certain amount of gases in, and then you have the optimal environment in order to grow grass, and then you have to do planting and all that stuff. So I guess my question is, how did we get the ozone? Like, how do we get the optimal? Did it just show up out of nowhere, or was it just
hold on.
you know what I
That's-
mean?
Yeah, I know what
That-
you mean, but I think
You know,
that
it's to me. I know it's just a missing link there. It's like
But
we
I
just
just think-
presuppose that Earth has this atmosphere in it, but in order
Nah.
for this
No.
life,
Yeah,
this
so
supposed life.
Okay,
for
let
you
him
to-
let him respond. Let him respond.
Okay.
Yeah, because I just really got to get this in there, because you're talking about the ozone layer as if it's necessary for the origin of life, but it's
yeah.
Not at all.
yeah, no, but it's not. And so like that's the thing. Like let me give you let me just give you a scenario here from where I come from on this, because the way that I understand this is the origin of life takes place in a watery environment, either in the sea or in some kind of like lake on terrestrial land. And so it's occurring in an anaerobic environment, and it's occurring away from the atmosphere. The role that the atmosphere plays is like during planetary formation, right? Like the planet cools down and it pushes the lighter elements up toward the atmosphere. So you have a bunch of CO2 that heads up into the atmosphere, and you also have nitrogen in there too. And so you have that as part of the atmosphere, and then the ocean acts as a carbon sink, so it sucks up a lot of that CO2, and so you have a high CO2 ocean in the Hadean, and so that's basically like there's no ozone layer going on here at all. All we're focusing on is the dynamics of either the ocean or some kind of terrestrial lake that's saturated in CO2. And then from there, what goes on is because during the Hadean, plate tectonic activity is a lot more intense. There's a lot of dense material in the mantle that normally doesn't like to be by the surface. But because the tectonic activity is more intense, it's pushing that dense material toward the surface. And these are called, once they get up there, they go through all these metamorphic changes, and they are ultramafic rocks. And they go through this process. The process is called serpentinization, and this produces hydrogen. And so we were talking before, like I think Amy said that oxygen isn't necessary for life, but when she says that, I think a clear way to say it would be free oxygen, because there are 6 elements that are usually required for life, understood as being necessary for life. They call it SNOPs: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur. And so you have the hydrogen coming up that resulted from serpentinization, and then you have CO2 that's in the water, because the ocean and the lakes are these carbon sinks. So you have CO2 in the ocean water and H2 coming up through this alkaline fluid. And when these rocks come up there, they form these hydrothermal vents, these like highly porous mineral structures. And in those mineral structures, you have all the other stuff that you need: the sulfur, the phosphorus, all that stuff. and the nitrogen goes into the ocean through things like lightning, and the ocean absorbs the nitrogen and turns into nitrate and nitrite. And so all of the elements that you need are there in the ocean, and you don't. The ozone layer is completely irrelevant here. The origin of life is totally sheltered from the atmosphere.
But you need the atmosphere. Don't you need the atmosphere though to have this process going?
You need
I'm still hung up on that because if you go to other planets, right? They're just like there's no like maybe there's like body of water underneath.
Go back and forth. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I have to go to the my original thesis. Which will I'll say in a second. I will also say Peeboo and Friendly Muslim we're about to get in. We'll let them each get their intro statement as we.
How many can you fit into this?
Up to 10.
Friendly Muslim.
How many can you fit in?
Well, Amy, when
how
you
many
get
inches?
an opportunity,
That's a different question.
Amy, when you get an opportunity, it's really hard to get in between these two. But I'd like to ask you and James a question when you get a chance.
Sure. Well, so here's how we'll do this, and we'll try and be efficient so we can get Peeboo and Friendly Muslim in. I want to ask John a question. I have a prediction, which is I will not get an answer, so we'll move on, and you will we'll let you ask us a question in which James and I will answer. But after we answer, everyone else just put on a temporary pause so we can get more people in. But yes, John, I'm going to go to my claim. I have a claim, which is creationists cannot answer anything. They have never been able to answer anything. They will.
Well, you guys still haven't been to answer my dilemma.
But here's my problem. My other prophecy is we will spend hours just explaining people who spend their lives, people who try to learn from experts, actual experts. I think you'll get not only good answers, but the answers that are taught in the K through 12 education system, local schools, in universities. This is what is taught and used in the lab. That's what you'll get. And what we'll get back is nothing. We'll never get anything. So I'll ask you a simple question. How did God create life?
Wow.
How did God create life? Well, that's a faith, right? That's
faith?
It's a thing. Is it's like a faith-based argument.
But what
so
mechanism?
It's just like you want me.
Mechanism.
It's like you want me to
just try
give out a process.
No. I have a claim. I don't think you'll ever answer ever. I don't think the creationists can or ever will.
It's because it's a faith-based doctrine, so it's just like you're comparing apples and oranges.
Why do you believe in something that can never answer any questions?
It's a faith-based argument, so it's
okay. But
it's based upon I could say it's based upon like what you say. You believe in the professors and all that stuff, and so you believe that as gospel. Whereas I believe in the prophets, which it's like a moral guide on how to be a more productive.
We're trying to illustrate.
It's not like you suspend science, but you actually have a more of appreciation for science when you accept faith in your life.
What?
Yeah. I'm not going to try to mince words or try to tickle your ear or anything like that. I'm just going to it's going to be a little bit blunt, but that's just how it is. And I'm actually called to heavily rebuke and not use tickling words, because if I use tickling words, that's the spirit of the Antichrist. So I don't want to. I feel like this is like a test. Like you guys like to deflect a lot, like to use some tickling words a lot. That's just not me.
How are we deflecting? I ask simple
questions.
questions.
You deflect all the time, but I mean, I won't get into the deflection thing because that's
good, because it's a deflection.
But the thing is, that's a different story. But the thing
about the deflection by deflection.
How do you feel about safe words?
No, I don't like. What is No, I'm just, as long as like I'm not cursing or anything like that, or calling people derogatory names. But if it's blunt and if it's not either of those like explicitly, but you interpret it as that, I don't count that as derogatory.
I think what she's trying to point out is that you're asking very technical questions from the abiogenesis side. You want to know exactly how it happened, the conditions. You want to know every little detail.
Well, yeah, you guys are making the claim of origin of life. I'm just saying, how did the atmosphere come to be?
Right. You don't
care
about
it before the
details.
chicken or the egg?
You don't want to know about anything. You don't care.
I do.
It's just no. When it comes to your explanation, you just say God proves life, and that's good enough for you. You don't need the details. You don't care.
Well, I mean, I could point to the prophets. I can point to,
that doesn't answer.
I wanted to try and respond to his question whenever is a good time. I don't want to.
Well, actually,
and then we had to move on to Brett.
Yeah, we gotta get everybody in.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I know.
Atheist Junior, respond. But then
okay, I'll try to be fast. So I mean, it's been a while since you said this, but I think earlier you were talking about like did these organisms or whatever, did they sort of foster their own environment? When I think you're putting the cart before the horse.
Sure.
And it's not that they, fostered their own environment. The environment was there, not just eternally, but at some point it was there, and then they were able to use what was in the environment, like Amy mentioned, cyanobacteria were capable of using the sun's energy to convert carbon dioxide and water, which were there, to food and oxygen gas. So you ask, where did the atmosphere come from? The fact that bacteria were producing more oxygen than was being used, basically. You had a surplus of oxygen because of these bacteria, because they were photosynthetic. And that's part of where the atmosphere came from, was this excess, these gases. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and that's where the ozone layer, that's where that comes in. But during the Hadean, during the origin of life, that's not there because you don't have cyanobacteria yet. And like the point about the ozone layer in terms of
like how did the ozone layer come to be though? Like wouldn't there have to be like some sort of outside manipulation?
No,
I'm still hung up on like the chicken and the egg thing. You know what I mean?
So I don't understand what you mean by chicken and egg. Usually when they talk
what came
about
first, the chicken or the egg?
Right, I understand that, but what I'm saying though is that like, how are you using that as an analogy for abiogenesis? Because usually when people talk about that in abiogenesis, they're talking about RNA versus peptides. Like that's like how translation works and all this other stuff, how they're so intertwined. That's usually what they mean when they talk about chicken and egg. So when you're using it here for the atmosphere, I don't understand what you mean.
Well, the plant life, the bug life, everything needs a certain environment. So you're saying that the environment came to be. Well, how did the environment came to be?
The environment
because it's the only planet in the galaxy that has the atmosphere in order to support this type of life. So you can go to. I'm just saying you can go to another planet or another galaxy, and they can say, no, we have a different view on this. We don't believe that life was. We just believe that you have to have an environment first, and then the plant life and all the organisms.
Cross that bridge when we come.
But I don't understand why you are looking for scientific answers.
Well, you guys are being prejudiced now because of my religion, and because I believe in a God, and so therefore I can't make scientific inquiries.
We're just pointing out the hypocrisy in your view.
It's not hypocrisy. It's you're comparing apples and oranges. That's all.
But you want us.
But you're trying to like get like what happened. I'm like, well, what was before the atmosphere? What was before all that stuff, right?
It's because you're perfectly content without an explanation. You don't care about those explanations. If you say
I do care. I'm just like I'm listening.
No,
you guys are just getting mad at
magic
me.
And your God did it.
You guys are just mad at me because
Trace gave a perfectly
you're just mad, bro.
explanation.
Well, I think you can
Yeah,
believe.
to you, like
Can I try
rational.
something? I'm
You
sorry,
can
y'all.
believe in
rational.
you can believe in something. That's
I
not going to take
really want to try something
Okay,
here.
so it's just a two-way
I would
conversation.
I would
It's
really
like,
like
well,
to.
what was before? What was life before an atmosphere?
Yeah, so I was going to try to explain that, but look, y'all, because I wanted to get in here, and I'm sorry
Okay,
for
if you
trying
try
to
to
butt in,
explain
but
it, then
look,
you have to
I'm sorry,
explain
Brett,
how
we
look,
plant
got
life
you.
developed
excuse
an
me, man.
atmosphere.
I understand that. Like the whole plant thing comes way later after the origin of life, and I'm trying to situate it here so you can understand the timeline. But like,
Okay.
I also want to try to steelman your position because I think you come at it the same way that Rebecca does from Bread of Life, where like you're saying that you have this faith-based position, but we, on the other hand,
I'm
are
not
saying.
even. Can
I
I didn't
finish
bring that
my
faith
can I
based
finish
in there.
my
I
summation there,
didn't
my
bring
dude?
it. I was inquiring
Look,
about it,
Well, guys,
I
I
understand. I
feel
was trying to
bad.
help you. I was trying
I'm
to
going
help
to
you out.
interrupt both of you
and
guys
so I just don't
because
want you
we
to
were supposed to get a question for Brett, and he left, I
Sorry.
think, because we couldn't get to him.
Okay.
Uh,
I
but
understand. I understand
I
that
should
people
have
are
stopped it,
quiet,
I'm
but I mean, it's like
sorry.
there's
yes,
like 5 people here.
but
and
I
I'm just
also
trying
I
to.
think it's the wrong thing. We shouldn't be talking science. He doesn't believe in science. Like he doesn't.
What do you mean I don't
believe
believe
the
in science? I just
scientific
explained to you how the
method.
atmosphere works. That's
Okay,
just a steel man argument right
So
there.
it is.
Boom.
It is not
Here,
like
I'll put a mirror back to you. Tennis
Okay.
balls back in your court.
It's
Okay.
just like,
Can I
man.
ask?
You can't answer the question.
her
because
respond.
you can't because you're hung up on
How?
it because
You explained it to
because you
us.
have to have an
How?
atmosphere in order to have
How?
life.
I
If
feel
you
like
don't
I'm
have an
Leo. I
atmosphere
feel
in
bad
life,
when I do that.
it's pointless.
All right.
Says who?
But my
There's-
question, it keeps on going back. You keep on asking questions that you want answers for, but we will never, ever be able to get an answer from you. Well,
So what
yeah,
was
we're good. We're gonna get PB. Brett, if you join, I will give you. You can ask the question. I keep on trying to get
I'm sorry, Brett. I
anybody.
should have shut it down.
Is Friendly Muslim still back there?
Yes.
He is.
We
Cool.
still have 2 people back there. And we're gonna get them in. Peebo, welcome. How are you?
Hello.
We are Skeptic and Ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. How are you and what are your thoughts?
I'm good, and I think the person on the far bottom right is missing a few points that I'd like to iron out.
Well, fill him in.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
lots of planets actually have atmospheres, not just Earth. So you've got to kind of use that word better. You know, Venus has an atmosphere. It sucks. Actually, it kind of squashes.
Yeah, it can't support life, right?
We don't know. Because everything we send there gets squashed and melts and liquefies and just is really bad. The same as when we go to Mars, we have to be really careful about making sure everything we send there is scrubbed absolutely clean so that none of our little viruses or bacterias find this wonderful atmosphere of nothing but carbon dioxide to start replicating in, because life finds a way. So you're having problems with moving the steps around that you want explained to you, I think. So you've got to start with, what is life? Well, self-replicating molecules fit that bill. We already have evidence of just proteins floating freely around in our environment, making more of themselves. We found them. They exist. Where did they come from? That's where either Atheist Junior or the person immediately to my right probably has a lot more better information, because I'm just an average blue-collar worker. But so we actually have free-floating proteins. Not cells, not bacteria, not viruses, but actual just the protein bit floating around, making more of themselves.
I just.
And what environment do they need in order for them to replicate?
Okay,
Look,
cool. Now you've thrown in a different question.
No, I'm still stuck on the environmental
Stop.
question.
Stop. You're throwing in is really annoying. That's a different question.
So I think that, like, I appreciate what you said there. It's just that what you said, it confuses me quite a bit, because when you say that proteins are replicating themselves, proteins don't replicate. They need RNA in order to be replicated. Proteins have all sorts of different functions in the cell, but I mean, and they help with replication, but you need an information molecule in order to do that. And that's RNA or DNA. That's not protein. So if there's like proteins floating around in the water somewhere, there's no way that they'd be able to replicate themselves without some kind of information molecule. So I don't can you give me a source for that, or because that just sounds really confused to me.
Sorry, I may be using the wrong word. Prion is probably the correct word, but the prion that causes mad cow disease just makes itself, doesn't it?
Okay. Yeah,
and
I'm not sure.
A prion is a protein. Yeah, sure, it's a complicated protein, but it's pretty much nothing more than that, isn't it? It's a prion.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure myself on that one.
Yeah, and so it's a New Scientist article, I think, and it's like years ago that I saw it, and I don't have a filing system. Basically, in their study of the mad cow problem that was happening in Britain, that they've gone through the fields and they found that somehow the prions are getting out of the cows into the fields, and so they're literally just the cows are shedding prions into the environment and the prions aren't degrading. Hence, and potentially any other proteins that they find that they can match with, they're making more of themselves in the wild, because the world is chemistry.
I did like the point that you mentioned before.
That's digressing from the other gentleman's points.
I did like
your. Yeah, I'm just in a different ballpark. That's all.
I did like the point that you made before about how there's a difference between the atmosphere and the ocean. That of course, the ozone layer rather, a difference between the atmosphere and ozone layer, because of course the Earth did have an atmosphere. It's just that the ozone layer was not present at the time, which is basically what I was trying to drive home there.
Okay.
And I was trying to make the argument that the ozone layer is not necessary, and just to quickly get it out there, the reason why is because with respect to the ozone layer, one of the main functions that it has is protecting us from UV radiation. But yet, of course, the ozone layer is absent on the early Earth, and so that radiation is getting through. But since the origin of life, at least from the perspective that I'm supporting, is taking place at depth in the water,
Right.
it's protected. It's still protected from the radiation. And the radiation doesn't get through.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make a really quick point. I just thought it was kind of funny that the topic of Venus not having life was brought up, because pretty recently there was a big level of excitement because they found traces of phosphine gas on Venus, which was hypothesized to be a biosignature, which is just any element, isotope, a molecule, or anything that might provide scientific evidence of past or present life. So they actually thought that this could be evidence of microbial life in the atmosphere of Venus, even though it's about 800 degrees Fahrenheit. So I guess you're right when you say life finds a way. Maybe.
There's a great Russian research paper about dropping giant Teflon balloons into the atmosphere of Venus to start terraforming it. And we're talking city-sized balloons of Teflon. Because at a certain depth in the atmosphere of Venus, you can pressurize the interior of the balloons to 1 atmospheric pressure of oxygen, and they'll float. They'll be suspended in the clouds of Venus, and you can live inside these giant Teflon balloons because the acidic composition of Venus's atmosphere doesn't actually get through Teflon.
So
and you can actually make Teflon out of the atmosphere of Venus.
So-
Sorry to digress.
No, I just want to get Friendly Muslim in, and then I just want to ask either one of them just a few questions, and then I will hand it back over to the panel. But I just can't help but drill home a single point, though maybe we will learn something. We'll learn a single how tonight. But a Friendly Muslim,
Hey,
welcome.
Friendly.
We are Skeptic and Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis, Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Assalamu alaikum, my little atheist kittens. Hope we're all
Walaikum
well.
salam.
Hope we're all treating each other kindly as we are on our thought adventure and our request for knowledge. Yes, very interesting. Got a bit lost on this stream. You know, I don't know where keto diet came into the whole evolution, abiogenesis, blah de blah. I don't know where intermittent fasting came into the whole thing either. And then, I don't know, there were some other cross-section topics that got thrown about. So I'm coming in good faith, trying to understand the different positions. And I had a few questions also.
Fire away, friendly.
Oh, so I was looking at the comparisons, and so they were saying for abiogenesis. So I'm going to read it. Am I saying that correctly? Also, abiogenesis is based on observations and national thoughts, which I don't understand, and then biogenesis is based on practical experiments and material evidence. So, with biogenesis. Okay, can you explain to me what this means, though? Abiogenesis is based on observations and national thoughts.
Possibly natural thoughts. You know, there's a misspelling. So this is where I'd like to refer back to the three links I posted earlier, Dragnaut and Professor Dave. So they literally you've got the very old. Is it Urey Miller experiment?
Yeah, Miller
okay,
Urey.
That's like the very first. I kind of think that's the first big published sort of thing of, hey, let's stick things in a jar and zap them and poke them and see what happens. And
it's very old, but
yes, and people
there
have
are
gotten
still
better
experiments
since then.
today that use that as their basis. So just saying.
And people have gotten better, or learnt more, or thrown different things into different jars in different ways as further stepping stones beyond that. Does that help?
Yeah, so then, okay, and then so biogenesis based on practical experiments and material evidence. So is that what we're talking about when we're talking about putting things in a jar and
Yes.
seeing how... Okay, right, okay. And
So from there, and this is where I'm pulling from Dragnaut. So they've, you're familiar with soap?
As in body soap?
Most soaps, yeah. So they have a little chemical trick where one end of them really likes water, but the opposite end of them is the complete opposite. So if you drop a lot of them into water, they literally automatically just form into little bubbles that keep water out, I think. And so with not much tweaking, that structure does, or can, again, I'm not a scientist here, that's probably some other ones, but that, like they've it turns into a sort of membrane. Yeah, the bubbles turn into a membrane.
Bubblegum gun.
Then they've actually found cases where you'll get like multiple layers of that membrane. Yeah?
Okay.
So that's just chemistry doing chemistry things. So all the bits that we consider the chemicals of life, they actually all tend to already be floating around.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is that you can have chemical, not necessarily reactions, but you can have things that happen on a scale that's too small for us to see with the naked eye, that these things aren't alive, but they're able to organize themselves automatically in a way without having any intelligence. So you have, when you mix soap in water, you have one end of these pin-shaped little molecules that bond with water. It's called being hydrophilic. And then the other end is going to bond with the oils and fats. Those are the hydrophobic tail of the molecule. And they sort of form this ring around the pieces of oil where you have the tips lining the outside of it. So it forms this shape automatically without, thinking about it or without having any sort of intelligence. It just sort of happens because of the nature of the heads and the tails.
So has one been proven beyond any sort of doubt compared to the other one? Essentially.
Sorry?
So
in terms of different theories?
Yeah.
You mean evolution and abiogenesis?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
They both have in different ways because they're both different.
I mean, I would say that evolution has enough evidence to where we could definitely say that it did happen. But with abiogenesis, we don't know. There are many different hypotheses that could individually be true or be true at the same time. We just don't know exactly which one of those is right or if they are right. So I would say that we don't exactly know how it happened.
Or they could all be right. That's the other kind of problem.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm going to just, from a Muslim perspective, from this thing that I've just sort of picked up, from Ayah 26, and it says about biogenesis and abiogenesis. This verse of Holy Quran narrates that it is God who creates non-living from living organisms and living organisms from non-living organisms. So is that confirming both theories?
That's not a theory. That's a
Yeah,
statement.
that's just.
So currently it's in the realm of. Well, currently what he said was more in the realm of an hypothesis. So now you have to go out and test it. How you test it, I don't know.
I'm not sure how to turn something
Okay,
living to non-living unless it just dies. I mean, all it kills people? Is that what it means?
No, it's just the surah that's differentiating between non-living things and living things, basically. Like,
Didn't it say that it turns living things into non-living things, or did I mishear?
Hey, Ralph, good to see you. Look what the cat drew again with the
no.
4 in the morning.
But man, it's another 5-hour stream. Crazy. No.
Batshit crazy, John. Batshit crazy.
Yeah, it's something, all right. So another thing, maybe I'm just gonna chime in a little bit. But I guess another thing I'm just hung up on is, so there's these non-living things from the ocean, and how do we get these non-living things, and how do we get, like, I don't know, algae or seaweed or something like that? How did that get from this to we getting like monkeys, and how do we get like birds, and how do we get that?
Can I just
if we were to go with
answer
that theory, I'm honestly
and
it's
then
good
add, and
You're
then
doing the thing.
Leftor is that there were multicellular organisms after mitochondria. Plants were one of the first. There were green algae. There were underwater. They eventually dominated the terrestrial landscape. In response to plants, there were some niches that opened. That's fungi and animals. Fungi and animals are closer related to each other than they are with plants, and we are kind of a response to them, and we do energy collection in 2 different manners. Fungus inject their stomach and their acids onto whatever they are breaking down, and we pick up and surround whatever we want to digest, and we have our enzymes break it down. That is where you eventually, and from simple animals all the way up to complex animals. And I will say, though, I'm getting in Luxor, so we'll just let him do the intro, and then just whenever he's naturally done his intro, we'll just go back into open discussion. What's up, Luxor? We are Midnight Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis. How are you? What are your thoughts?
Pretty good. I've been listening a little, and I already got some interesting ideas written down. I'm Luxor, and that's my intro. So we can skip right back into the conversation.
Well, I wanted to just add something really quickly to what Amy said, but I think John was literally doing what the title of this stream is. It sounds like he was conflating abiogenesis and evolution, but I think you might, I don't know if you did intentionally, but you may have skipped over just an important step when it comes to the evolution of plants, and that is when the very first plants that sort of existed could only float really on top of water. So they were very thin, like algae. And one of the biggest changes that allowed plants to really dominate the earth was that you started having vascular plants that were able to instead draw water up vertically against the force of gravity through their roots, and grow taller. And that way, not just being like a thin layer of algae. Then you had those plants in the Carboniferous era, which it's called that just because, in massive numbers, they would die, fall over, and then get compressed and turn into coal. So that's all I wanted to say.
No, the reason I think they all got turned into coal is because the things that ate them hadn't evolved yet, hence why we have such deep beds of coal. It's like they got there first, and it took eons for other things to rock up and go, oh, here's something that doesn't run away, I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah, more than one reason.
I want to throw in there real quick. I just wanted to make clear that I'm arguing for an origin of life that comes from the depths of some kind of watery environment. But I don't want people to walk away thinking that that's how all scientists understand it. Because like AJ was saying before, they're still arguing back and forth. There are these different competing theories about what's true. And so there are models that rely on UV radiation to start life at the surface. So there are different ways that you could approach it. I just support one where it's either at the bottom of the ocean or at the bottom of some kind of deep lake, like formed by like a meteor impact or something like that. And that provides protection from radiation. But there are other researchers that actually use that radiation to fuel chemical processes to make them happen as free energy to make these processes work.
Yeah, that is a good point. And one thing that is also important to have as a takeaway is that I feel like a lot of people, when they're asking like, what is the origin of life, wasn't a singular event, but it was a sort of evolutionary process in of itself over a long time of increasing complexity that involved, the formation of a planet that was habitable and the synthesis of organic molecules, self-replication, like I think Amy mentioned, and all these other things, emergence of cell membranes. And so, like you mentioned earlier, like hydrothermal vents, but you talked about all the things leading up to those being created. So when you just say, well, maybe the origin of life happened because of hydrothermal vents, there's all this stuff leading up to it that I think is important, but it's hard to answer the question simply.
Yeah, no, there's definitely, you have to have a huge complex theory because life is a big complex thing.
So I guess one of the miracles of the Quran was that it was deciphered by an illiterate man that went into a cave and talked to angels, allegedly. But anyway,
only happened once.
Allegedly.
Happened once. But I don't want to because I wasn't there and I can't verify it. But But yeah. So basically, let's just stick with me here.
Okay.
So one of the things that now I botched this a little bit, but that the Quran depicted was it depicted a fetus. It depicted the mountains and the plains. And then I don't know, maybe Friendly Muslim can maybe, if he knows, he can maybe help me with a little bit. But so basically, it's basically how did this illiterate man and with the technology at the time, how did they know that that these processes were happening, and and so that's I guess maybe the one kind of mystery that is kind of not really solved, because what we know now it is lining up to what is in the Quran. And so
he see, the thing is he listened to the audiobook.
It all makes sense.
I don't know what that makes sense.
He listened to the audiobook version of the Quran. That's how. You don't have to be literate.
Have you read the Quran?
I've skimmed it.
Okay. Maybe I need to revisit it. Maybe I could.
I'm
do it.
sorry.
But basically, the premise is that it basically predicts these phenomena that that at the time would be like a miracle. So how would you explain that?
Well,
is that to me?
I got an idea. Oh, sorry. Friendly?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know who the question was being addressed to.
Anybody, really.
Oh, so are you taking the position of a Muslim in this part?
John.
Yeah, I am Muslim.
Did you miss?
Oh, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was possibly some mockery of that person. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, brother.
And I will say, Friendly, it's sometimes hard pose. I think John is a real guy, and I want to just press him on really. I had just a few questions, and I'm okay with I don't know, but it will make me worry if you don't know for any of them. But I just want to know, John, and it could be rapid fire, it could be long answers. And Friendly Muslim, if you want to answer too. But they're just some very simple questions that I think science has answered. All right. Question number 1. How did God make the planet?
Oh, okay. So you want the whole...
Well, in 6 days, and then on the 7th day, he took a rest.
And so you're going with the classic Abrahamic model?
Yeah. Muslims might actually vary on this because, it's an Abrahamic model. Yeah. But, that's what I'm going with. It's really hard to be like, anyway.
Well, just to follow up to that, because I actually really want to ask a bunch of others, but would you want that taught as science?
That would be taught as faith, and then I would separate that. Well, if you're observing phenomenon, just have it in the back of your mind that these complex creations, are not of our design, but of a higher being. And so when you're observing a certain phenomenon, I would also keep that in mind. So, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that you're not scientific. Seems like a lot of, I guess, our secular institutions demean people who are religious and criticize science. And say, "Oh, well, you believe in a God." Well, yeah, but I do believe in faith, and I do believe in a creator. But that doesn't mean that any of my scientific points are not invalid, right? So it's just kind of like saying it's like saying, "Oh, well, maybe I'm going to get a little," but it's just saying, "Well, you can't make these smart arguments. You're black, or you're brown, or you're white, or whatever." It's just a discrimination tactic. So it's almost disingenuous when that argument is put forward by secularists or atheists.
It's not that it makes anyone unintelligent. I think it makes people say silly things. And
can I respond?
Sure,
sure, but I will. Yes.
I want to respond with a silly thing, Amy. Hold tight. No. So that was interesting. You made that point, John. So with the creation story, and forgive me, I've told our friends here that I am on a journey and reconfirming certain things and looking into science and the Quran and seeing where things reconcile. And for example, the mountain as pegs. I think it's really important for Muslims to err a caution and be very consistent with the fact that the Quran is a book of signs, and not science. So this is something which has been, we some have apologists or, have said these are absolute scientific miracles, and we have to be consistent with looking at them as signs to really understand the reading of the Quran also, which helps us, because when we dictate something as a scientific miracle, we lose revisiting things and understanding the same chapter or verse differently, in terms of the spiritual meanings that can be obtained from it also. So in terms of creation, I believe it states that it was phases, and it does go in line with scientific theories also. Again, this is something on another stream, when I've got some solid information. This is coming from a scientist that actually said, look, we have to revisit the Arabic and look at certain words and what they actually mean, and then reconcile certain aspects. But we do not deflect from certain scientific theories. And again, when I've read out this ayah, fine, is it essentially talking about abiogenesis and biogenesis? Is it referring to these things, or is it a spiritual connection of the power of God to take the non-living and make it living, and the living to non-living, etc. So that's where we have to err caution. So that was my 2 cents.
Sure. So I'm okay with caution, and it's hard because the metaphorical theists, the ones that I think accept science, I feel like they are, on our side. It's just the problem I have is with the ones that I guess attack evolution, attack the Big Bang, attack the scientific theories that we have. And yet, and I'm spicy tonight, I know that, and yet it comes from this topic annoying me because I think it's used as a wedge to try and attack what we know, like evolution. So I appreciate, people's quote unquote spirituality. I'm not really sure what spirituality means, but I do have to. I'll accept that, and I want to go forward, because what I have right now also, because I have been putting John's views in the hot seat, and then we're going to add Beamsy. But it was 6 days, 7 nights, day rest, which was just the planet. Now, my problem is I feel like that answer is going to be like a lot of them, but we'll see. How did the diversity of life come about? And
diversity of life?
Yes. As in, like, why do the animals look different?
Why do the animals look different?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, we have an I don't know. I'll take it. Okie dokie. Friendly Muslim, do you want to take a shot at that?
I'm processing your question and Googling the answer. Please bear with me, caller.
No, you're good.
Just say I don't know.
And a lot of these, I don't know is the right answer. Okay, how did God make life?
Idea?
Sure.
That
he hasn't
was
said anything.
foggy for me.
I'm just thinking, like, I guess this is a question more for the theist or creationist idea, is if God created everything as it was supposed to be, and I know there's some stuff I have actually written down on my paper from a couple days ago that we didn't get to, but if God created life and everything looks different, how would the actually I'm gonna go to my paper here for a second. But let's say that all these different species are dying off all the time, like thousands of species every decade, or I don't know, every year. Who knows how many are dying off? And there have been all kinds of species that have gone out of existence since creation. If there's not anything like evolving into new species, then like are we pretty much on a decline where we're going towards like the end of the world because there's no new species being created or nothing evolving into new species?
Are you referring to like the biodiversity issue, or are you just evolving for its own sake?
Well,
because there's certain species that that you don't necessarily are not needed, I guess, but there is a certain, I guess, diversity of the biosphere that you need. Like you need deer to eat the berries, and then the lions to eat the deer, and you need a deer to populate somewhat. But if you're missing the berries, the deer go hungry, and then the lions eat all the deer, and then there's no deer left, and then the lions will die out. So obviously there's a lot of variables to that question, and it's kind of
I'm just thinking
maybe I would say, I hate to say it, but like maybe a bit of a loaded question, because there's a lot of different scenarios that could be at play here. So that could just be like locally, or that could be,
I'm saying if God created a certain number of his creation, that they were perfect and they don't evolve into anything else, and they just reproduce as their own kind, and we know that there are thousands of entire species that just go extinct every decade. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, but if you Google the number, it's something that seems pretty alarming, and something like 99.7% of all life that has ever existed on the planet has already gone extinct. So it's a basic subtraction problem. Like did God create all of that stuff in the beginning, and now we're only left with that little 0.3% that's left over, and that's what we're operating off of today? Like, was the Earth just
that's just
swarming
it's really
with a huge variety of?
We'll take a look at it, Brett.
It's a really kind of loaded question, because there's just so many different variables. But maybe I'll take it from a different angle here. So there is also a theory that because of human activity, either that would be through deforestation, or I guess polluting of the water, that you have these animals die off. I know there's a push to now change the habits of humans.
I'm not wondering how they die. I'm just wondering, like, if you think that all of those species existed already at the beginning of creation, and then it's just been a subtraction problem where it's just less and less and less and less variety every year, until eventually maybe we get down to one single variety, which at that point life wouldn't be sustainable, because everything in nature, one thing relies on another. So I'm just wondering if you look back into the point of creation where God created the world, and did all the species alive today exist back then? And what's the solution to the math problem where it's just less and less and less species every single year, because so many of them just go extinct all the time?
Yeah.
Amy, I can answer your question.
And nothing new comes into existence.
So
It's just a
basically,
thought experiment.
Yeah. So basically, like, if humans, if they don't recognize there's a certain if they don't recognize their different place in the environment and their different capacity, they'll go extinct. So I guess there's certain laws in the immutable laws in the universe. People call it natural law, or some people call it Yeshua's law, or I guess commonly known as God's law. I hate using that word God, but because it's not really the etymology of the origin of the word, because it's just English. But so it just basically it would just go to there's a certain laws in the universe that the species interact with each other, and it's
Night people.
it's and so either they adapt, either that would be a genetic trait that they might have, or habits that they maybe new habits that they take, or if they don't, then they'll die off, and that's
I mean,
it's,
I
I
don't
mean
want to
I
put
mean
you on the hot seat if you haven't really spent a lot of time thinking about this exact question. But
okay.
I prefer to have a lot of time to think about
Well,
something and then
I
compare
just
all
don't
possibilities in my mind.
it seems like you guys get caught in the minutia of it, and so I'm just coming, I guess, from a 40,000 foot view, and you guys are kind of like in the weeds. And so when I convey myself, it's just like it's kind of it's like we're talking in different fields.
Well, I prefer
and
the
it's just like I
40,000
don't know
foot view
how
myself.
to answer that, but all I could say is that there's a natural law in the universe, and that you have free will, and that if you don't, and that there is always consequences to your actions, and if you don't adapt to the environment, there's consequences for that too. So
Well, I'm just saying, like the first thought off the top of your head, like let's just say I don't know how many there are today. Let's say that there's 1 billion species alive today, and there were 1 trillion species alive at the beginning of creation. Do you think that that we're basically getting less and less species every year until the point where God's creation is now extinct, except for the rocks and the space that's around them and the planets and whatnot, but all life itself would eventually die if we keep going in that thinking pattern where it's just like, oh well, all things were created as they were.
Right.
Evolution's
So
not
if you have
real.
if you have like a big nuclear event, killed all the animals, killed all the plants. I mean, the plants that would probably really, I guess, to a point, that would probably really fuck up the atmosphere, and it could turn into Mars. But I mean, that's a really extreme idea. But I guess you know that they would always come back, and there would always be plants that come back, and they would mature, and then they would die, and then the animals there would just, there'd be fish, I guess, but maybe fish, I don't know.
But do you think the things that are left over would eventually evolve back into like a greater species like humans? Or I don't know if you believe
it's
in
honestly, it's
evolution at all
speculation, right?
with creationism, or because
It's-
I
it's-
myself I believe in God, but I also believe in evolution. So because that's what
yeah,
makes
but
the most sense to me.
that's speculation though.
Well, it's
Like
I
you're
mean,
gonna get a plant and then you're gonna get a gorilla, and then I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
well, I was just wondering if you think that all things were created in the beginning of creation as they were in their own species, as God dictated them to be, and then since evolution doesn't happen, and all these species are going extinct all the time. I mean, there's probably like, who knows, 10 or 20 entire species that died off just today. I don't know, but there it's like if it keeps going the way it is and there's no evolution, well, eventually there's also going to be no species left, right? I
That's
mean,
a
doesn't that stand to
possibility. I mean,
reason?
if you have like a nuclear event, but that's like a really kind of hypothetical, right? But we just go off what we know, and we want to naturally self-preserve, and we want to look after our environment.
And
And
guys,
you know, when we say sin, we say miss the mark, and I think that holds a lot of weight to human activity.
I think it's
And
just something for you
repentance
to
as
think
well.
about sometime. That's
Yeah,
all.
but
Just
the
putting
thing
the
is, it's
idea
like,
in your
it's a
head.
hypothetical, and it's just kind of like it could be this situation, it could be that situation, and it's just like we're kind of just speculating at that point. So it'd just be a bunch of plants that would come back, and that's all I really know.
Well,
Really.
I'm not asking you to speculate as to exactly what would happen, but do
Yeah.
you think that like do you see the pattern, like how
Yeah, if
God
there's
must
like a
have
big,
planned for things to be going extinct, right? He must have known, like, well, there's just a lot of species that aren't going to make it. So,
guys, can I just answer the question rather than just going around in the same circle? Like it's just ping pong.
Let's get an answer from you, because I don't want to put John on the spot and say, hey, answer this when you haven't even really given it much thought.
After you answer that, I want to respond to chat, and then I want to ask. I wanted to get through the list of questions, and then I know Beamsy wants to get in.
Making the list. She's checking it twice.
Okay.
Do you want to get Beamsy in, or shall I just?
It's funny. I guess we should keep people in, because the last time I did that, I want to make sure everybody gets in. So, Beamsy, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Why Do Creationists Focus on Abiogenesis. Hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
On the aspect in which one of you said that academics look down on people with religious views, that's just a persecution idea. You think you're persecuted, so you are. That's not true. I'm a pagan. I'm also a geologist, and they are fine with people who have religious beliefs. It's just that I don't bring the supernatural and the natural together, and that's where the part where people become, for lack of a better word, a joke within the academic situations.
I still don't get how you get plants and then how you get saber-toothed tigers and monkeys, and I still don't get it.
But they don't come from plants.
Friendly Muslim, did you want to inject a quick answer for that little thought experiment I had a little while ago?
Right. So then, again, so in terms of different species, that was the question that Amy asked, and it says, okay, so let me just read this out. It has been found that the life expectancy of each species ranges from 0.5 to 5 million years, an average of 2.75 million years, after which they normally become extinct. The oldest fossil found on Earth is 3.7 to 3.8 billion years old. It is then evidently near impossible task to discover every one of those billions of individuals out of those millions of species that ever existed or even exist on Earth, no matter what advancements, knowledge, or means of calculations man has. This is why it has become important to categorize them as the ayah, again, chapter, verse, we are looking at has done. There is not a moving, living creature on Earth, nor a bird that flies with its two wings, but are communities like you. We have neglected nothing in the book. Them unto their Lord, they all shall be gathered. So the ayah refers to the main type of classification, which is the species. It is divided into groups which include numbers of these species living together in specific areas in the world, each forming a community of its own. For example, humans are divided into different races, each representing a population, and all these different populations descend from one father, Adam, who Allah describes by saying, okay, and then it goes into Adam. But yeah, so that's where it sort of covers this part, but that's the only part that it refers to, for sure.
Can I ask where? Well, first of all, I just want to counter, because race does not exist in humans. I just want to put that out there. You say, "Oh my, always your God," but I just want to put that out there.
Sorry, that's actually slander. I use the Lord's name in vain, so I apologize.
I'm just teasing you, but
I'm being serious.
The slander. I mean, or the
to me anyway, not to you, but to me, yes, it is.
Yes, because we like blasphemy here. We support it.
That's one way to explain it.
Yeah.
It's just one of the many services we provide.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we wrap that question up with a yes or no answer, like from Muslim or from John? Just like, do you think that assuming that maybe there were, I don't know, 1 trillion things that God created, and He created them all at once, do you think that all those things were in existence from the beginning of creation? Because in my mind, that's a hell of a lot of things to try to exist on the earth together at the same time.
Who means a goat has always
fighting
been
for
a goat.
survival. So would you guys be able to say, like, yes, you think that's from your perspective or your understanding of creationism, is that the case? Like all trillion species were created at once and then put here.
Are you suggesting that we can't agree with evolution?
No, I'm saying if which I did ask John earlier. I don't know if he believed in evolution and creationism, or if not, is that the stance that he takes? I was just wondering if like we could a yes or no, just to try to clear up that, like where your mind is at on that that idea.
Yeah, the evolution, I'm having a hard time connecting the dots with that, but the Quran actually seems to be more logical in that explanation. Thank you, friendly Muslim, for that surah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's probably the more justifiable, because there's, like, I guess somebody else is saying, there's different theories, and so it's not really concrete evidence of evolution. So I'll have to. There is evolution, but I'm just gonna have to say I'm unsure on evolution. So
okay,
I'm neither yes or no.
Okay. Brother, are you on Twitter at all?
Who,
John?
me?
Yeah, sorry, because there's no name, so I don't know.
Yeah, just I'm all caps. Jonathan Vance. That's my full name.
I mean, if
all
you
caps.
can find me, it's my user is at and then the number 1 friendly Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. If you connect with me, then I'll message you some links to some stuff.
Yeah,
about
sorry.
evolution.
I've been reading the Bible, so my surah has been a little bit rusty. So that's
And friendly Muslim, it sounded like in the end you said we came from Adam and Eve.
It was talking about mankind. That was all. That and again, it doesn't. It sort of insinuate. This is a different whole creation story. Like we'd have to go into this. This is a separate topic about the Adam and Eve, and maybe we could do that on another stream. To be honest,
yeah.
Because there is scientists, doctors that have gone through what our actual Muslim position should be and can be. On evolution and things of that nature, so I may not disagree with you. You may think that I think that's where the brother said, Abrahamic. I wouldn't. I think we have to distinguish the Quran on its own merits from what was in the Bible or the Torah, for example, because there are distinctions in language that specificate certain things that have occurred.
Just want to throw out there, when I was talking about competing theories before, I was talking about the origin of life. I wasn't talking about evolutionary theory. So like, if you could just like try to separate that in your mind, where like abiogenesis is strictly concerned with how we got to living organisms, and then evolution is concerned with how those living organisms diversified over time. And so when I'm talking about competing theories, I'm talking about in the first case of how we got to living organisms. I'm not talking about how those living organisms diversified later.
And I just want to send a shout out. I see in there, Brett, that you made a video answering questions. Maybe James and I will take a look and maybe respond. I would still say, if you're out there and you want to ask us a question, now is the time to do so. We are actually heading into outros. It has been fun. We have been skeptic and ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis, a personal pet peeve of mine. Thank you, Reservoir. But I just want to go down the final list. So, was there an answer for how God made life, John? Or friendly?
That would be kind of. I guess I'd have to go with the Surah explanation. That's more detailed. In the Bible, it does talk about like Adam and Eve, but yeah. Yeah, in terms of humans, I guess in terms of like plants and whatever evolution. I'm still I don't know. I'm still not connecting the dots there. So when you're talking about like origin of life or anything like that, it's tricky, and there's not really a consensus on it. So it's just kind of different theories out there. It's really
There's not a
hard to.
consensus on.
It's just like you can just go in and just explain it and just kind of fog people's mind with all this knowledge, and it's still really unclear on like what the stages are. And so like even people who say like, oh, I'm differentiating from the origin of life and evolution, but I mean, if you have the origin of life, then you have to, you know, justify the animals and all that stuff. So I believe that they're both hand in hand. Like I'm not going to separate those
You
two.
will agree you can't do that, right? That's what I keep on.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why.
That's kind of like the faulty with scientism is that it's just like, okay, you have the origin of life, but then how did we get all these different species? Well, obviously you have the origin of life, and then you have evolution, and so origin of life, I guess that would be before. But then you have to explain evolution in order for origin of life to stick. And what I'm saying is there's not really much of connecting the dots. It's just a bunch of, I understand the world's complicated, but, and a lot of theories out there.
But there is dots.
Yeah.
But just to, you do see dots between the talking snake, the apple. Just want to see.
Yeah, those apply to humans, and those are deep lessons and deep moral teachings that are useful into creating cohesive family units and communities. And in order
you don't
for
actually think the snake was real. There was a talking snake.
it's a story. I can either confirm or deny, but it's a really good story.
You became the FBI, the CIA, really quick. I cannot confirm nor deny.
It's an amazing story. It really is.
It's a story with a lesson, right? There's always lessons to stories, right?
Hey,
So
can I throw out a couple, like a quick, I guess, things to think about for abiogenesis before we head out?
Okay.
It might put some ideas in people's brains to think about a little bit. Or I don't know, questions I have that I'm not able to answer myself, but I can kind of speculate in that direction and think about, like the. I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but I think it might have been Friendly Muslim that said something about like being able to do an experiment where life is suspended on something, or like something's dead completely, and then it comes back to life, and then that would be able to give a better insight into abiogenesis. I don't know if that's what he was talking about at the time, but if you think about like the frozen frogs, I think if you look in whatever that is, whatever area that is where things actually do die for long periods of time, and then they come back to life later, completely fine. Like the certain types of frogs, they freeze in the wintertime, no heartbeat, no movement of the blood, nothing. They're completely frozen solid.
Oh, his connection. He's backstage. It just says his device is connecting. While he's reconnecting,
he was getting too close to the sun, talking about reptilians, how reptilians survive.
My ancestors.
That was an amphibian, not a reptile.
But I just want to get through these two. So, how did God make the universe? Is that also the 6 days, the 7 nights?
Anyway, do you want to put like these questions on like a community post?
Sorry,
and,
my
like,
mic keeps screwing up.
Well, it's not
maybe on a subsequent, just because I could be more versed and on these points that you're making. Because when obviously I've just woken up, I come in,
and I apologize, Friendly Muslim. I swear my beam is actually more toward like. The reason it's towards John, we've been having a back and forth for the past day or so on some of these issues, but I'm sending hearts to you, Friendly Muslim. You are amazing, And I do want, if you want to go and write these down and get me better answers, or not get me, you know what I mean, find answers that are satisfying to you and me, I would love to have them. I mean, I hate to say that, not that these answers, because they're not a trap, but what I would say is the ironic thing is I think that all these questions from a natural physics, chemistry, and biology perspective, we can answer them very well. And yet, if I were to go through like the religious answers, they would be wafer thin. Like you would not be able to play any card games on them. That is how thin they were. Because like I mean, I only have left how did God make man after the universe, and really all these are aimed at the same thing. I can look at the answers: 6 days, 7-day rest, I don't know, Adam and Eve. And I mean, a lot of Muslims tell me, you know, you just don't understand us. We're so different from the Christians. And if you could get just the radically different views, the corrupted views out and our views in, we could really get a grasp on it. And yet, I don't know, sounds dramatically classic Abrahamic shtick. I mean, I love you guys. Send in love. Like, I feel bad. I got spicy and I get frustrated. And yet it's all, and that is actually the generation of this topic of why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Because I think they focus on abiogenesis because things like the evolution, Big Bang, the germ theory of disease, you know, these theories are scientific facts. And for some whatever reason, they've put in a few of these in their scope to oppose, and so we have to do this dance. But yeah,
I think we do it because we look at you rascally atheists and we're like, oh, here's something your science can't prove yet, and you're trying to tell us that we can't prove God. Well, you guys can't prove abiogenesis because science don't understand it. We can't create life from nothing yet.
Yeah, so take that,
Yeah, you need
atheist
a
kittens. Yeah, we don't play around.
Again, that's a misnomer. It's not an aspect of creating life from nothing. The biggest issue in which I find with creationists, it's you combine 3 different fields of study. You combine the aspect of inorganic to organic material. You add in abiogenesis, and then you finally add in evolution and try and stem all 3 of them together. 2 of these are scientific facts, and one is a very diverse field of study that does not have an established theory behind it. There is no theory of abiogenesis. There is the hypothesis of abiogenesis and many fields of study within that area.
So there's no settled science?
Oh, can I hear about the dead frogs? That was really good. And then we diverse and the cut off.
If you were finished making a good solid point there, Bugsy, I don't want to jump in front of your thunder there.
No, I did make my point.
Okay, good. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Abiogenesis, it's not anything that's like I said. I mean, we can't say, hey, this is exactly how the science of it works, and this is how it happened. Like life came from rocks or whatever. But I actually do think that. I mean, I have some ideas on how it's possible, but maybe I'll get to that after I throw out a couple of these other ideas, like the frozen frog thing that I was saying. My dog's hit my microphone so many times. I think that's why it gets loose sometimes and kicks me out. But the thing is, like with the frozen frog, scientists do study that. They study something that has literally been dead as far as we're concerned, and the only thing that remains is the physical matter of the frog's body. And then when the sun comes back out next summer, they thaw out and they just hop away. They go look for food. And so whatever, if we're to look at frogs as having a spirit from a theistic standpoint, or or something that generates their internal electricity or whatever gets them moving again, that just solid physical matter moving, it would be in maybe their spirit is suspended outside their body and they're just hanging out for 6 months until they, who knows. So like from a theistic standpoint, that would be very difficult to say. But then scientists are looking at it saying, well, if frogs can do it, why can't humans do it? Why can't we, put people on ice like all these rich people are doing, and then 100 or 200 years in the future, bring them back just like those frogs do? We know it's possible because the frogs are doing it. So, I mean, I can only imagine, like, if we do die and go to heaven or something, and we're frozen for 200 years and then thaw us out, and we're like, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't believe they brought me back after all. We're having a good time in heaven, or who knows? I mean, it might just be that our same brains wake up and we're just there, and it was like no time passed at all because we had no active synapses firing in our brain. Another thing to think about is that, like seeds themselves, they're not alive. They could be stored for hundreds of years, but from those seeds, life's created. Like you can save a seed from a palm tree for thousands of years. Like they found in the Egyptian tombs, they found actual palm tree seeds and they've planted them and they've grown palm trees. So this is another example of something that's not alive at all, but when it's exposed to the correct environment, it creates life. Life springs from it just because its genetic code is arranged in a certain way that says this is going to grow a palm tree. Also fungal spores. I mean, they're basically just these dry little things that float around with no actual activity happening in them at all. So there's no signs of life until they're exposed to water. And then once they're exposed to water, that's when they start reproducing themselves from that single spore. And then you can get into something like going even further back. If we look at crystals, I know there's a lot of theories about, especially when you get into like the more hippy dippy stuff in modern times, where crystals are living energy beings. But if we want to look at it from something maybe more scientific, and we're trying to look for abiogenesis from the point of, okay, did life come from inanimate objects like rocks? Well, crystals are formed they have all over YouTube. You can find some interesting things on how crystals are actually formed. As long as you put them in the right environment, and there are the right molecules in that environment, the crystals will start to the crystals will actually grow because they self-assimilate into the correct crystalline structure. And you can have something that starts out as like the seed of a crystal, just a tiny little speck of crystal, and in the right environment, it could grow into, I guess, infinitely large sizes, assuming the environment's right. And then within those crystals, like let's say quartz crystals that we use in computers and electronics and things like that, they have the correct crystalline structure in order to create a piezoelectric effect. So under pressure, or whenever they're being resonated, they themselves create electricity. So let's say like that frog, whenever it's thawed out, but when it's frozen, there's no electrical activity happening at all. But like with humans and other animals like the frog, whenever it thaws out and it's able to move again, like the fascia layers of fat and everything in the muscle tissue in our body, those are kind of like capacitors and conductors of electricity, because when you start moving around, you in a way create your own electricity. And it's the electricity inside of us that fires the synapses in our brain and sends the neuroelectrical impulses from our brain to our arm to tell it to lift up, or whatever the case may be. So the crystals themselves, if you want to look at it from a certain standpoint, they do also create their own electricity. And then from that, whenever electricity is created inside of a crystal, it creates the piezoelectric field around the crystal. So then you could say, okay, well, that's a magnetic field or an electrical field or an aura, depends on what aspect you want to look at it from. And then from there, magnets, they create certain types of pressure in the space around them. So you will have certain assimilation patterns, like whenever the crystal starts growing in a certain direction or a certain shape, it would be because of just like if you take iron filings on a magnet, they'll stand up in a certain shape, and you can actually start to see where that magnet's the toroidal pattern around it is. So I can imagine during, if there was some formation of a huge crystal cave or something like that, and there's a place with a lot of volcanic activities before life even began, and I know someone was talking about the alkaline sulfur vents or something like that, with the right amount of heat and pressure and vibration. I mean, I can easily see how this initial forming structure of a crystal could start pushing out and creating what its own magnetic field or electric field or piezoelectric field around it dictates that it creates because of the shape of that field itself. And then if you look at something like the DNA, I mean, those are like the basic building blocks that tell other things around them, hey, you need to build something in the shape of this, the shape of an eyeball, the shape of a whatever it is. So we're looking at similar things. Like these are all the idea of a seed, like a crystal seed that can grow something that's a much larger version of a crystal, a seed from a tree that will grow a tree just according to its genetic material, the pattern that it tells it to grow. So there's a lot of things that I can kind of start to see the connections between a rock creating its own electrical energy and forming a field around it that dictates how the crystal itself will grow. I mean, I can see that as analogous to maybe a very basic analogy to like a DNA molecule or something. So those are just, I don't know, thought experiments I've had where it's like, if we were to start looking for something in that area, that's where to my mind it would make the most sense to start looking, because it's analogous to the life that we already know exists, and basically, I mean, I don't want to keep everyone on here all night, but those are just a couple basic ideas that I think are worth thinking about. And that's my whole deal.
Appreciate you.
Woo, thank you, Luxor.
Yeah.
And welcome. Good morning, Chris Peacock. I will say in a second, we are actually going to wrap up Skeptic and Ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. So now is the last chance to get anything in between the panel. And yeah, but it's been fun, gentlemen.
Yeah, always nice hanging out with you guys.
I'm trying to think what else, because evolution is a fact.
I already said everything I had written down on my paper, so I'm out of stuff to say unless we bring up some new topics. I do have, well, hell, since we're here, I'll just say that something I had written down the other day that we didn't get into with the evolution thing was the bacteria experiments, where they took someone put a tray of like 5 different strengths of an antibiotic, and then they released a bacteria in the very first side, which was the weakest side, and then on a logarithmic scale it increased in strength. So by the time you got over to the far right, like the 5th chamber, it was maybe millions of times stronger than the original solution. And then they would chart it out over day by day, and then they saw that the bacteria stopped at this wall, which it was just like a permeable wall that the bacteria could grow through. but the solutions weren't able to mix through, and the bacteria stopped at the first wall, and it took it 1 or 2 days to, in real time, adapt to like the new, I guess, the offspring of the bacteria, through mitosis. Whenever the cells were all splitting, only certain bacteria would get through and adapt to the new strength of antibiotics. And then in that one, the second cell, it took another couple days, and then 1 or 2 little strains of bacteria broke through, and then it just completely took over the third one. And then eventually it got into this amazingly strong side of antibiotics, and the bacteria, it was like real-time evolution of bacteria, because they adapted to a point. Well, their offspring did, because it was over maybe a week-long experiment. I forget exactly what it was, but since they multiply so rapidly, I can easily see how that's an active, live example of evolution that you could point to, and you could prove right there in a little petri dish. So in my mind, that's pretty good evidence for something like evolution. And if that's not evolution, I don't really have the scientific verbiage to explain what, give it a better word.
It does sound like it.
But I mean, it looks like you're actually seeing the evolution of bacteria in real time. So that's something I think that we could point the minds of everyone to look to and say, is this or is this not evolution? And does this not prove it to you? So anyways, that's one thing that I didn't get to the other day when we were talking, but I got it out there now. So
thank you so very much, Lexor. And yeah, I feel like you can see evolution in real time, including bacteria adjusting to their environment. And like I was telling James, we've seen colonial species of unicellular organisms that have actually worked
because
intelligently.
the generation of bacteria that couldn't permeate the wall and move into the stronger mixture, those all died off. It was the offspring of those bacteria that were able to move into the new area. So in my mind, I mean, that points directly towards, if it's not evolution, it's sure something that looks like it. So,
and sending so much love from Harry Penis, praise God. $2 sending so much love, Harry.
Thanks for the support. We're dying out here, Harry.
That's right. Always happy to show support. That's right. I think we are about to be closing up shop. It has been fun.
Thanks, guys.
We got a whole bunch of different viewpoints tonight, as well as a whole bunch of back and forth, which is always good. It's always nice to have Theus on, even though I think the skeptics know which side we take. Sending love out there, Ralph. The entire point is that all of the evidence currently points towards abiogenesis, and a natural one at that. And when we decide to change our science textbooks, and let me know. But I'm sending love out there. I have to end in spice. Any final points, guys? I guess I keep on saying that, but I'm almost baiting us, because we can go on for hours. We're going to do, James, we should go 16 hours a day reading the Bible.
18.
We need to do 18 hours a day.
You're trying to cheat the preacher out of 2 hours of Bible reading.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, I do have one more point, since you asked for more points.
Oh my!
But it's not anything to do with abiogenesis. It was just earlier, whenever John was talking, and you were. I noticed he might be a politician in real life. I don't know, but he's good at when you say, "Hey, yes or no question," and he's like, "Well, let's." And he doesn't answer the yes or no. But whenever you asked him, if he would, let me see, what was it about how God created the world and what proof he had and whatnot, he said you just got to have faith, which is, I think it points exactly to my picture here. It's like, well, it says in the book that this is the way it happened, so it's true. But it's, I mean, I guess you would call that circular logic, because it's like, it says it right here, so you just got to believe in it. But then there's been so many thousands and thousands of different religious books throughout the ages that have said, well, you got to believe it just because it says it right here in this book. So, I mean, out of the many, many thousands of books, it seems like a huge gamble just to choose my personal book and say, oh, it says it in my book. All those other thousands and thousands of books were wrong. I'm going to roll this several thousand-sided die, assuming that one of these books is the one truth, and say, my book is the truth. So whenever he says something like, well, you say, hey, what sort of proof do you have for creation? He says, him saying you got to have faith is the equivalent of saying, just because. But I'll also turn that around and say, from his point of view, or at least from my point of view, I can look back and say, or maybe a general theistic point of view, you could look at like atheists that say the Big Bang happened. You can just as easily say, well, how'd the Big Bang come about? And the atheist can look at you and say, just cause, so I think that's two different creationist ideas. Of course, I do think it's a little silly to say, oh, 6,000 years ago, God snapped his finger and boom, here we are. Because you could easily trace it back through, carbon dating and I don't know, using real science. But then if you look at it from the theistic point of view, asking an atheist, okay, well, how do we get here? And they say Big Bang. In my eyes, that's also the equivalent of saying just because.
Let me put an asterisk on that, in that the Big Bang, at least as far as I can see, we're driven to it because of something called Hubble's law. Hubble's law, it just states that everything is moving out in every direction, and that seems to be the way. And thus you can extrapolate from that there was a single point. And so when we say the Big Bang is the furthest back we can go, I would just say that's a limit. I don't know what else to say other than that is the furthest back. It's like, it would be like looking at the end of a spyglass and pointing to the end of the light and someone saying, well, I want to see more. Well, it's like, well, that's all we can. And I will also add on that if time and space, the problem also is that space and time are linked. You cannot have a spot in time without a space, and you cannot be in a space without a marker in time. And so what you get is we can have time and space. We can have these two elements up into everything was in a singularity. And then once that's happening, once everything is touching, once everything is on itself, what does it mean to be you can't be in a different space? And thus it almost cancels out the concept of time. And so that is weird for us to think about. And that's what we mean when time and space came into the beginning with the Big Bang, because with the expansion, it allowed us to have these two dimensions that were just squished together. You expand, and now all of a sudden, you can have space. You can have time. You can have a I'm over here and an I'm over there. And it took a second to do a here and an over there. And so it just becomes strange because everything becomes quantum mechanical when everything is on top of each other and that level. But everything else I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the logic that science points our minds towards, because like everything you just said, it's like, it makes 100% sense if you think of it from the science point of view. But then you could easily say, okay, go back before the Big Bang. Who made it? So
it's actually a little bit wrong, but I wasn't going to correct that.
Well,
it's actually a little bit wrong, but I wasn't going to correct her.
Well, before the Big Bang is a weird sentence because to imply before means it's saying before time, what was there? Well, that can't exist because you need time for there to be a before.
Mm-hmm. I do agree with that. But then you could also say, okay, well, what started
sorry,
it? And in
sorry,
my
say
mind,
that again, Amy. Please, that was profound. Say that again. You need time.
You need time to have a before.
Wow.
That's pretty well put.
Again, that's not entirely true. That's time
Well,
is a very.
Beamsy, if you would like to get your asterisk in, now's the time.
Sorry, Beamsy, I called you Bugsy earlier, but now that she just said Beamsy, I was like, oh shit, I messed up.
It's all good. I've been called worse things.
Oh, good.
I call myself worse things too.
Oh, nice.
The aspect of time and space existing is not something that we can actually come to an example of in a quantum level. This is why our physics breaks down at the point of what we refer to as the Big Bang. Time and space has existed from before the Big Bang and will exist after it. The best way to explain what the Big Bang is, it's the universe as we understand it came into existence into its current stage. That doesn't necessarily mean anything created anything. That doesn't mean something came into existence. It was just a change in the way that the physics and the way that the universe itself operated. It's gone from a hot and dense state in which quanta was the ruling factor to a cool and sparse phase in which gravity and the other three fundamental forces come into effect.
Yeah, I mean, I could easily see how there could have been something before the Big Bang, assuming that we still could, it would still be intelligible to some degree, through our understanding of science and physics, even though the physics might have been operating on a different level, like you said, the quantum level or whatever. Those are still things that we could, study and whatnot. But I would say that for myself personally, whenever creationists say, I'll just say, this certain group of creationists that say God snapped his finger 6,000 years ago, my equivalent of that is God snapping his or her fingers, who knows how many billions or trillions of years ago, and then the Big Bang happened. So I mean, I don't see why the Big Bang couldn't have been started by this conscious energy somehow. But then this is already almost going on to a 7-hour stream. I can imagine you guys are beat. So
it's a marathon.
Us going into time and space relativity, we're gonna be on here
and
another
we
7
could
hours.
keep on going and going.
Yeah, let's do that another time with the.
I think it is time to head out to outros because even with outros, we're definitely gonna hit the 7-hour mark.
Yeah,
I have a debate tomorrow.
And James has a debate tomorrow.
Today.
Today, exactly. We've gone into the next day, which means we are skeptic and ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. Thank you to all of you out there that have been hanging around with us. We are moving into our outros.
Thanks for the support, the super chats, stickers. We love
That's
you guys.
right. Send it so much to the all of the super chats out there, all of our channel members, all of the Patreons. It really does help. And yeah, we're sending love as we move into our outros. And Luxor, you are the latest one to join us, which means you are going to be the first one to joining our Skeptic and Ranting outros. We are moving into it.
Cool.
Woohoo! That's right. Super cool. In fact, we are Skeptic and Ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. Lovely having you on, Luxor. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Old Luxor thinks that, and that was a third-person reference, I guess. I think that skeptics would hold abiogenesis up as like a little accusatory finger saying, you can't explain this away. And then the skeptics just say, well, if we can't explain something accurately, then we're not going to try to explain it. And the theists will often say, well, I have a magical explanation for it that can't be proven. So it's just from the different mindset and the different mentality. The skeptics will say, no, if there's no logical explanation, then we won't waste our time trying to make something up, which I think is very commendable. And as far as my, I guess, theism extends to, I just try to use it to point my mind in the direction where I think truth is at. So if truth just so happens to lie in an atheistic direction, then I mean that's of course the path that I'll follow. But I think that's why they use the abiogenesis argument so much, is because it's something that our current science doesn't know how to prove. So then the religionist says, oh, well, I could just make some shit up and say that it was this person that did it, or is that person, or is this magical explanation? So it's or this book says it, and this book's been around for a long time, so it must be right. So anyways, even though I think those books are greatly misunderstood because I approach them from a completely metaphorical point of view with a little bit of history mixed in and practical living advice, like whenever in the Bible it talks about how to plant crops and seeds. So anyways, that's all I got to say for tonight, folks. Nice hanging out with you guys too, by the way.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Luxor. It was fun having you. We enjoy atheist, theist brothers and sisters, and always someone who can devil advocates on both sides.
Definitely.
So thank you so very much, Luxor. And before we go
next
to Friendly Muslims, sending so much love
Thank
to
you, Secular
Pagan Mom.
We appreciate the support.
Who is sending us a big old rainbow. La, da, 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 da.
Every bit helps, so we appreciate it.
It really does. So sending so much love, and she really is sending a lot of fabulous into the chat right now, because there is also another super sticker of a unicorn. Woohoo! I need to get a unicorn blush.
We'll be back tomorrow night for my Ken Hovind debate. Come back and see us then.
That's right. We're having a after party.
Double header.
Ooh, a double header. Thank you.
Dr.
Sending
Dino
so much love. Secular, Pagan Mom, all the magical fabulousness. And that's right. It is a double header. And we've been talking about it since the stream started. It's a double fister, just like the gentleman was showed his two microphones up, which I still don't get. I don't get why you would have two microphones like that close. At least that makes no sense. But whatever. I'm sure he's a nice gentleman.
He sounds like a nice guy.
But yes, we're moving right along. Thank you so very much,
Thanks,
Luxor.
Secular.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you,
much,
Luxor.
Secular, Pagan Mom. And moving right down the list, Friendly Muslim, what is up? We
Hey,
have
Friendly.
been skeptic and ranting on why do creationists talk about abiogenesis. Hope you had a fun time. And what are your final thoughts?
I also was confused by the two microphones. They look kind of odd to me. I'll have to ponder that one. I'm sure he is a nice gentleman, and two mics are better than one, I guess. Yeah, no, it's been
Just
fascinating.
need to get him aboard Team Islam.
We'll pause on that one. And it's been fascinating as always, speaking to my atheist kittens. Some interesting points. If anyone wants to connect, at number 1 Friendly Muslim. If the brother John wants to connect, and I think these are some interesting topics of conversation as usual. And it's been a learning experience. And until the next time, my atheist kittens, meow.
Well, come back tomorrow night. And
Oh yeah,
after
debate.
watching my debate,
Absolutely.
you can see, Dr. Dino Dawa, the future Dr. Dino Dawa, hopefully.
I'll always love a bit of Dr. Dino Dawa. All right, brothers. Thank you.
Have a good night.
good night, or good day, friendly Muslims, sending so much love. Thank you
Always
for
very
joining us,
polite
because I know you
and
just
friendly.
woke up. And all right, da-da. Trace, what is up? We have been skeptic and ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis, what you got going on, and of course, what are your final thoughts?
I could talk about this subject forever. The origin of life is something that really interests me. I'm just going to close by giving a couple of points that I think are relevant in the debate. The first thing is that, when we're talking about evolution, and creationists always talk about, it's random. And then the correction is, no, it's not simply random. There's selection, and selection being a deterministic process. And then we move over to abiogenesis, and they'll say it's all just random. And I don't think that people know that the situation is the same for abiogenesis as it is for evolutionary theory, that it's actually not just random. Ilya Prigogine won a Nobel Prize, I think in the 1970s, for his work in thermodynamics. His work had to do with non-equilibrium systems, systems where there are these energy gradients that dissipate free energy that drive chemical processes in certain directions. And so it's this deterministic process that pushes toward complexification, the synthesis of the organic molecules and their increasing complexity into polymers, eventually into life. And so if you hear that from people saying that abiogenesis is purely random shuffling, like the guy in your video tonight, he was talking about it just being a matter of randomness. No, it's not. It's a matter of non-equilibrium thermodynamics. It's a matter of energy gradients. And it's the same way that hurricanes form and convection cells and tornadoes. They all rely on being far from equilibrium systems where this free energy causes these things to come into existence, and it causes structure, information to come into being. And so if you hear that in terms of abiogenesis, that it's all purely random, the answer to that is no. It's the same as in evolutionary theory. It's not a purely random process. There's what they call a Brownian ratchet going on, where you're combining randomness with a deterministic process. So that's one point. And my final point is another thing that you'll hear from them is that original life researchers use industrially produced minerals or chemicals in their lab experiments. And they try to say that there's no correspondence between what they use in the lab and the natural world. And so none of the experiments that they do actually count as evidence for anything. And there's this really good paper that was written by Stephen Benner, an origin of life researcher, back in 2017. The main author on the paper is actually Biondi. And what they do is they take your run-of-the-mill industrial minerals that are normally used in these experiments, but they also went around America and Canada and other places and collected a bunch of natural minerals. And they performed experiments to see whether or not there was a correspondence between the industrially produced minerals versus the natural ones, and also to check to see how well the natural ones work. And what they found is that, yes, there is a correspondence. It is accurately reflecting how the natural world will work. And some of the really interesting things are that when you take a look at how the natural minerals in the experiment performed, and what they were testing is how well RNA could adsorb to the mineral surface. And when they tested the natural minerals for this, pyrite, for example, which is an iron sulfur mineral that you would find, for example, at a hydrothermal vent, it was able to adsorb RNA up to 95% efficiency. And so if we're talking here about whether or not these experiments count for anything and whether or not they're accurately reflecting what the natural world would do, the article by Biondi and Benner is a really good paper illustrating that, yes, these experiments do count for something. And there's a lot of other stuff besides. If anybody's interested in learning more about this particular theory that I've been pushing tonight, you could read Nick Lane's book, The Vital Question, or you could read Eric Smith's book, The Fourth Geosphere, and that'll get you
good ways toward understanding like where this perspective is coming from. And those are my final thoughts.
Woo, thank you so very much, Trace. It was lovely having you on. It was I honestly, it is always amazing having so many skeptics and science-minded people actually able to talk about these subjects when creationists come on. Thank you, Trace.
Thanks for having me.
Same with our upcoming, but I do want to send in between. I want to do. What is up, God, the good one? What is up, Spooky Pet Hair? Again, we are tucking in, but also I just want to send a double header. That's right, sparkly gay unicorns with two swords. Ha! And I just want to send love to Secular Pagan Mom. We love our pagans here. In fact, we love any theists that are science-minded because, yes, we tend to be atheists, agnostics. Yes, we tend to be non-believers. However, the real label in this channel is skeptic. And so with that, I can't help it. We had one earlier. I'm sending the same thing to Secular Pagan Mom. Welcome aboard the mod team. Because I know you, and you are amazing, and we're looking for skeptic-minded theists. And if you're like, hey, why does she get to be a mod and I don't? Well, actually, if you're a skeptic and you want to help out the community, just ask. You still have to obey our head mod, Titan Uranus, who he doesn't bite unless you're into that. However, we're looking for skeptics. And so don't feel out of the fun. Just come on and ask. And speaking of lovely pagans that we think are amazing, Beamsy, we have been skeptic and ranting about why do creationists focus on abiogenesis. Hope you had a fun time. What do you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
What I've got going on, like I told you last time, I've got a actual formal debate coming up, which I'll try and get recorded. So at least I'll try and give a presentation of both what I look like and how a formal debate actually operates.
Woo-hoo.
And as for my thoughts, I said it before, they concentrate on abiogenesis because it's not an established field. It is an area where there's a lot of conjecture and a lot of uncertainty. So they try and drag in evolution into it to try and discredit it. It's a dishonest tactic.
Yeah. And all right. Thank you so very much, Beamsy.
Oh, good.
It was lovely having you on as always. And all right. In some ways, in some ways, James, although you are always my co-host, you're kind of the headliner tonight in a way, because we are getting you pumped, ready, energized.
That we are.
At 5:30 a.m. for your debate with Uthoven. But we have been skeptic and ranting on why do creationists focus on abiogenesis, and I think it's for a specific reason.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for coming down this journey with us. I'm actually doing some last-minute debate prep right now, so that's why I've been a little quiet. But yeah, we have about 15 hours to go, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Standing for Truth. Me, round 3 versus Ken Hovind, then back here for the after show. Thanks for helping us get through that amazing video that we watched and some interesting conversation here. So I want to thank everybody for coming through the journey with us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, James. And
Ken's got that pump ready.
That pump, bump, 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 bump. Oh, we're about to hit that 7. It's sexy. I'm actually going to send
Right on
the
the cusp.
link to the debate into chat so everyone can watch. There we go, ladies and gents. Right up there. Boom, da bang, da bing. We are having fun on the evolution debate, the hominid fossil record, Kent Hovind versus James W. and a Penelope. Of course, one Penelope per debate. But we are then heading over to the after show, a midnight ranting on the exact same subject, as well as your thoughts about the debate and all of the fun. And yeah, sending so much love to all of the people out there on the interwebs that hung around for this marathon. Woo, 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 woo. But I hope you all had fun, misfits and all, on this skeptic and ranting. Why do creationists focus on abiogenesis? Where tonight we watched a video called Life from Non-Life, the Impossibility of Abiogenesis, from the channel Cross and Crown Apologetics Radio. For some fun worth coming alive for. Oh my. Though I do want to thank my co-host James W., who you should catch on tomorrow's debate along with our guest, today's debate, AJ, Drace, Brett, Sean, Fredley, and Luxor. Woo! As well as the people in chat, our awesome mods.
We don't have a
Make
soundboard.
this stream so great. Mwah, mwah. And lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Or hey, leave a comment once the video is done. You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the next episode. After the show, we'll be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with
Get
our
John
channel
Vance's
members,
email to Sunflower.
which is a way you can help us make even more fun content, though we offer perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy
She's
Newman,
Amy Newman.
and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball.
That's tomorrow.
Z. Good night,
Tomorrow night,
everyone. Or today. Mwah, mwah,
Beamsy
mwah.
did change his name. It's more politically correct.
Oh my. And sending so much love into the internet of things.